Hey truckers, today we're seeing Keyboard Warrior Reborn in Cultivation World. Let's dive into the video. Ow 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 ow. Pain arced through every inch of his body as the stench of burnt flesh filled his nose. Wait a sec, what's going on? Zuin was certain that he had been arguing with a bunch of people on an internet forum just a few seconds ago. It was a stormy day. A thunderstorm was wreaking havoc outside his windows, but it did nothing to dull Zuin's furious typing. He was trolling the absolute shit out of a bunch of users on a forum, insulting them to the point of speechlessness, which is to say, he was gently persuading them through heartfelt appeals to their sense of decency. All of a sudden, there was a blinding flash of light accompanied by a thunderous cacophony. A basketball-sized clump of lightning drifted through his window, glowing with a strange, hazy red light. Following that, Zuin remembered hearing an absolutely miserable scream ring out, followed by an utterly indescribable sensation. He vaguely recalled seeing the keyboard in front of him vaporize into dust along with his hands, which had been placed on the keyboard. More and more of him had been vaporized, until finally, everything became a blank. Was I just hit by lightning? What the hell was that thing? Ball lightning? As a highly qualified keyboard warrior, he had naturally read up on these phenomena before. He was naturally quick-witted, and instead of feeling frightened, he was overcome with excitement and eagerness. Holy shit! Have I gained superpowers? Maybe I'm going to turn into the Flash. Or maybe even Captain Atom. He struggled to open his eyes, but everything in front of him was a blur. He had no idea where he was at all. Suddenly, a stabbing pain radiated into him from his fingertips. He jerked his gaze downwards and saw something before him, although he wasn't sure if he was just seeing things. There, floating in front of his fingers, was a keyboard. It looked identical to the one he normally used, but the keys looked gray and lifeless. He tried tapping on the keys, but none of them was budging at all. It was as though they were locked in place. You have successfully bound the Keyboard Warrior account. Upon fulfilling the necessary conditions, the relevant abilities shall be unlocked. An icy voice reverberated in Zuin's mind, scaring the crap out of him. What the hell? Zuin thought to himself. Why can't I be the Flash, Spider-Man, Iron Man, or something cool like that? Although the Keyboard Warrior title kinda fits my personality, it sounds weird. So what do I need to do to unlock these abilities? Zuin asked hurriedly. Collect the secret manuals from the 12 unknowable regions of this world and then embed them in the F1 through F12 function keys. Each time you collect a manual, you'll unlock a corresponding ability, the icy voice replied. Only then did Zuin notice that the function keys on his keyboard were covered in strange runes. He surmised that these corresponded to those 12 so-called secret manuals. Good luck, Keyboard Warrior. At these final words, the keyboard began to fold in on itself. It transformed into a shadow before seeping into his fingertip, vanishing from sight. Wait a second! What the hell are the 12 unknowable regions, and how am I supposed to find these secret manuals? The words tumbled out of Zuin's mouth, but no matter how he shouted, there was no response from the icy voice. Zuin wanted to cuss. A keyboard? This is bullshit. Why do other protagonists get to start out with something cool, like the Midas touch and stuff, whereas I have all my abilities locked up? On top of that, the 12 unknowable regions sounds incredibly dangerous, and I doubt they'll just hand out secret manuals freely. And I need to get 12 of them? This is bullshit. The haze around him began to dissipate. He felt warm sunlight shining down on him, and he could vaguely make out the sounds of others speaking nearby. That was odd. There's not even a cloud in the sky. Where in the world did the lightning come from? It makes no sense at all. This guy's probably done so many bad things that the heavens have decided to exact divine retribution on him. Hey, isn't that the useless son-in-law of the Chu clan? He should have thanked his lucky stars that a fairy maiden like Chu First Miss would fall for him, but was he? No. I heard that last night, on his wedding night, he actually snuck into his sister-in-law's bed. Holy crap! Is he planning on bagging both of them? Ehehe. Plenty of guys like to eye their sisters-in-law, after all. No wonder he got struck by lightning. Serves him right. Pity about that lovely Chu First Miss, though. So young, but already a widow. Shoo! The Chu clan might hear you gossiping. They are searching everywhere for this animal. Zuin was completely confused by what he was hearing. What is this nonsense? What the hell is going on? Everyone's just watching, but no one's even called for an ambulance. When I recover, I'm going to expose all of them and their shameless actions on social media. Out of the way! The coroners arrived, someone shouted out. Coroner? Zuin was stunned. Shouldn't they call a doctor? Are they shooting a historical drama here? Moments later, he sensed someone crouch down by his side, who then began poking and prodding the hell out of him. A voice reported, sallow face. Body charred black. Hands balled loosely. Eyes and mouth still wide open. Body streaked red and purple, but flesh relatively unharmed. It would appear that he was indeed electrocuted to death. Zuin was enraged to hear that. Dying was one thing, but dying in such an ugly fashion was simply unforgivable. He somehow mustered the strength to sit up, and he bellowed, "Hey! Can you at least put some makeup on me first, before snapping pictures?" Zombie! The crowd around him screamed in unison. Zuin was stunned. Everyone around him was indeed dressed in ancient period costumes, although they were decidedly low quality, unlike the extravagant, beautiful costumes he saw on TV. What was even more puzzling was the lack of cameras or cameramen nearby. In fact, he couldn't see so much as a cell phone anywhere. Nor did he see any telephone lines, cars, or any other traces of the modern world he was familiar with. So I didn't die? Have I transmigrated into another world? As a huge fan of web novels, Zuin had read about many situations like this before, so he wasn't too shocked by this development. What manner of freakish demon are you? The coroner's lips quivered as he pointed at Zuin in horror. He was so shocked that he fell flat onto his back. I'm not a freak, jackass. Can't you even tell the difference between a person and a corpse? I think you need to find a new day job. Cough, cough. Smoke rose ceaselessly from his mouth and nostrils as he spoke, causing him to choke on his words. Probably an after effect of being struck by lightning, he mused. Looking down at himself, Zuin noticed that he was not dressed in his usual clothing, and his limbs were slimmer than he remembered them to be. A terrifying thought sprang into his mind. He hurriedly pulled open his pants and took a peek inside. A heart-wrenching shriek of agony ensued. Ah, fuck! Where should have been a giant rock had been replaced by a tiny chick. No man could withstand the mental anguish of that. A sudden hush fell among the onlookers, and they hurriedly stepped aside to open up a pathway for an approaching figure. Some nervously lowered their heads and snuck secret glances at the new arrival. Zuin subconsciously turned to look as well, and it finally dawned on him why the crowd was reacting in such a manner. A woman dressed in white was walking serenely towards him. Her eyes were clear, and her skin was snowy white. Her perfectly shaped eyebrows looked like the masterpiece of a skilled artist. A gentle breeze seemed to accompany her every step, rustling the hem of her white dress and fluttering her beautiful black hair. A pale blue belt encircled her slender, willowy waist. She drifted towards him like an ephemeral fairy maiden amidst the clouds. Holy shit! Zuin floundered for the right words to properly describe this immaculate beauty before him, only to fail miserably. He cursed himself for not studying harder at school. The woman came to a halt right before him and gazed down. Zuin feebly crawled to his feet and said, "Hey, babe. Do you have a boyfriend? If you do, would you consider dropping him for me? Otherwise, I'm perfectly fine with being your secret lover too." Displeasure clouded the woman's face. She uttered coldly, "It's only been a few hours since our wedding, Zuin, and you suddenly can't recognize me anymore?" Woo woo woo. Zuin was speechless. The beautiful woman before me, who looks so perfect that she could have come out of a portrait, is actually this poor bastard's wife? Not to mention, this poor bastard who had been killed by lightning was also named Zuin? This revelation suddenly brought a flood of information into his mind, which felt familiar yet foreign. It felt familiar because this world was very similar to that of ancient China, sharing a similar language and culture. But at the same time, it felt foreign because this was a world of cultivation, a world where people could reach incredible heights of strength, becoming mighty enough to cleave entire seas with a slash of their swords, or leap beyond the horizon in a single bound. It wasn't exactly the same as the world of the Xinxia cultivation novels he had read. In this world, power was mostly concentrated in the hands of the royal court. The stronger one was, the greater power and authority one would be able to amass. This land was known as that of the Zhou dynasty, and its current emperor was one of the most powerful cultivators in the land. The Zhou dynasty was an incomparably flourishing one, and it had lasted far longer than any of ancient China's dynasties. The highest-ranking princes and kings of the dynasty were scattered throughout the lands, and below them were the dukes, the marquises, the counts, the viscounts, and the barons. These nobles all had their own fiefdoms and private armies, and they jointly supervised their assigned territory alongside officials appointed by the imperial court. The city Zuin was currently in, Bright Moon City, was the fiefdom of the Bright Moon Duke, also known as Chu Zhongtian. His body's previous owner was also named Zuin. He had been an orphan raised by an uncle, and he was notorious in the city for being a young ne'er-do-well. He had been untalented in both learning and cultivation, but had incredibly lofty dreams that vastly surpassed his reach. This fatal combination had purportedly enraged his uncle so much that the old man had died of anger. But not too long ago, something improbable happened. This wastrel had somehow caught the attention of the eldest daughter of the Bright Moon Duke, the princess of Bright Moon City. He had been summoned to the Chu estate to become the duke's son-in-law. How could such a wastrel be worthy of the noble Chu first miss, who possessed such incomparable beauty? Virtually everyone who heard this news shared the same thought, even I would have been a better choice than him. The beautiful woman clothed in white standing before him was none other than the first miss of the Chu clan, Chu Chuyen. Thankfully, Zuin managed to think on his feet when faced with her reproving question. Smiling, he reached out to hug her by the waist. "I knew you'd be heartbroken to see me like this, so I thought I'd tell a little joke to ease the tension." Since he had apparently been transmigrated into the body of this other Zuin of this parallel dimension, it meant this lady was now his wife. Thankfully she was not hideously ugly, or else he wouldn't have been so eager to accept her. Chu Chuyen turned smoothly and stepped aside, avoiding his grasping claws. "Heartbroken? Over you?" Her calm voice had a cold edge to it. Zuin brushed it off, thinking that she was simply too shy to behave intimately with him in public. He chased after her hurriedly, wanting to take this opportunity to leave a positive impression on her. Unexpectedly, a figure leapt out to bar his path. Zuin blinked in surprise. A young woman dressed in green robes stood in his way. She had flat bangs, an exquisite coiffed ponytail, and was willowy. In fact, her waist was so dangerously slender that it was without a doubt the most alluring part of her. Before Zuin could sing praises for her beauty, she cut him off acidly. "Have you forgotten your place? You know the rules, get back in line. Zhuan scanned his memories. Ah, right. This young woman was Miss Chu's personal maidservant, Snow. How dare a serving wench like you speak to her master like this? His thoughts were interrupted by whispers coming from the bystanders. So that's the eldest daughter of the Chu clan? There really are no words to describe her beauty. Even her maid is gorgeous. So that guy who was hit by lightning really is the cowardly son-in-law of the Chu clan? How the hell did he pull this off? Everyone in the city knows that he's just mooching off his wife at the Chu clan. Look, even the maid despises him. Zhuan was incredulous. Cowardly son-in-law? An odd look crept over his face. It looked like his previous self wasn't doing very well in this world. Still, he wasn't too concerned. So what if I'm a lady moocher? Mooching requires talent as well. All of you guys want to mooch like me, you just don't have the skills to do so. Leaving him behind, Chu Chuyen quickly boarded a carriage. Zhuan tried to follow her in, but the maidservant Snow stopped him with a glower. The other servants seemed accustomed to this. Not paying any heed to him at all, the coach immediately began driving the carriage off. Rage bubbled within Zhuan. Look, lady, your husband just got hit by lightning and he's feeling pretty weak right now. At the very least, you shouldn't be forcing me to walk back, right? And so, throwing caution to the wind, he charged toward the carriage and scurried right in. The carriage was filled with a faint yet mesmerizing scent. Chu Chuyen looked up from her book, startled to see him suddenly barge in. In the past, he had always obediently stayed outside. She stared at him in bewilderment for a moment there, not knowing what to do. Vis sit en velben, cm for eu ovals. Just as Zhuan was about to speak, the title of her book caught his eye, Sweet Pampered Wife, Dominating Sword Immortal's 99 Days of Searching for Love. He blinked. 1. In a heartbeat, Snow furiously charged in after him. Ugh, I swear, you. Chu Chuyen quickly hid the book inside her sleeves, a tinge of pink suffusing her flawless face. Forget it, Snow. Just let him stay inside. Snow glared at Zhuan before storming out to sit at the front of the carriage. Did you see something just now? Chu Chuyen's eyes flashed dangerously. Zhuan hurriedly shook his head. I didn't see a thing. So this world has pulpy romance fiction? And the names are just as shameless as the sappy romance novels back on Earth. He had not expected an ice princess like her to favor such steamy novels. He could tell, however, that she didn't believe him. Frightened that she might kill him to cover up her secret, Zhuan hurriedly changed the subject. Sweetheart, have you heard of an unknowable region? Which one is closest to our home? Her eyes widened noticeably. Where did you learn of this phrase, unknowable region? Outside the carriage, a crafty look flashed across Snow's eyes as well, but she hurriedly lowered her head to disguise it. Zhuan replied almost casually, I heard someone mention it. Impossible. Chu Chuyen frowned. There's no way that an ordinary person would have even heard of this phrase. 1. This is a Xinxia version of the female romance web novels girls like to read these days. Noticing Zhuan's confusion, Chu Chuyen replied slowly, I don't care where you heard this phrase from. In the future, do not ask any questions regarding this. Otherwise, you'll get yourself killed. Zhuan was exasperated. God damn it. Looks like these unknowable regions are gonna be trouble. He paused. That means this darned keyboard is trolling me. If even asking about it is going to get me killed, how am I supposed to get some secret manuals from these places to unlock the functions? He took a deep breath. Ah, forget it. Even if I don't get a special ability from the start, so what? To start this transmigration with such a hot wife is a stroke of decent luck. I'll work everything else out. The huge difference in status between him and his wife did not overly worry him. This was a common theme in many of the web novels he had read before, and he knew he could borrow the techniques used by male leads such as Xiang Xiaolong, 1, Wei Xiaobao, 2, or Song Qingshu, 3. Even if you are a glacier, I'm sure I can melt you. Just imagining how he had shared a bed with this fairy-like beauty the previous night was enough to get his heart pumping. Whoa, boy. Calm down, and wipe that drool. Keep it cool. Zuin stopped asking questions so as to avoid arousing any suspicions. His wife clearly had no interest in further conversation, so he looked out the window to gaze at the surroundings instead. After a short while, city walls appeared in the distance. By the standards of ancient China, the city of him before him was indubitably a major one. While he was entering through the city gates, he noticed a massive plaque hanging above calligraphed with the name of the city, Bright Moon City. I should find a chance to buy a map and see where this city is located in the empire, he mused to himself. Even such basic information was beyond the knowledge of the original owner of this body. He was truly a good-for-nothing. He continued to study the city streets. Although they couldn't compare to any modern city center, the streets still bustled with activity, brimming with people and merchants. What surprised him the most, however, was that the carriage wasn't jolted by bumps at all. It raced through the streets as smoothly as the finest of cars back in the modern world. His eyes were soon drawn to some faint blue lines flowing through the interior of the carriage. It almost looked like a series of electric circuits. Is this one of the legendary formations? They're using a formation on a carriage? That's pretty extravagant. After some time, they arrived at a large estate that had 2 giant stone sculptures towering at its entrance. He wasn't sure what creatures these sculptures depicted. They looked like a crossbreed between a tiger and a lion, and they radiated a strange aura of power. The carriage came to a halt. Chu Chuyen stepped out of the carriage and walked gracefully through the gates, her white dress flowing behind her. Zuin took a quick glance at his surroundings. He saw a placard with the words Chu Estate located above the gates and muttered under his breath. Eesh. Does this guy's life suck so much that he lives with his wife's family? So he married into her family, rather than the reverse? No wonder everyone makes fun of him. He began to stride forward, only to be blocked by snow once more. Don't even think about entering through the main gates. Off to the side gates with you. Zuin blinked. Why can't I go through the main gates? Snow pursed her lips. The main gates are for the Chu clansmen to pass through. How could a drafted son-in-law like you qualify? You'd sully the clan gates. Ref, this is a very Chinese concept. Traditionally, when a man marries a wife, he takes her from her maiden home and makes her a member of his own clan. The reverse is generally considered incredibly shameful and reflective of a vast social gap between the two. Ref. Zuin gave her a cool look. You've got a pretty nasty mouth. I bet your boyfriend has a bad case of herpes. Snow might not know what this meant, but she could easily tell that it was an insult. Furious, she grabbed him by the shirt and moved as though she was going to strike him. Before her fist could connect, Zuin collapsed to the ground, screaming in mock pain. I didn't even hit him yet? Snow looked on, stupefied. Clearly, flopping wasn't a thing in this world. Chu Chuyen turned around to glare at her. You are too impudent. No matter what, he's still the son-in-law of the Chu clan. In the future, you are not to treat him this way. Snow felt wronged, but she didn't dare to argue. Understood. Chu Chuyen glanced at Zuin. Can you get up now? Zuin clambered quickly to his feet, then said with a cheeky grin, I knew you cared about me. Chu Chuyen frowned, subconsciously taking a step away from him to put some distance between them. She turned and began to walk inside. Her voice floated back, "Father and Mother are waiting inside. Stop wasting time. Just think about what you did last night. And now, you're pretending like nothing happened? Shameless. I'm eager to see what Master and Madam are gonna do to you." Snow stared daggers at him, then whirled around and followed her young mistress. Snow's words jogged Zuin's memory, and he recalled the conversation he had overheard earlier. Apparently, the previous Zuin had clambered into his sister-in-law's bed last night? Oh, God. Apparently, I'm starting this game on hell difficulty. Quickly considering his options, he grabbed his head and whined, "My head hurts," before toppling towards the two women. Unfortunately, both stepped nimbly aside, leaving him to crash unceremoniously to the ground. This stunt left Zhu in an unbearable agony, but he didn't dare cry out. Clearly, the same trick wasn't going to work twice. The people here clearly aren't gullible. They catch on quickly. Why didn't you catch him? Chu Chuyen glanced at Snow in irritation. Snow's little mouth twitched. You didn't catch him either, young miss. Besides, I'm pretty sure he's faking it. Chu Chuyen spared a glance at the fallen Zuin, then said, I heard he was hit by lightning today. Perhaps he really is injured. Take him back and let him get some rest. Give him a bath as well. I'll let my parents know. With that, she walked away gracefully from the courtyard. There was nothing Snow could do but arrange for two manservants to bring over a litter to carry Zuin away. Meanwhile, Zuin lay on the litter, feeling rather puzzled. He had apparently clambered into his sister-in-law's bed on his wedding night, but Chu Chuyen didn't reprove him for it at all. In fact, she hadn't even looked angry. Is her little sister adopted? He mused, his thoughts rather impure. They entered through a doorway and made their way down a long and winding pathway. They passed by a rock garden before finally reaching a pavilion. As they reached the pavilion, Snow abruptly said, Put him here for now. Let's go get a few buckets of water so he can bathe himself. Zuin waited for the footsteps of Snow and the servants to fade in the distance before stealthily opening his eyes. He had been placed within a gazebo next to a small pond. Seeing nobody nearby, he clambered to his feet. He peered at his reflection in the water, only to see that his hair was completely tousled and his face was scorched black. No wonder my freebie wife looked so disgusted when she saw me. Out of nowhere, a surge of power slammed against him from behind, propelling him straight into the pond. Help! Help! In truth, Zuin had swum in rivers ever since he was young, so there was no way he could possibly drown in a small pond like this. However, he was fairly certain that someone had just kicked him into the water. He didn't know what was going on, so he feigned drowning to buy himself some time. As he splashed around, he could vaguely make out a willowy form standing by the side of the water, smiling coldly at him. Zuin was perturbed. Why does Snow want to kill me? Is this some sort of scheme that my freebie wife concocted with an illicit lover? Or did the Chu clan, shamed by what happened, decide to use an accident to dispose of this son-in-law of theirs? Multiple possibilities spun around in his mind. He decided to take his ruse all the way, going limp and floating to the surface of the water as if he had truly drowned. This seemed to surprise Snow. He's dead already? He got off easy, she chirped. She tossed out a ribbon from within her sleeves and hooked it around the corpse floating in the pond. Zuin was startled. So this little wench knows martial arts? I should be more cautious of her then. Snow squatted down by the water, reaching out towards his neck to check his pulse. Right at that moment, the dead Zuin opened his eyes and blasted a mouthful of water into Snow's face. As Snow instinctively closed her eyes, he pulled her toward him, dragging her down into the water with him. Snow knew instantly that she had fallen into a trap. She subconsciously began to circulate her ki, intending to beat him up, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she swallowed a large mouthful of water. Garg. Garg. This was an era where few knew how to swim. Snow might be well-versed in martial arts, but swimming was beyond the scope of her abilities. In just a few seconds, she had already choked down many mouthfuls of water. She struggled desperately to pull herself back to shore, but there was nothing within her reach. Panicked, she flicked her wrist and sent out another white ribbon. It wrapped around a pole near the water's edge. Just as she was about to use it to pull herself back onto land, Zuin latched onto her with all four of his limbs, grappling onto her like an octopus. It made it impossible for her to exert any strength. Snow's face burned with humiliation and anger as she felt Zuin press himself even more tightly against her body. She struggled frantically, but Zuin's swimming abilities were just too much. With his prey firmly in his grasp, he sank deeper and deeper into the water. Snow felt her vision grow hazy as she continued to gulp in more water. Zuin sensed her struggling fade. Guess that's about it. He released her and dragged her back onto dry land. Her eyes were shut, though her eyelids were quivering. She had an elegant nose and cherry-red lips. She possessed a delicate beauty, but she had a viper's tongue and a vicious heart too. It'd be wonderful if she was a mute. So, what should I do now? Zuin mused, quickly running through the possibilities. Someone in this estate wanted to kill him. Staying here was too dangerous. But, if he was to run away, even if he somehow made it through the great gates of the estate, he would be penniless. Not to mention, he lacked knowledge about this world too. He'd probably starve to death in days. Moreover, considering the shameful acts he had just carried out yesterday, if he actually killed someone today, he would surely be hunted down as a criminal. Wait a sec. If someone was trying to make my death look like an accident, it would mean that they are afraid of openly killing me. Fine. I'll take this gamble. He pressed his ear against Snow's chest. There's no heartbeat. Aghast, he decided to use CPR to try and bring her back to life. As he loosened her robes, a large amount of candied fruits and nuts and other snacks fell out. He was stupefied. She eats a lot. How the hell is she so skinny? But there was no time for pondering this question. He placed both hands against her chest and began pumping vigorously. Even after 20 chest compressions, Snow showed no signs of life. Just as he was about to try mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, an icy voice called out from behind him, "What are you doing?" Zuin looked back, only to see Chu Chuyen standing nearby, her face cold as winter. He subconsciously looked down at Snow. Her hair was tousled, her dress was open, her undergarments and her pale skin were vaguely exposed, and his hands were pressed upon her chest. Would you believe me if I said I was trying to rescue her?" Zuin said seriously. At the same time, he subconsciously pumped her chest again. Chu Chuyen walked over, a serene look on her face. "Move aside." She took a moment to examine Snow's condition before swiftly tapping several points on her body, her fingers moving like a blur. Zuin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Sweet mother of God.so, my freebie wife is also a kung fu master? But it made sense, since even a maid like Snow knew martial arts. So, is my freebie wife the one who wants me dead? Wifey dearest, how good is your kung fu? Zuin probed. Blarg. Before Chu Chuyen could answer, Snow convulsed, coughing up mouthfuls of water. Clearly, she had been saved. Chu Chuyen gently patted her on the back before turning around to fix Zuin with a frigid stare. "What did you just call me?" sweetheart? Zhuan mentally shuddered and hurriedly changed the way he addressed her. Chu Chuyan's gaze cooled further. She said flatly, "As I told you before our marriage, you may only address me as Miss Chu or as Chuyan. In the future, do not refer to me with those two terms you just used." "Got it, sweetheart." Zhuan assented immediately. "So, how strong is your kung fu? What's your world ranking?" "Kung fu? You must mean cultivation." Chu Chuyan frowned slightly, but she still answered the question. "The world is a vast place. No matter how strong you are, there is always someone stronger, there is always a heaven beyond the heavens. How could I possibly know what my ranking is?" Zhuan mumbled, "Guess that means you suck." Chu Chuyan took a deep breath, but before she could reply, Zhuan pressed on, "Don't worry, though. We're family now, so I won't look down at you. How about this? Why don't you teach me some martial arts? Do you know any mysterious techniques that could allow someone to accomplish in 1 year what takes normal people 10? Or maybe an ultimate attack that can be quickly mastered? That's how these stories are supposed to go, right?" Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. Clearly, someone in the estate wanted him dead. He felt like danger was lurking in every corner, which made it necessary for him to quickly raise his strength so that he could protect himself. Moreover, some knowledge of martial arts would greatly aid him in exploring the unknowable regions in the future. "There are no such techniques," Chu Chuyan said dismissively. "And even if there were, you wouldn't be able to master them." "Impossible." Zhuan leapt to his feet. "I'm sure I'm a 1 in a million talent. How could someone like me be unable to master your techniques? I bet you just don't want to teach me." Chu Chuyan replied, "All cultivators in the world begin tempering their body from a young age. This process requires a large amount of elementum. After reaching adulthood, your body would have fully matured, and there would be no point in wasting resources on it. Your talent is just barely a lower ding, a lower 4th class. Even if you had begun training in your youth, there would still be no hope." She slightly shook her head. What the hell is a lower ding? He knew right away that it wasn't a high standard, but Zhuan brushed it off. All the MCs in cultivation stories start off at the trash level, right? They just need to find suitable training techniques. For that matter, this was a good sign. From a certain perspective, starting off as trash tier meant he had already fulfilled half of the prerequisites for becoming the main character. Snow was beginning to wake up, so Chu Chuyan immediately dismissed Zhuan's presence. "Snow, what happened just now?" 1. The protagonist in Huang Yi's wuxia novel A Step into the Past. 2. The protagonist in Jin Yong's wuxia novel Duke of Mount Deer. 3. The protagonist in Jin Yong's wuxia novel Duke of Mount Deer. Snow opened her mouth to speak, but Zhuan cut her off hastily. "The truth is, I tripped and fell into the pool. Snow tried to save me, but she accidentally slipped and fell in as well. Thankfully, I can swim a little and was just barely able to save her. I have no clue who wants me dead. It's better to maintain the facade for now, until I figure out what the hell is going on." Snow's face turned livid with rage, but she couldn't squeeze out a rebuttal. "Is that really what happened?" Chu Chuyan turned to Snow. "You are soaking wet. Go clean up and change your clothes, then come eat with us." After saying her piece, she drifted off gracefully without another word. Zhuan resisted the urge to drop a sarcastic remark. "She floats around everywhere in white robes, as if her feet aren't even touching the ground. If I saw her at night, I'd swear she was a damned ghost." His attention was soon captured by another problem at hand. "Snow, where can we wash up? Shall we go together?" Piss off! Snow snapped. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm indecently attired right now, I swear I'd beat this idiot up so bad that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. She cast a mournful look at her snacks scattered across the ground before stamping her feet and storming off. Fortunately, Chu Chuyen had sent a servant to guide Zhu in. He was brought to a room where he bathed and changed his clothes. Now that he was finally clean, Zhuan walked up to the mirror in the room and scrutinized himself in it. Despite being much skinnier, he looked more or less similar to his old self. He sighed in satisfaction, still a handsome devil. I might not be a match for Panin, but I'm still a smidge better than Shimin Qing. 1. He was looking forward to sharing a meal with his freebie wife, but she simply had some servants deliver his food to him. What the hell, man? Am I a prisoner or something? It dawned on Zhuan that the position of a drafted son-in-law was even lower than he had imagined. Apparently he wasn't even worthy of joining them at the table for meals. I refuse to be treated like a beggar. Zhuan couldn't fathom why the previous owner of this body had been willing to endure such insults. He shoved the dishes aside in a huff, but the aroma of food was overpowering. It didn't take long for his stomach to protest angrily. Zhuan hesitated. In the end, he decided that a man should be flexible and know when to bow down. Thus, he pulled the dishes back toward him and began devouring them ravenously. I gotta say, this chef is pretty damn good. Satisfied, Zhuan began to ponder how he was supposed to survive in this world. He rummaged around the room for some paper, then wrote tips for surviving transmigration at the top of a blank page. His mind began dredging up various bits of information from the many web novels he had enjoyed in the past, but it didn't take long for him to drift off into fantasies about having a computer, the sensations of playing mobile games on his iPhone, the joy of trolling the hell out of people on internet forums. Before he knew it, the sky had turned dark. Wait a second. What was I planning to do earlier? He stared at the empty sheet before him with twitching eyelids before crumpling it into a ball and tossing it away. I'll go outside for a stroll. Let's see if I can learn anything about this world. Clearly, the previous owner of this body had lived a miserable life in this world. I am, by nature, a kind and helpful person. I need to help this dead guy get his own back and raise his status. With the help of his silver tongue, he was able to glean the location of Chu Chuyen's residence from some servants. As he approached her chambers, Snow's voice sounded from within. Miss, do you want to eat some sunflower seeds? I'll pass. You shouldn't eat too many either. You might just end up cracking your teeth. You're scaring me again, young miss. Which reminds me. That guy's becoming increasingly hard to handle. He used to be fine, but he seemed off today. Yes, he does seem different today, Chu Chuyen agreed. Zhuan was a bit anxious to hear that, but she quickly continued, it might be due to the lightning strike. Could it have messed his mind up? Snow guffawed loudly, arms wrapped around her belly. As Zhuan stood outside, speechless, he heard her laughter die down, and she cut off abruptly with a snort. Young miss, why haven't you confronted him over what happened last night? Chu Chuyen said calmly, the events of last night were quite bizarre. I'll discuss it with mother and father tomorrow before I decide what to do. Zhuan was delighted. It seems my freebie wife is quite clever. It seems I won't have to employ too many of those tired old tropes I saw in the TV series. You're letting him off too easily, Snow muttered. Why didn't the lightning just kill him? You wouldn't have to waste your time with that piece of trash that way, young miss. Chu Chuyen rebuked her. Don't say such things in the future. For some reason, perhaps because Chu Chuyen hadn't mentioned what had happened by the pond, Zhuan began to think that perhaps his freebie wife had nothing to do with the scheme against him after all. Wait. The hotter a woman is, the better she is at lying. I can't let my guard down. Still, Zhuan could feel his temper rising as Snow prattled on, continuously insulting him. Enough is enough. He kicked the door open. Chu Chuyen was startled. What are you doing? It's dark, so what else can I possibly be doing? I'm going to bed, of course. Zhuan shot Snow a hard glare. Surely there is some substance in this world I can force her to take that will make her lose her voice forever. We'll see how you'll talk shit about me then. Chu Chuyen bristled. Then why have you come here? Isn't it natural for husband and wife to sleep together? Zhuan replied casually as he sauntered into the bedroom. Eep! A miserable shriek echoed through the estate as Zhuan was unceremoniously kicked out of the room. Delighting in his misfortune, Snow gloated, "Jackass Zhu, why don't you take a piss on the ground then stare at your own reflection in it? You seem to have forgotten who you are, if you think you can get close to our young miss." To her surprise, instead of shame or rage, Zhuan's face bore an amused smile. As I expected. Judging from his earlier interactions with Chu Chuyen, Zhuan was fairly certain that they had never consummated their marriage. He had planned this little scene to test his theory, and the confirmation he had just received pleased him. It meant that he could start from scratch with this freebie wife of his. Did that bolt of lightning really fry your brains? Snow was perplexed. He wasn't reacting the way she expected him to, and this soured her mood further. Realizing he was in danger of giving the game away, Zhuan hurriedly wiped the smile off his face and put on an aggrieved, heartbroken look. Such injustice. I've never heard of a wife who refuses to sleep with her husband. Shut your mouth. Chu Chuyen's face was bright red. With a wave of her sleeves, she shut the main door to her chambers. She could not let everyone in the estate hear his miserable howls. Zhuan continued his wailing. If you don't want to sleep with me, then why did you marry me? Tomorrow, I'm going to start a ruckus in the streets. I'll muster a troop of drummers and announce the truth to everyone. We'll see if the Chu clan loses face, or if I do. You wouldn't dare. Chu Chuyen stood swiftly, a dangerous glint in her eyes. An imposing rippled from her body. Zhuan sniffed. Why wouldn't I? My reputation is already in tatters anyway. Besides, isn't this what you want as well? To let the other rich young masters know that you are pure and unsullied. Chu Chuyen took in a deep breath before glaring at Zhuan sharply. You really want to sleep with me? Hell yeah, I do. Zhuan said excitedly. What was wrong with this silly girl? Of course I do. He wasn't going to pass up this golden opportunity. As Eileen Chang once wrote, the best way to a woman's heart was through her, ahem. Anyway, rice, once cooked, cannot no longer be uncooked, too. Then I'll let Snow accompany you tonight, replied Chu Chuyen calmly. Snow had been looking on gleefully, munching on melon seeds. At her young mispronouncement, however, the seeds turned to ashes in her mouth. What the hell? But young miss. Chu Chuyen glanced at her with amusement in her gaze. His hands have already been all over you today, when he saved your life. Besides, this is part of the responsibilities of any live-in maidservant. Are you unwilling? Snow met her gaze and shuddered, not daring to reply. She means what she says. She bit her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Zhuan stood there, stupefied. What nonsense is this? Shoving another woman into your own husband's bed? Then again, Snow tried to kill me during the day. Let's play along and see what their relationship is exactly. He lowered himself to the bed. My dear Snow, come hither and help me disrobe. Chu Chuyen wrinkled her brows slightly. This fellow was much more shameless than she had imagined. Snow cast a pitiful glance towards Chu Chuyen, but the young miss leisurely picked up a book to read, ignoring her. If Zuin had been closer, the title of the book would have been familiar to him. He had seen her reading this exact book earlier. Seeing the young miss' indifference, Snow gave in to despair. She reluctantly approached Zuin, skewering him with a vicious stare. Steeling herself, she muttered, "Get on with it, if you must. I'll just pretend like I'm being bitten by a dog." Her eyes glittered, dangerous yet uncertain, as she felt for a slender needle hidden within her hair. Chu Chuyen peeked over the book she had been reading, studying Snow discreetly. La test novls on, n, vel by slash, dot, co. Even Zuin was beginning to feel queasy. "I just wanted to play along and see what you guys are up to, but now I'm not so sure. Should I go all in?" He turned it over in his mind, then made a decision. "Screw it. If you women aren't embarrassed, why the hell should I be? Y'all want to play games? Fine, I'll play to the end. Let's see who breaks first." He grinned lecherously as he pounced atop Snow. After what seemed like an eternity, an agonized howl rang out from the bedsheets. "No fucking way." Zuin stared down at his nether regions in utter disbelief, still as a statue. Chu Chuyen peered at him only to quickly avert her gaze. Her face swiftly reddened as pity flickered in her eyes. Snow, however, having just been granted a reprieve from execution, wasn't as kind. She put away her hidden weapons and dressed herself before mocking Zuin mercilessly. "I used to think you were just a useless man, but now, I realize that I still thought too highly of you. It turns out you aren't even a man at all." Gosh, I'm going to die of laughter. Zuin didn't even have the presence of mind to argue with her. His eyes brimmed with tears as he turned and slowly left Chu Chuyen's chambers, his footsteps heavy. This blow was simply too much for him. Anything else, he could deal with, but if he couldn't perform in bed with a woman, what was the point of it all? His life's goal wasn't to become Sima Qian. 3. He wandered aimlessly for a time until he came upon a crooked tree. Mechanically, he took off his belt, then hung it around a branch, having decided to just end it all. Who knows, maybe if I die I'll transmigrate back to my own world. A hoarse, aged voice snapped him out of his funk. Your manhood has simply been affected by a unique sealing spell. It isn't completely hopeless. Zuin looked around and saw an old man standing stooped over beside him, carrying a hoe. The old man's face was covered with countless wrinkles, and he seemed so frail that a strong gust of wind could blow him down. More memories surfaced in his mind. He vaguely remembered this old man as the servant responsible for cleaning the flower gardens. He rarely spoke and always kept to himself, and was either ignored or bullied by everyone in the estate. Everyone referred to him as Old Me. The previous owner of Zuin's body had been sympathetic towards Old Me, as they were both similarly mistreated, and so, he had secretly given Old Me some desserts before. This was why the current Zuin had some vague memories of him. However, such details were irrelevant now. The only thing that mattered was what he had just said. Sealed? Who put a sealing spell on me? Could it be Chu Chuyen? But judging from her earlier behavior, it doesn't seem to be the case. Old Me shook his head. I don't know either. I imagine it was placed on you when you were very young. Elder, do you know a way to unseal it? Zuin grabbed the old man eagerly by the arm. After having read so many web novels, he knew that this was no ordinary old man. Countless possibilities flooded his mind. I know this trope. He must be a retired but badass grandpa who, for various reasons, had to discard his former fame and secrete himself within the Chu clan as an ordinary gardener. He was going to latch onto this person firmly. There was no way he was going to let this opportunity go to waste. 1. These are legendary playboys in Chinese history. Their names are used sort of like how we would say Casanova or Adonis. 2. Eileen Cheng was a Chinese-American author who wrote many famous novels like Lust, Caution. 3. Sima Qian is considered to be China's foremost historian. He offended the emperor but in lieu of the death penalty, chose to let himself to become a eunuch so that he could complete his great ambitions of writing a full history of pre-Han Dynasty China. Of course I do. Old Me stroked his beard gently, but he inexplicably pulled out several strands of it. He tucked them quickly into his sleeves, his eyes turning cold. What's the method? Zuin was so anxious that he didn't notice this minor detail. Old Me looked at him sharply and said, "The seal is located in a sensitive area which is extremely fragile. Dispersing it with an external force could easily result in internal damage. You have to rely on your own power to dissolve it. Once you reach the master rank of cultivation and your ki becomes spiritual, you'll naturally have the ability to unseal it." Master rank? What is that? Zuin stared blankly at Old Me. Old Me frowned. You don't even know such rudimentary concepts? No wonder everyone considers you useless. Old Me began to explain, allowing Zuin to understand the cultivation ranks of this world. The vast majority of cultivators were graded across 9 ranks. Cultivators of the first rank would learn to use unique breathing techniques to harmonize with the natural world, drawing elemental ki into their bodies. This signified that they had formally embarked upon the path of cultivation. The second rank involved using that ki to temper their skin, increasing the rate of ki absorption. The third rank involved tempering the flesh, while the fourth rank involved tempering the muscles. The fifth rank tempered the bones, the sixth rank tempered the marrow, the seventh rank tempered the blood, while the eighth rank tempered your internal organs and established a network of ki meridians throughout your body. The ninth rank tempered the brain and the senses, allowing the storage of raw ki. Once cultivators were able to unite the raw, unruly streams of ki in the body into a ki vortex, the ki would continuously strengthen their limbs and bones, allowing them to attain the rank of master. Masters who managed to develop their spiritual perception would be able to further rise to the rank of Grand Master and control the fates of all those beneath them. Above the Grand Masters stood the Earth Immortals, who could topple mountains and overturn the seas with a wave of their hand. They were like the gods of the ancient legends. Temper the skin, flesh, and bones? That's a rather casual way of setting up the ranks, Zuin mused to himself, an odd look on his face. So what comes after Earth Immortals? After Earth Immortals? Old Me gazed at the stars with a hint of eager anticipation. It is said that one will be able to wander through the stars and gain eternal life. Alas, no one in all of history has ever reached this rank. Zuin was not interested in far-flung possibilities. He quickly brought the conversation back to the most pressing topic. I've been told that I have no talent, and I'm already an adult. How can I possibly reach the master rank? Old Me glanced at him. It is indeed pointless for you to train in any ordinary techniques. I, however, just so happen to possess a peculiar, ancient technique that I acquired in my early days. It should suit you perfectly. What's so peculiar about it? Zuin's heart tightened. Old Me replied, ordinary cultivators rely on keystones as well as various medicines and herbs to help them absorb natural energy. They use this energy to strengthen the body by creating ki meridians throughout their bodies. With your talent though, putting aside the fact that you are already an adult, you would only be able to attain the third rank even if you had access to vast amounts of keystones. No one in their right mind would waste such a rare and valuable resource on one such as you. But my technique is different. It is the essence of rebirth through destruction. To master it, all you need to do is to get beaten up. Repeatedly. The more badly you get beat up, the more easily you will rise through the ranks. Zhu An's head spun. Why would such a ridiculous technique even exist in this world? Old me was furious. Ignorant child! This divine technique is the only technique in the world that can grant a turn dash, ahem. He cut off abruptly and pulled himself back on track. So, do you want to train in it or not? Yes. Of course I want to train in it. At this moment, Zhuan was a drowning man grasping at straw. For the sake of his pride and joy, even the most ridiculous of techniques was worth a shot. But the two of us have never even met. Why are you being so kind to me? Old me let out a long sigh. The truth is, I don't have much time left. I do not wish for this technique to be buried in the dirt with me. Zhuan finally understood the situation. Elder, may I ask your venerable name? I will definitely bring this technique to new heights and uphold your reputation. By now, he was convinced that Old Me wasn't the man's real name. You should continue to address me as Old Me heh. I'm glad to hear those words from you. It looks like I've chosen well. Old Me chuckled eerily. Take this book back and slowly analyze it. Seek me out if there's anything you don't understand. Old Me tossed him a black scroll, then turned to leave. He struggled to hide his delight. Finally! After so many years, I've finally found an appropriate host. Many years ago, he had been given a top-secret mission. He had faced death countless times before finally managing to acquire the secret manual, but he chose not to turn it in afterwards. Instead, he killed his comrades, feigned death, and hid away, training in the art in secret. Alas, there's no such thing as a perfect secret. The organization that had hired him had caught wind of him and was close to uncovering his location. He had yet to fully master this marvelous art, and so was not fully equipped to face them head-on. The best option left to him was to completely alter his identity by employing a possession and rebirth technique he had acquired in his youth. In the first place, Old Me's current body was frail and decrepit. He had long sought to find a new body, and the current threat facing him only intensified his need. However, finding a suitable host was no easy task. First and foremost, his target had to be trained in the same technique as him. Only then would he be able to pour his base of cultivation into the target. Second, his target had to have an dominant body. Possession was a highly dangerous endeavor. The possessor had to find a host that matched them almost perfectly. Old Me himself was a eunuch. If he tried to possess a forceful, young dominant personality, he would most likely be burned alive. On the other hand, he was reluctant to transfer himself into yet another eunuch. In every world, eunuchs dreamed of being full and complete men. Who would be willing to be reborn as a eunuch? As a result of these conflicting requirements, Old Me had yet to find a suitable candidate until now, when he finally encountered this useless son-in-law of the Chu clan. The way the child had been sealed made him equivalent to a eunuch, but he wasn't really one. Old Me was confident of slowly repairing it once he took over the child's body. Just as importantly, he didn't seem to have any real family or friends. Even if he were to be possessed, any strange new mannerisms or personality changes would most likely go unnoticed. Moreover, this person was the son-in-law of the Chu clan. In the future, he would have plenty of opportunities to win fortune and glory. And he had an absolutely gorgeous wife. Even a eunuch like Old Me was aroused by the thought of Chu Chun's beautiful visage. Zhuan knew none of this, of course. He eyed the scroll in his hands with excitement. This was his only hope, after all. He quickly made his way back to his room, eager to examine the scroll in private. He could not puzzle out what the scroll was made of. It seemed to be solid gold but was somehow silken to the touch. While he was browsing through its content, a cold, mechanical voice reverberated in his mind. Detected, Mountain Secret Scroll, Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Consume it to activate a keyboard function? Zuin was stunned. He hadn't expected a secret manual to fall into his lap so easily. Aren't the 12 unknowable places supposed to be super deadly and super mysterious places? Aren't the scrolls supposed to be almost impossible to get? Despite his shock, he agreed to it without hesitation. In a heartbeat, the keyboard appeared before his hands. The scroll transformed into a streak of golden light that was sucked into the F2 key. The runes inscribed in the key glowed with that golden light, and the keyboard came to life, its keys glowing with subtle backlighting. You have found your first secret manual and have activated the Rage system. Part of the lottery rewards system is now available. Rage system, as a dedicated keyboard warrior, your noble mission is to constantly drive the people around you berserk with rage. Once you have successfully trolled your target, the owner of the keyboard shall receive an amount of rage points commensurate to how furious the target has become. Rage points can be used to purchase items, use techniques, and play the lottery. A holographic display with the above text materialized on an holographic display above the keyboard. Zuin noticed that there were several function buttons and a cursor on the display. He was able to move the cursor over the various function buttons. The lottery and shop functions were clearly visible, but a number of other functions remained blurred out and inaccessible. For now, the lottery function flashed insistently, while the shop function was grayed out. Zuin surmised that it was the next function to be unlocked. At the bottom of this holographic screen was something resembling an item bar or skill bar present in the UIs of many RPGs, but it was dishearteningly empty. At the very top of the screen, there was a short line of text. Current rage points, 0. Zuin was puzzled. I'm sure that I just pissed Snow off so much that I almost sent her period into disarray. Why didn't I receive any rage points for it? I guess the keyboard hadn't been activated yet. He moved the cursor over the lottery function, then hit the Enter key on the keyboard. A new paragraph of words appeared on the screen. Each lottery ticket costs 100 rage points. As this is your first time activating a keyboard function, you are permitted to draw 3 tickets for free. The drop rates for these 3 tickets have been greatly increased, and the specific drops will be randomized. In the future, all lottery drops will be based on the user's level. Do you wish to begin drawing your tickets? Y/N, full 0W current novels on N/O/V/3L/B, in, co/M. Holy shit, so this is a newbie gift package? Zuin excitedly clicked on yes. A light marker suddenly appeared on the keyboard and began randomly flashing across the keys. Zuin watched with eager anticipation. What sort of reward would come up? A level 999 artifact saber? An incomparably powerful pet? A hot little fairy maiden companion wouldn't be bad either. As he was salivating over the possibilities, he saw the light marker suddenly come to a halt on the space key. 3 words appeared on the screen: "Thanks for playing." Zuin was dumbfounded. Didn't you say the drop rates were greatly increased? I want my Midas touch. I want my completely overpowered MC power-up system. After all the exciting things he had imagined, this was a real downer. This keyboard system must be the laughingstock of whatever system universe it comes from. Do you wish to continue drawing prizes? Y/N. You can go straight to hell. Zuin gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to push the yes button, a sudden thought came to his mind. He quickly ran to a basin of water and washed his face before finally drawing his second prize. This time, he didn't let himself get lost in wild flights of fantasy. He stared unblinkingly at the light marker, calculating how much time the light spent atop each key. It would stop the longest on the space key, linger a little shorter on the number keys, and flit across the letter keys at lightning speed. I bet the amount of time it spends on each key corresponds to how valuable the prize under that key is. Still, his expectations had been lowered significantly by the earlier dismay. Anything would be better than the spacebar. His prayers were seemingly answered. The light marker slowly came to a halt atop the Q key. Something appeared on the screen, and this time it wasn't a thank you for playing. Zuin was overjoyed, but his smile quickly morphed into a rictus of disgust. Why does this reward look exactly like the steel wool pads we used for scrubbing pots in the kitchen? Is the system encouraging me to walk the path of a chef? Or perhaps the path of a transmigrant merchant? Hell, I used to buy those things in packs of 4. Why the hell would it appear in this reward system? Zuin was beginning to question the meaning of life itself. Congratulations! You have won an Heiress Ball of Delights. 1. This is based on a Chinese internet meme that supposes the existence of rich women who pay large sums of money to hire boy toys, then perform SM acts on them. One of the meme jokes is that these rich women like to use steel wool pads to scrub their boy toys' nether regions. The artifacts used to do this are jokingly referred to as a rich lady's ball of delights. What the actual foo dash? He knew deep down that the system was trolling him. He could almost hear its mechanical laughter ringing in his ears. His train of thought was interrupted by a new line of words that appeared on the screen next to the ball of steel wool. Holding on to hope, he leaned over to read it. Heiress Ball of Delights. Legends say that this artifact is capable of granting rich women unspeakable delight. Alas, behind this great joy lies the tremendous suffering endured by countless boy toys. Thus, a particularly clever boy toy devised this item to protect himself. Artifact effect. After using this artifact, any pain inflicted upon you by a woman wealthier than you is transformed into sheer bliss. Warning, this artifact does not lower the actual amount of damage you take. If a rich woman inflicts lethal damage to you, you will not die but be left with your last sliver of health. Do you wish to store this item into your item bar? You can use it when you wish by hitting the Q key. Oh God, stop messing with me. Zuin stared at the now materialized ball of steel wool in his hand. He was tempted to hurl it to the ground. What the hell is this thing good for? It's almost completely useless, and it comes with a bunch of conditions for use. I'm not gonna become some rich lady's boy toy. How the hell am I supposed to use this? Stone-faced, Zuin stored the ball of steel wool into his item bar. He ran over to the basin of water and washed his face again. Still not convinced that he had washed the bad luck away, he proceeded to wash his hands vigorously as well. Only then did he draw his third reward. The light marker flickered across the keyboard once more as Zuin watched anxiously. Please don't be the spacebar. Please don't be the Q key. Finally, the ball of light came to a halt atop the B key. The cold, mechanical voice thundered, "Congratulations on winning Poisonous Prick." Zuin was so incredulous, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This keyboard is absolutely lewd. What kind of messed up reward is this? It wasn't until he saw the image of a pitch-black dagger appear on the screen that he realized it was his own thoughts that were lewd. 1. Poisonous Prick. There was once a man who licked this dagger gingerly just as victory was within his grasp. That one action cost him his life. Before he died, the last thing he said was "Poisonous Prick." Artifact effect. This is a cursed dagger. Anyone injured by this dagger will perish immediately. Zuin let out a sigh of relief. Despite its odd name, it was essentially an incredibly powerful weapon. Of course, the biggest challenge was that he actually had to injure his foe with it first. After having seen how powerful Snow and Chu Chuyen were, he knew that even touching them in a real fight was next to impossible, let alone actually causing them injury. I better keep it low-key for now. Sneak attacks are the name of the game. In Duke of Mount Deer, Wei Xiaobao was able to use one sharp dagger to win the love of 7 beautiful ladies. I'm sure I'll be able to use mine to win at least 70. Wait a sec. Zhuan blinked. If I accidentally scratch myself with it, will I die? He stared at the shiny dagger in his hand. He had an inexplicable urge to test this, but he quickly quelled the thought of using himself as a guinea pig. That'd be a dumb way to die. Excited by his success, Zhuan tried to draw more lottery tickets, but each time, he was met with the same response: not enough rage points. Trolling for rage? That's easy. Zhuan stroked his chin as his mind turned toward Snow. He let out an evil cackle. Eep. I'm laughing like I'm the villain in this story. But he couldn't help himself. Thinking about Snow automatically brought up the embarrassing events that had transpired earlier. His face began to twitch, and his joy at acquiring a priceless treasure instantly vanished. His first and foremost priority was to repair his little Zhuan. Wait a second. Wasn't the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra sucked into the keyboard? Zhuan's face turned ashen. Was he really destined to be a eunuch? His gaze flicked instantly to the keyboard, and he saw that only the F2 key remained lit. He pressed it, and words appeared on the screen. Do you wish to train in the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra? Y/N. He hurriedly selected yes, and specks of golden light floated out from the F2 key. They blanketed him, filling his body with comforting warmth. Instant max level. Come on, instant max level. Zhuan chanted repeatedly. Eventually, the golden light dissipated, and he opened his eyes. The air seemed sweeter and fresher, and the world around him looked more vibrant. Time to test this out. He hurled a full-blooded punch against the nearest stone wall. Ow, 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 ow. Zhuan nursed his hand, tears welling up in his eyes. Nothing changed at all. No, wait. 9 incredibly complicated rune formations had appeared on various parts of his body, connected by a web of lines. However, these formations were empty in the middle. They glowed for a moment before seeping beneath his skin. Zhuan panicked for a moment, until he noticed the runes flicker once more inside his body. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. What the hell are these things? Taking a closer look, Zhuan noticed golden specks floating in the center of the lowermost rune formation. He remembered what the mysterious old man had said about this unique technique. He lowered his head, staring at his bloody fist. It all made sense now. This bullshit technique really does require sustaining injuries to level up. Having played countless video games in his past life, Zhuan quickly recognized the simple leveling mechanic set up by this keyboard warrior system. All he had to do was fill up each formation with those golden specks to level up his skill. As for the golden stuff, clearly, he could only acquire it by getting beaten up. Well, anything is worth it for the sake of little Zhuan, I mean, for my pride and joy. Even though this is a bullshit technique, I'll still train in it. Zhuan gritted his teeth and threw another punch at the wall. Although it hurt almost as badly as before, the number of golden specks within the formation did not grow. Zhuan stared at his fists. He thought for a moment, piecing together what just happened. Unlike the first time, he had forewarning of what would happen, and thus he had subconsciously held back to protect himself. Naturally, the benefits were also reduced. So I can't even train using self-flagellation? Looks like the only choice is for someone else to beat me up. But who? Damn this all to hell. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed, and the angrier he became. He spied a rat scrounging for food by his feet, and his anger ratcheted up another notch. My life really sucks. Living in this crappy place is one thing, but living in a warren of rats? He lashed out viciously with his foot, sending the rat sailing through a nearby window. As he was admiring his awesome soccer skills, the door to the house flew open. "Did you throw this rat?" A crisp voice came through the doorway, followed by a young lady. She was short and slender, with red lips and perfectly white teeth. Her hair was short but neatly cut, and her bangs just barely reached her eyes. Her perfectly adorable image was somewhat marred by the rat in her hand. "Squeak! Squeak!" The rat squealed and struggled vainly in vain. "Careful, the rat might bite you," Zhuan warned. "It's not like I'm afraid of these things." The young woman clenched her fist, and the rat let out one final, miserable shriek before going completely limp. Gulp. Zhuan swallowed, hard. "Is this really a girl?" He watched as she tossed the rat's corpse aside and wiped her hand disdainfully on her dress. The girl then stared icily at him. "I have no idea what my big sister was thinking. She brought you back but didn't punish you?" Zhuan had been distracted by the sound of someone chewing outside. He was just about to ask about it when her words struck him like a hammer. Big sister?" He took a second look and immediately saw the resemblance between her and Chu Chuyen, although she was clearly much younger. Most likely, this was the second miss of the Chu clan, Chu Huanzhao. He was slowly assimilating the memories of his predecessor, so he was more informed about his surroundings now. The one thing he couldn't understand was why the Chu clan had given the second miss such an awful name, too. She was dressed in skin-tight leathers that accentuated her slender waist and her perky bottom. A leather whip was fastened to her waist. She looks like one hot little pepper. She's completely different from her ice-cold older sister. They came from the same mother, so why are they such polar opposites? "What the hell are you staring at, you dog?" Chu Huanzhao was already vexed, and him eyeing her up and down with his beady little eyes only served to infuriate her further. "You have successfully trolled Chu Huanzhao for 10 rage points." Zhuan noticed that the rage counter above his keyboard had changed from 0 to 10. Joy washed over him. This girl seems to have a terrible temper. I'd be shortchanging myself if I didn't seize this chance to earn some more rage points. He felt the gears turning in his mind. Honestly, I have to get this off my chest. Your big sister has a very pretty name, Chuyen. Why did your parents give you such an awful name, Counterattack? You have successfully trolled Chu Huanzhao for 666 rage points. Zhuan shrank inside. That's a pretty extreme amount of rage. Chu Huanzhao's visage reddened with fury. Pa. Chuyen was the name she gave herself. Her real name was Zhaodi. 3. Zhaodi? Zhuan struggled to reconcile the image of his elegant, white-robed wife, a fairy immortal who drifted around gracefully with her vulgar name, but failed. His face contorted with the effort. Zhaodi? Huanzhao? Wait a sec, I seem to recall that the eldest son is named Yu Zhao? Are you mocking me? Chu Huanzhao interrupted his musings. No, no. He denied hastily, seeing the fury in her eyes. Oh, right. So why don't you just change your name too? You have successfully trolled Chu Huanzhao for 199 rage points. I want to, but my parents won't let me, nor will my sister. Humph. She was able to change her name, but she doesn't give a damn about anyone else. Her face clouded over with anguish as she recalled the lifelong abuse she had received from her classmates. Wait a sec. Chu Huanzhao suddenly remembered who she was talking to. Stop trying to make friends with me. I've got a score to settle with you regarding last night. Zuin was happily counting all the rage points he had just accumulated. He had 875 rage points, enough to draw 8 prizes. This time, I'm bound to get something better than the useless crap I drew last time, right? Distracted by this, he replied offhandedly, "Oh, I'm sure what happened last night was just a misunderstanding. You climbed into my bed." "How is that a misunderstanding?" Chu Huanzhao smiled coldly. "You have successfully trolled Chu Huanzhao for 10 rage points." Huh. So few rage points for that? Clearly, she has a lot of issues about her name in particular. Then why didn't you stop me? You could have called for guards or something, replied Zuin. Chu Huanzhao's pale face flushed beet red. I don't know what happened either. I think I was asleep. Well, and I was drunk. I don't know how I ended up in your room. Honestly, I'm sure something strange is afoot. Zuin cast aside the notion of accumulating more rage points. The most important task at hand was to pacify this little brat from hell. I wonder if she knows martial arts. Young people often underestimated their own strength and did not know when to hold back. If she killed him by accident, he wouldn't even have the chance to mourn his own passing. Are you suggesting that I perhaps dragged you into my room? Chu Huanzhao gave him a frosty smile. As the saying goes, wine is the purveyor of lust. You could have gone anywhere after you got drunk, but you just so happened to choose my bed. This is proof of your lust for me. Zuin stared at her completely flat chest, then let out a long sigh. You're a kid. How could I have lewd thoughts about you? If I really did have lewd thoughts, I would have headed to your sister's room. Chu Huanzhao instantly exploded. I'm a grown-up. I even help to manage parts of the family business at times. I'm not like you, a good-for-nothing who does nothing more than to eat and sleep. How dare you talk down to me? You have successfully trolled Chu Huanzhao for 99 rage points. Zuin snorted under his breath. Clearly, no matter what world you were in, the one thing young adults hated the most was others treating them like little kids. You know, if you keep glaring and huffing and puffing like that, nobody would ever dare to marry you. Honestly, try to act more like a woman. Why don't you pick up needlework, or some other feminine activity? Zuin tried to sound as sincere as he could, his eyes filled with warmth and concern. Be a good girl, now. This is all for your own good. Despite his fears about being beaten to death, he just couldn't pass up all the potential rage points that were at stake. Ah! Chu Huanzhao felt herself going berserk. What the hell is wrong with this bastard? Why is he lecturing me as though he was one of my elders? You have successfully trolled Chu Huanzhao for 33 rage points. 33 rage points. 33 rage points. 33 rage points. Zuin nearly chortled aloud as he watched his rage points skyrocket. This little girl is so easily provoked. It's a walk in the park compared to farming points off of that icy wife of mine. Do you want to beat me up? Don't forget that I'm your brother-in-law. If you abuse your elders, the heavens will strike you down with lightning. Zuin grew nervous. The girl was so mad that he half expected to see steam rising from the top of her head. If she got any angrier, she'd probably lose all her hair and go bald. But then again, it might not be such a big deal if she really did attack him. Her limbs were so short. Having a pretty young lady like her pounding her fists against his chest couldn't possibly be life-threatening. In fact, it might even help him break through to the next level of his technique. You have successfully trolled Chu Huanzhao for 55 rage points. Before Zuin could celebrate, something immensely powerful struck him in the chest. He threw up a mouthful of blood and fell backwards onto the bed. Chu Huanzhao retracted her fist, her face twisted in disdainful sneer. You know, for a moment there I thought you might actually have some real skills, given how hard you were trying to piss me off. Bah! You are as weak as a chicken. 1. In the original Chinese text, the name of the item is dagger with poison inside, but the character for dagger is replaced with a homophone for female genitalia. 2. Huanzhao literally means counterattack. 3. Zhaodi literally means summoning your sister-in-law. Zuan stared at her tiny, pale little fist. Yet again, he found himself questioning reality. Honestly, someone as weak as you is not worth my effort. Chu Huanzhao let out a piercing whistle. Come here, bootlicker. Zuan was puzzled. Huh? How could such a young girl have bootlickers following her around? Are the men of this world really such pansies? Woof! Ferocious barking came from a distance away, and Zuan realized his error. So her bootlicker was actually a dog. But honestly, what type of name is that? Heh, heh, heh. Seems like weird names are a forte of this family. 1. His smirk slid off his face as a creature the size of a panther bounded inside, staring down at him with oily green eyes. Okay, technically this thing is shaped like a dog, but this is way too freaking huge. Who's a good boy, bootlicker? Chu Huanzhao squatted down to rub the monster's head, and the beast wagged its tail joyfully. Zuan gulped, eyes transfixed by the massive beast in front of him. You call this thing a dog? Blood leaked from the corner of the creature's mouth. Belatedly, he realized where the chewing sounds he'd heard earlier had come from. Scared now? Chu Huanzhao laughed diabolically, then pointed straight at him. Bootlicker, bite him. Bite him hard. In one smooth motion, the huge dog leapt towards Zuan without a moment's hesitation. Clearly, this wasn't its first rodeo. Blood drained from Zuan's face as he saw that giant, bloody maw flying towards him. That huge thing will take off my entire arm in one bite. Even more concerning, he knew just how deadly rabies could be. Who knew what sort of deadly viruses the dog's drool contained? This world didn't have rabies shots. If he was infected, he'd be doomed. On top of all that, the beast had just eaten a few rats alive. Maybe it was now carrying some rat plagues. Zuan reacted without thought, leaping frantically to the side. The dog landed on a chair next to the bed, shattering it to pieces. Oh my sweet Lord Almighty! Zuan was pretty sure that his body wasn't as tough as that chair. He fled. His first thought was to use Chu Huanzhao as a shield since she had promised not to beat him up personally, but the little girl had already run outside. She was watching his ordeal from a nearby window, delight plastered all over her face. She had even shut the door behind her. In his mind, Zuan cursed her entire clan 1,000 times over as he ran in circles around the table in the center of the room. There was no way he could outrun that huge dog, so all he could do was dodge around what little furniture there was to keep away from it. The dog was simply too damned big, so big it couldn't slip under the table to get to him. This was the only thing keeping Zuan alive. Alas, his body was weak to begin with, and he'd been struck by lightning earlier in the day, not to mention the punch he just suffered from Chu Huanzhao. After just a few minutes, Zuan felt as though his lungs were about to explode. He was sure that he'd felt the warm, foul-smelling breath of the monstrous canine brush the back of his neck several times. It took all his will just to keep his legs moving, keeping him ahead of that salivating maw. A part of him was surprised that he had lasted this long. He credited this to him training in the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, which had increased his physical strength slightly. However, his limited training was no use in overcoming this huge, ferocious beast. You dumb mutt! Why do you have to chase him around the table? Just leap over the damn thing. The young lady spectating from outside stamped her feet in displeasure. Her voice, normally crisp and pleasant, was now a demonic howl. The huge dog seemed to understand its master's words. It let out a loud howl, then leapt onto the table and clambered across towards Zuin. Zuin tipped the table over, putting the tabletop between him and the creature. Holding onto the table legs, he tried to push it away with the table. The dog used its head to smash a hole through the tabletop, its jaws inches from Zuin's face. The weight of it bore him down to the ground as he kicked feebly at the monster's belly. It strained to squeeze more of its bulk through the hole in the table, and Zuin felt his arms giving way. The difference in strength was too great. The dog's jaws inched closer to him. Zuin could smell the dog's foul breath as it spluttered gobs of saliva all over his face. It clawed furiously at the tabletop with its front paws, gouging huge holes in it as though it were made of wet paper. Zuin's heart froze as the dog's teeth and claws filled his vision, their points sharp as daggers. I'm gonna get killed by a dog. Damn, I'm a disgrace to all transmigrators. Wait a second. Dagger? Zuin was struck by a flash of inspiration. He summoned his keyboard and hammered the B key, summoning his poisonous prick from the item bar. Just as it appeared in his hand, the table shattered. The dog's massive mouth flew towards him, and its teeth chomped down on the dagger. The dog had been aptly named as Bootlicker, for it loved to lick random objects. It reflexively brushed its tongue against the dagger, opening a tiny gash across the tip of its tongue. A series of strange, black runes appeared across its entire body, as if drawn in ash. The dog trembled once before falling down to the ground, all traces of life snuffed out. It actually died? Zuin sighed in relief. He was completely spent. He lay motionless on the ground, unable to move so much as a finger. Bootlicker! What's wrong? Chu Huanzhao, watching from outside, was certain that her beloved dog was about to win, but it had all gone wrong in an instant. Bewildered, she ran in to assess the situation. Alas, no matter what she did or said, the dog failed to respond. How dare you kill my Bootlicker? Chu Huanzhao exploded in fury as the reality of Bootlicker's death sank in. You have successfully trolled Chu Huanzhao for 233 rage points. Zuin lacked the energy to respond, but he subconsciously transferred the poisonous prick back into his item bar. It was better to be safe than sorry, after all. Best keep it hidden unless absolutely necessary. The huge dog and the table had blocked the girl's line of sight. She probably didn't see exactly what happened. You'll pay for Bootlicker's death. Chu Huanzhao was close to tears. Her parents were always busy with clan affairs, and her sister was always away. She had few playmates in the estate. In a way, Bootlicker had been her only friend. As he lay unmoving, Zuin saw a small foot flash furiously towards him. 10 rage points, 10 rage points, 10 rage points. Zuin let out a muffled groan. He was simply too exhausted to dodge her kick. Thankfully, it connected with his buttocks. The fleshy lumps just barely managed to cushion the blow. The sight of him just lying there further fueled Chu Huanzhao's anger. She drew the whip from her waist and, with a flick of her wrist, lashed him with it. Ah! Zuin reflexively bolted upright, spine unnaturally straight, the pain from her strike triggering muscles he thought were too tired to move. Chu Huanzhao gave a satisfied nod at his ridiculous reaction. Scared now? My sister was worried about others bullying me, so she found this weapon just for me. It's called Wailing Whip. It'll amplify any pain my enemies feel tenfold. No one can withstand such pain. Wailing Whip? Zuin swallowed, hard. That name alone was proof that this was a nasty piece of work. Amplify pain tenfold? No wonder that hurt so much. What really surprised him was that single strike had substantially increased the golden matter in his first formation. The increase was far greater than what he had gained from punching the stone wall. In fact, the first formation was almost full, most likely due to the combined damage her punch, kick and whip strike had inflicted. This really is a bullshit technique. Zhuan mentally cursed the technique's creator 1,000 times over. That guy had to be a masochist of the highest order. Despite it all, he wanted to know what would happen once the formation was completely full. Judging from the amount he just gained, a few more hits from the whip would probably do the trick. He shuddered as he recalled the soul-incinerating pain he had just suffered. A few more hits? He couldn't even take one more. It wasn't just about enduring the pain. The lightning strike, getting punched and kicked, and fending off a giant man-eating dog had all taken a huge toll on his constitution. He was barely clinging on to life. He sensed that the next whip strike would end him for good. Chu Huanzhao interpreted his silence as true fear and stayed her whip. Instead, she gloated, "Humph. Scared now, huh? If you kneel down, kowtow and apologize, then lick my shoes clean, maybe I'll be in a good mood and spare your life." She sat down on a chair, crossed her legs arrogantly, and wiggled her feet at him. Zhuan took in her long and slender legs. If a picture of her in this pose was posted online back in his own world, it would undoubtedly garner many comments of marvel. Tisk! Zhuan was enraged by her suggestion. There might be some perverts who would actually look forward to that, but not him. Chu Huanzhao smirked. It seems you have some spirit in you. How about this? Let's make a wager. What kind of wager? Replied Zhuan nervously. This little sister-in-law of his was clearly a massive sadist. He had to be careful. Chu Huanzhao gestured with her whip. If you can take 3 hits of my whip without screaming in agony, I'll no longer blame you for killing my bootlicker. What do you say? Her eyes glinted in anticipation. No ordinary person could withstand the pain inflicted by a whip that amplified agony tenfold. She had offered this wager to hand him a glimmer of hope, then watch as it quickly turned to despair. She desired to see his futile struggle to control his pain, and the inevitable, pitiful howls that would follow. Only with this much could the hatred in her heart be soothed. She really is a pervert. Just as Zhuan was about to refuse, he remembered the ball of delights he had won earlier. It had seemed a laughably useless reward back then, but it was perfect for the situation at hand. Fine. I accept your wager. Zhuan prayed fervently that the description of the items of facts was accurate. If not, he was a goner. Wait a second. What if you lose? Chu Huanzhao asked. What do you propose? Zhuan could sense 2 little horns emerging from the top of her head. This little beauty sure has a little demon hidden inside her. Her eyes flashed eagerly. If you lose, I'll grant you the right to kneel down and lick my shoes. Zhuan was dumbstruck. Again with the licking? How did the Chu clan produce a pervert like you? That's not fair, unless you also agree to lick my shoes if I win. Chu Huanzhao sniggered. You are in no position to bargain. First, you have to make amends for killing my dog. Win this bet first if you want to make another about licking your shoes. She was certain he stood no chance. Fine. Zhuan felt his blood begin to boil. This little girl was simply too much of a freak. It was time he taught her the real meaning of the word freaky. Chu Huanzhao drew back her whip, but Zhuan interrupted her hastily. Wait a sec. Chu Huanzhao frowned. Are you backing out? Let me grab some water first. Zhuan needed an opportunity to activate the ball of delights. Chu Huanzhao snorted but didn't stop him. She was in no hurry. Zuin secretly called forth the ball of delights as he drank some water. He stared at the sparkling steel wool pad and gulped. So how am I supposed to use this thing? I don't actually have to scrub myself, there, do I? This item can be activated by scrubbing it against any part of your skin. The holographic screen appeared, displaying these words. It seemed someone or something had read his mind. Find PT Tez on n/vln.cm. Zuin had no time for idle thoughts. Turning his back to Chu Huanzhao, he discreetly scrubbed the steel wool on his hand. The item description appeared on the screen, together with an extra line of text. Activation successful. For the next hour, any pain inflicted on you by a wealthier woman will be transformed into euphoria. Warning, this artifact does not lower the actual amount of damage you take. If a rich woman inflicts lethal damage to you, you will not die, but be left with your last sliver of health. Uses remaining, 2 out of 3. Zuin didn't even have the strength to bother cursing at the keyboard anymore. This piece of garbage, not only is it almost useless, but its usage is limited too. It looks like I can only use it 2 more times. This keyboard was clearly devised by the most unscrupulous of fiends. Are you ready yet? Stop dawdling over there. Chu Huanzhao sounded dissatisfied. Clearly, she was growing impatient. 1. The Chinese term for bootlicker is literally licking dog. Zuin turned around, grabbed a chair, and sat down. Let's begin. I only have one request, don't hit my face. I rely on my good looks to keep myself fed. Chu Huanzhao ground her teeth in fury, but she didn't want her parents or her sister to find out about any of this, so she assented. Fine. I won't hit your face. With a snap of her wrist, she sent the whip howling through the air. It struck him in the chest with a terrifying crack, ripping a gaping hole in his shirt and splattering blood everywhere. Chu Huanzhao flashed a victorious smile, but it quickly froze, then curdled. The anticipated howl of agony never came, and there was not even a pained whimper. Zuin simply sat there, still and quiet. He did, however, have a peculiar look on his face. As the whip struck, Zuin had felt no pain. Instead, a wave of pleasure overcame him. He struggled to still his facial features and maintain his composure, but only partially succeeded. He felt like a man lost in a desert taking a bite out of a juicy, frozen watermelon, or a scholar who had placed first in the imperial exams. He felt such rapture that he almost moaned in pleasure. However, he willed himself to silence, knowing that there could be others about. He didn't want word to spread that he was some sort of masochist. Huh? Chu Huanzhao stared at him with wide-eyed shock. She had not predicted this. He must be forcing himself to remain silent and pretending indifference. Yeah. That's gotta be it. The last time I hit him, he bawled like a baby. He's probably clamping his jaws shut for the sake of this wager. Clenching her teeth, Chu Huanzhao struck a second time. She knew better than anyone else just how terrifying the wailing whip was. Someone with incredible willpower could probably endure one strike, but not a second. The whip drew a second gash across Zuin's chest, marking him with a huge and bloody X. Chu Huanzhao stared at him eagerly. Let's see if you scream this time. MMM. Zuin struggled to hold in his moaning, but he had reached his limit. He almost blushed at the amount of pleasure he felt. A whole new world of sensations had opened up for him. Chu Huanzhao felt her hair stand on end. Everything that had happened today was the complete opposite of what she had expected. She took some time to consider, then decided to strike a different part of him. Maybe his chest is already completely numb from his injuries. Taking a deep breath, she slashed her whip against his leg. Alas, she was let down once again. Although his face was twisted by what must have been sheer agony, not even a whimper escaped his lips. I win, right? Zuin noticed that the first rune formation glowed golden, and the second one was almost half full. Seems like this little brat really went all out in whacking me. This isn't possible. Chu Huanzhao's eyes widened further. She stared at the whip in her hand, bewildered. Is my whip broken? She contemplated for a while, then walked over to Zuin and handed the whip to him. Hit me with it and see what happens. Zuin was instantly wary. Are you serious? Stop jabbering and hit me. Just remember, don't hit me in the face. Chu Huanzhao gave him a disparaging look, her nose stuck haughtily in the air. She closed her eyes, her lashes quivering. Zuin sighed as he studied her perfectly smooth, pale, oval-shaped face. The women of the Chu clan are all weirdos, but I have to admit, they have good genes. There was no way he was going to hit her face. It wasn't because he was a feminist, rather, he was worried about what the Chu clan would do to him once they found out. He chuckled softly. I swear, all my life I've never heard of someone making a request like this. I promise to satisfy you. This little wench hit me hard as hell. Time to give her a taste of her own medicine. He lashed out viciously with the whip. Unfortunately, his body was terribly weak. Despite his pain being converted into pleasure, the real damage to his body had not been diminished. It was a minor miracle that he was still alive. As such, there was no real power behind his strike. His blow was soft and weak, but as soon as it connected, Chu Huanzhao shrieked, clutching the tiny wound it had made, her face contorted in pain. That hurts! Zuin watched as tears streamed down her face. For the first time, he rejoiced in having drawn the ball of delights as his prize. You bastard! Why'd you hit so hard? Chu Huanzhao nursed the wound with one hand and scrubbed her face furiously with the other. Zuin was struck dumb. You clearly hit me way harder just now. Then why didn't you scream? Chu Huanzhao stared at him curiously. She was very aware that his blow only held a fraction of the force that she had used. Zuin coughed lightly, then said with a straight face, a real man will never scream in pain. Sometimes, you gotta fake it until you make it. Chu Huanzhao blinked, then nodded uncertainly. It looks like I underestimated you. Fine. You win. I won't blame you for killing Bootlicker. She turned to take her leave. She had to find her maidservant quickly to poultice her wound. I hope it doesn't leave a scar. However, Zuin stopped her with an expectant look on his face. Don't leave yet, he implored. Whip me a few more times. It was Chu Huanzhao's turn to be struck speechless. She could not believe what she had just heard. Ahem hem hem. Zuin realized how masochistic that statement made him seem and hurried to correct himself. That's not what I meant. I meant to say, let's make another wager. His second rune formation was nearly full. How could he pass on such a wonderful opportunity? Besides, his ball of delights would still be active for a while longer, and it would be a shame to let it go to waste. What's the wager? Chu Huanzhao replied without thinking. Zuin said, same as before. If I win, you are no longer allowed to take me to task for climbing into your bed last night. If you win, right. I'll lick your shoes. Although there was much about this world that was foreign to him, he was fairly certain that a groom climbing into his sister-in-law's bed on his wedding night was probably an unforgivable offense. If his sister-in-law was willing to drop the matter, his life in the Chu clan would improve immeasurably. Unexpectedly, Chu Huanzhao's flushed a bright scarlet. Why are you so fixated on licking my shoes? You pervert. I'm gonna go tell my sister. Zuan was in disbelief. You were the one who came up with this perverted bet in the first place. Fine. I accept your wager. Chu Huanzhao rubbed her hands together in anticipation. She was just like any other gambler. She didn't understand how or why she had just lost, but she was determined to win the next round. Then please whip me. Zuan intoned heroically. 3 lashes ensued. Chu Huanzhao stood open-mouthed. The man had collapsed to the ground, unmoving, but he hadn't let out a single peep. Doesn't that hurt? Of course it hurts. But a real man never cries out in pain. Zuan sensed that his third rune formation was half full. He would have danced with joy, but he did not want to set off her suspicions. Chu Huanzhao fell silent. This is the most courageous man I've ever seen in my life. He's clearly pathetically weak, but he has such amazing willpower. She had encountered many mighty figures whose strength far outstripped Zuan's, but none of them had been able to endure more than 2 strikes from her whip. Would you like to make a third wager? Zuan probed. Chu Huanzhao narrowed her eyes. Do you have some sort of special fetish? Of course not. Zuan protested innocently. Oh hell no. I refuse to end up saddled with that type of reputation. I just want to make you lick my shoes. In your dreams. No deal. The old Chu Huanzhao would have agreed in a heartbeat, but having lost twice in a row to someone she had thought would have no chance of winning at that. She was feeling a bit antsy. Zuan had expected her to turn down this third wager, and so, he proposed new terms. Then if I win, you have to respectfully address me as brother-in-law every time you see me. Deal? Chu Huanzhao took her time to consider the odds. The man was her brother-in-law to begin with, so it would be no big deal even if she lost. She nodded. Deal. A new contest began. After the first lash, Zuan could not contain himself any further, and quivered as he let out a low moan. It wasn't a moan of pain, but one of sensual arousal. I knew you were a pervert. I'm done here. Chu Huanzhao's face was beet red. She stamped her feet angrily before picking up Bootlicker's corpse and fleeing the scene. Hey, what about the 2 remaining hits? Zuan called out desperately, but Chu Huanzhao disappeared into the night like a terrified little rabbit. Geez. She's no fun. Zuan grumbled to himself. Thankfully, the third rune formation was close to full. He struck out with a fist to test out his newfound strength. You actually reached the 3rd step of the 2nd rank? And you're almost at the pinnacle of the 3rd step, at that. A voice called out, and a figure walked into the room. This was none but old me. Was he hiding nearby and watching this entire time? Zuan felt a surge of anger, but he didn't let it show. Instead he asked, What do you mean, 3rd step of the 2nd rank? Old me explained, previously, I explained the 9 ranks to you. At the 2nd rank, you temper your skin. From the 2nd rank onwards, there are 9 small steps between successive ranks. Kid, in just 2 short hours you actually managed to reach the 3rd step of the 2nd rank. That's intriguing. It takes an ordinary person months or even years to draw in enough to reach the 1st rank, let alone the 2nd rank. You, a lower Ding class talent, actually managed to reach the 3rd step of the 2nd rank in mere hours. The secret manual I gave you might be formidable, but it shouldn't have allowed you to gain strength that quickly. Zuan quickly deduced what had happened. After he had absorbed the secret manual, the F2 button had carved all 9 formations onto his skin. This allowed him to skip the most difficult part of the process, which was drawing enough ki into the body, and start from the second rank. He had already filled up 2 formations and was almost done with the third, which placed him on the third step of the second rank. Get latest double CHDers on NVE/LBJ/N.C/M. He racked his brains for a plausible explanation to offer old me cowardice was the only true way of survival, after all. He was still very weak at the moment. If he demonstrated a ridiculous amount of talent, others might grow jealous and attempt to take his life. Old me's muttering interrupted his musings. It seems the wailing whip truly is a formidable weapon. Not only that, your resistance against the pain must have somehow amplified its effectiveness. The unique technique of the secret manual was undoubtedly the catalyst, causing you to experience these incredible results. Should I try this in the future too? Hearing old Mies piece together the truth on his own accord, Zhuan no longer saw the need to concoct an excuse anymore. He was just about to ask what powers his new level unlocked when a wave of pain crashed into him. He howled. The suspicion faded from old Mies' face. I was wondering how you managed to endure the agony inflicted by the wailing whip. Clearly, you were using your tremendous willpower to resist it. Your mental fortitude is quite admirable. Zhuan, however, was mentally firing off curses as fast as he could think of them. Did I get a counterfeit ball of delights? Wasn't it supposed to grant pain immunity? What the hell is going on? It took him a second to figure it out. The ball of delights only lasted for an hour, and that hour had just passed. While it had made him immune to the damage-amplifying strikes of the wailing whip, the injuries he'd sustained were still fresh. Now that the ball's numbing effects had worn off, he was feeling the pain from these wounds. Old me walked over to examine his wounds. Count yourself lucky, kid. If that little girl had hit you one more time, you would have died. Old me sighed in amazement. Your body is unbelievably weak. I'm amazed that you managed to endure so many blows. Only then did Zhuan remember the other effect the ball of delights granted. It was something like any lethal damage inflicted by a woman with more money than you wouldn't kill you outright, right? Hey, doesn't that mean I now have a huge advantage when facing off against rich women? He mentally slapped himself. What are you thinking? What kind of a man picks fights against women? On top of that, the restrictions on the ball of delights made its usage incredibly impractical. Old me pulled out a bottle of medicinal powder and cast it over Zhuan's wounds with a wave of his sleeves. Take these 2 bottles of medicine. This one is to be applied externally, and the other is to be ingested. Spend the next few days recuperating. Don't let yourself get killed. A cool, refreshing sensation spread over Zhuan's wounds, granting him immense relief. With heartfelt gratitude he said, Elder, I really don't know how I should thank you. Old me chuckled. Don't worry. Soon, you'll know. He revealed a toothy old grin and took his leave. Zhuan paid him no heed. He was completely focused on the rewards he had received. He had farmed Xu Huanxiao for a total of 1444 rage points, which meant that he could play the lottery 14 times. His image of her improved dramatically. She has the potential to be my ATM in the future. He dragged himself onto his bed, and with nothing else to do, he decided to try his hand at the lottery. Thankfully, the keyboard was virtual and could be controlled via his thoughts alone. Otherwise, he doubted that he had the strength to even pick up a physical one. He mentally clicked on the lottery button, then began eagerly watching as the light marker danced across the keyboard. What reward will I receive this time? He was baffled when he noticed that, this time, the light only flickered across the numbers and the spacebar, it didn't touch the letters at all. Then he recalled the earlier notice mentioning that only part of the rewards were currently available. Only the first 3 pulls had been unlimited because they were part of the newbie package. He would probably have to unlock the letters in the future. Wait a sec. I also remember something about a greatly increased drop rate for the first 3 pulls, but one of them was still a thanks for playing. Doesn't that mean the normal drop rate is? Thanks for playing. Zhuan frowned, but this was to be expected. He didn't worry too much, and spent another 100 rage points for another pull. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. 8 tries in a row, but all of them were thanks for playing. I'm going to bloody. Zhuan was on the verge of smashing the keyboard to pieces. It was a pity that he couldn't farm rage points off himself, otherwise, he would have maxed out his meter. He wanted to wash up before trying again, but his injuries made moving impossible. He didn't have the strength to even sit up. He was oblivious to the pair of eyes watching him coldly from outside his window. If he had but glanced over, he would have instantly recognized the willowy frame of Chu Chuyan's personal maid, Snow. Has this man gone mad? Snow's beautiful eyes clouded with confusion as she watched Zhuan's face twist and contort. The man was even floundering his hands and stamping his feet feebly. She took a closer look at the situation and was taken aback by the bloody wounds that covered his body. The wailing whip? She was familiar with the telltale marks of the second miss weapon. Her face was a mixture of satisfaction and regret. I guess it'd be better for him to die at her hands. If I act personally, I would run the risk of exposing myself. She knew just how weak this useless son-in-law was. There was no way he could survive so many lashes from the wailing whip. He was almost certainly going to die in bed. She turned and departed, returning to her own room. After ensuring that no one was around, she began to nibble on some melon seeds as she quickly scrawled out a secret message on a piece of paper. Respected young master, rest assured, the young miss remains pure and unblemished. The two have not shared a room together. I believe that I will get rid of Zhuan soon. I expect you will hear some good news soon. She began to detail Zhuan's impotence, but hesitated and scrubbed that part out. She was unable to account for what caused it, and she was also unwilling to let her young master know that another man had touched her. She gritted her teeth in anger as she recalled how that bastard Zhuan had touched almost every part of her body by the pool, and then gone even farther in Miss Chu's room. She hatefully bit down on a few seeds. Letting him die by the hands of the second miss is letting him off easy. I was planning to let him experience utter torment tonight. She could not forget Chu Chuyan's role in the night's events, instructing her to wait upon Zhuan. She bit her lips and added another line to the message. I may be overthinking things, but I sense that the young miss harbors suspicions against me. Please do not delay in carrying out your mission, young master. After finishing the letter, she sealed it and then summoned a beautiful little hawk. She attached the letter onto the hawk's foot. Hurry up and deliver it to the young master. The hawk seemed to possess human sentience. It spread its wings and then quickly flew off into the night. Zhuan was blissfully unaware of how narrowly he had just escaped assassination. All of his attention had been focused on the lottery. Finally, on his 10th attempt, the ball of light came to a halt on the one key. An image of a red bottle appeared on the virtual screen, accompanied by a line of text. Faith in Brother Spring, S in the unfathomably ancient cosmos, there has long been a famous saying, have faith in Brother Spring, and you shall gain everlasting life. This bottle will quickly replenish your health. So long as you are still alive, even the deadliest of wounds will be healed and you will regain all your health. Faith in Brother Spring? These random Chinese internet memes caused Zhuan to strongly suspect that the creator of this keyboard came from his world, but that didn't make sense. Despite modern society's technological advancements, it wasn't even close to being able to produce something like this keyboard. 1. He withdrew the item and hefted it in his hand. It bore a resemblance to the health potions found in modern-day video games. He considered his present state, then immediately quaffed it. He was worried that he would drop it, weak as he was. That would suck. Once the red liquid entered his stomach, a warm sensation spread through his limbs and into his bones. The terrifying wounds caused by the wailing whip began to close at a visible rate, and even the scorch marks he had suffered from the earlier lightning strike were healing, regenerating fresh new skin. Oh, wow. It's this effective? Zhuan sat up, no longer feeling himself teetering on the edge of death anymore. His body swiftly reverted to normal, as though he hadn't been injured at all. This is a miracle drug. If I had a supply of this, I'd become virtually invincible. Wait a second, faith in Brother Spring, S. What does the S stand for? Zhuan pondered a moment. It probably means small. And it should bear some similarity to how healing potions work in games, right? There was probably a limit to how much health a small potion could restore. If he leveled up in the future and had too much health, a single small potion might not be able to heal him fully. Unfortunately, the stupid explanation didn't give him any details as to the maximum amount of health a bottle like this could restore. He stood up and stretched his body. His vitality had returned, and he sensed a new degree of power in his limbs. He credited his newfound strength to him reaching the third step of the second rank. He put his body through a series of tests and evaluated his current strength to be equivalent to that of 4 normal men combined. One must know that he had been weaker than an average man prior to this transformation. However, the result failed to satisfy Zhuan. His current rank had not come easily, but he didn't feel that powerful. He felt he had not gained any advantage over an ordinary cultivator. It was his lack of knowledge of this world that hindered his understanding. This was a land where a person's status and authority was determined by their progress as a cultivator. The Emperor and Earth Immortal had the highest status and was also the strongest cultivator. The leaders of the various major sects and the patriarchs of major clans were usually grandmasters, while the kings, princes, and grand marshals were generally masters. Ordinary generals and the 9 ministers were of the 9th rank, while most dukes and commandants, as well as some marquises, were of the 8th rank. City governors were usually of the 7th rank, and so on and so forth. The lowest level officials such as village teachers and village tax collectors only needed to be at the 2nd rank. Reaching 2nd rank was more than enough to qualify them as officials of the imperial court, granting them a commensurate salary and resources for cultivation. Many spent their entire lifetime struggling and failing to reach this level. In fact, only 10% of most would-be cultivators made it to the 1st rank of harmonizing with the natural world. Reaching the 2nd rank required an enormous amount of keystones, which was out of reach for most ordinary folk. Explore new ovals on nvelby.com. After spending some time getting used to his new body, Zhuan returned to the lottery. This time, he harbored no illusions that he would draw a decent prize. All he wanted was to get something, even an item that may seem useless like the Ball of Delights. It had taken him 1,000 rage points to get a single bottle of health, and he only had 4 pulls left. He just hoped they wouldn't all be empty draws. The first 3 pulls were unsuccessful. On the 4th, however, the ball of light finally came to rest on the 0 key. Stunned, Zhuan shifted his gaze to the screen and saw a strange crimson pill appear in the center. Marrow cleansing pill, why is it that you train so hard every day, yet your results pale in comparison to those of some young masters who just go through the motions? There is a famous saying, genius is 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration. However, that 1% inspiration is often more important than the 99% perspiration. This pill will cleanse and refine your marrow, dramatically improving your body's overall quality and increasing your gains. Zuan recalled that both Chu Chuyen and Old Mi had dismissed his body as one that was extremely unsuitable for cultivation. With this pill in hand, I'm sure to quickly rise up the ranks, earn a higher salary, win the affections of beautiful women, and begin my trek up to the highest heights of society. 1. Li Yuchen, with Chun meaning spring, was a very popular Chinese singer some years back. Because she dressed in a tomboyish manner, many people nicknamed her Brother Spring. Her fanbase made a meme by photoshopping her pictures to make her look like Jesus, then captioned them with "Have faith in Brother Spring, and you shall gain eternal life." Without hesitation Zuan swallowed the pill, and immediately a cool sensation spread from his mouth, surging into his head, his limbs, and seeping into his bones. Black droplets began to ooze from his skin, and it continued to do so for a full hour before the process ended. Zuan finally opened his eyes. He felt lighter, and his senses sharper than ever. The chronic aches and pains he suffered from previously were gone. His body buzzed with energy, and his hands and feet, which usually felt cold, were warm and full of vitality. So this thing really works. Zuan was delighted. He did not know the extent to which his innate talent had improved, but the physical transformations were self-evident. I wish I'd started off with this thing. Despite his lower Ding classification, he had still been able to fill up nearly 3 of his formations by suffering 7 strikes of the Wailing Whip. What if I'd taken this marrow-cleansing pill first? I probably would have filled up 5, right? A lower Ding class, if translated to modern Earth standards, was equivalent to a D-. It really did suck. The black goop was still all over him. He gave it a whiff, and his face scrunched right up. What a stench! He raced off to take a bath. After he was done washing up, he returned to his bed and prepared to turn in for the night. He only had 44 rage points left, so he set his mind to hatch a new scheme to farm some rage points off his ATM. He would need those points to get more precious items. He continued to assimilate the memories of his body's previous owner. The patriarch of the Chu clan held the title of duke within the empire, and Bright Moon City was his fiefdom. The Chu clan had a total of 3 children. The eldest son was called Yu Zhao, the eldest daughter was Chu Yan, and the second daughter was Huan Zhao. The previous owner of this body was an orphaned commoner who had been raised by his aunt and uncle. He was known throughout the region as a good-for-nothing. Aside from being handsome, he had no redeeming qualities. Zuan still couldn't wrap his head around why such a powerful clan would draft such a useless son-in-law into the family. It's a ploy. There has to be some sort of scheme behind this. Despite his misgivings, he now held the keyboard warrior system as his trump card. With it, his future seemed brighter, and there was less to fear. Comforted by these thoughts, he drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Early the next morning, while he was still half asleep, a loud ruckus erupted in his room. Hurry up and rise. The master and madam are waiting for you in the ancestral hall. Shut up, let me sleep a bit more, Zuan replied groggily. He was completely exhausted last night and had gone to bed very late. He turned over, intending to go back to sleep. Frigid water suddenly drenched him. With a squawk, he jolted upright, all his drowsiness gone. He saw several servants glowering at him. Next to them was a young man who was holding a copper basin in his hands and sniggering at him. Did you throw the water at me? Zuan glared at the young man, more memories coming to the surface. He was called Diao Yang and was a junior squad leader in the estate. He had given Zuan plenty of trouble in the past. So what if I did? Are you really starting to consider yourself one of the masters here? I have no idea what the young miss saw in you, said Diao Yang sharply. Zuan saw through the young man right away. Given how beautiful Chu Chuyen was, there were bound to be many who desired her, like toads lusting for a swan. Diao Yang was most likely one of them. Although the difference in status between them guaranteed that he would never have a chance, that didn't mean he could easily countenance another toad getting her. Wait, wait, wait. I'm not a toad, he is the toad here. His whole family are toads. Zhu-Yin's mocking look enraged the squad leader further. Why are you staring at me? You wanna hit me? Go ahead and try then. He jutted his face towards Zhu-Yin. This useless son-in-law is even weaker than a woman. I could beat him up with both hands and one leg tied behind my back. The previous owner of this body was cowardly and submissive by nature and had been frequently assaulted by Diao Yang. These encounters had emboldened the junior squad leader. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. This was no longer the same Zhu-Yin as before. Diao Yang glimpsed a black blur lash out and hit him right on the nose, and blood spurted out everywhere. Zhu-Yin retracted his arm, then shook his head. Man, what's going on with this world? Why does everyone keep asking me to hit them? I'll kill you, you bastard. Diao Yang's mind went completely blank. He never would have imagined that this useless coward whom he looked down upon would actually dare to kill him. Blinded by rage, he drew his saber to strike, only to hesitate in the next moment. Wait a second, how did he suddenly become so strong? You have successfully trolled Diao Yang for 537 rage points. A deep voice boomed from behind him. What's going on in here? An enormous mountain of a man walked into the room. Immediately, the others bowed respectfully and called out, "Greetings, Captain." Zhu-Yin recognized the captain of the guards for the Chu clan, Yu Shan. Diao Yang hurried over to him and complained, "Captain, we came over to escort him to the ancestral hall, but not only did he refuse to get up, he even used his status as son-in-law to beat us up. Look at me! He broke my nose." Zhu-Yin marveled at his performance. He's pretty good at putting on a show, and I'm impressed by his ability to twist the truth. Yu Shan frowned. He glanced at Diao Yang's bleeding nose, then took in Zhu-Yin's still dripping water and the copper basin on the ground. These clued him in to what had just transpired. Everyone is waiting in the ancestral hall, while all of you are here causing a ruckus. Go to the ancestral hall now. Everything else can wait. Yu Shan snorted. He simply couldn't give a damn about such petty matters. Knowing Diao Yang's character, he was fairly certain the man had deserved the punch. But of course, he didn't see the need to speak out on Zhu-Yin's behalf. The cowardly son-in-law was beneath him, and there was no point in offending one of his colleagues for his sake. Zhu-Yin collapsed with a groan. Arg! I'm badly hurt. I can't get out of bed. You are hurt? Yu Shan walked over to take a look. When he saw the lashes on Zhu-Yin's body, he could not hide his astonishment. Zhu-Yin congratulated himself on his own cleverness in going to bed in his bloody clothes. Yes. Last night, Second Miss came to see me and then whipped me repeatedly with her wailing whip. Startled whispers broke out among the other onlookers. Clearly, quite a few of them had tasted the deadly agony inflicted by Chu Huanzhao's whip. Only Diao Yang was unconvinced. Nonsense. You had strength aplenty when you socked me in the face. There's no way you are hurt. Yu Shan cut him off. Everyone in the ancestral hall is getting impatient. Let's waste no more time. The truth about what happened will be revealed soon enough. Pick him up and carry him to the ancestral hall. He instructed the servants to find a stretcher before sending Diao Yang off to see the physician. Unexpectedly, the junior squad leader refused adamantly. He applied a bandage to his nose while insisting that he would go with them. When Yushan's back was turned, Diao Yang whispered into Zhu-Yin's ears, "Don't get smug, brat. Soon, you won't be a member of the Chu clan." Then, I'll teach you what the words "a fate worse than death" means. Zuin was puzzled. Why did this fellow seem so certain about this? Was it because he had crawled into Chu Huanzhao's bed on his wedding night? But judging from Chu Chuyan's reaction, the Chu clan didn't seem bothered by it, and besides, I've already suffered her retaliation. Ruminating on his suspicions, he let himself be carted into the ancestral hall. The hall was huge, with an enormous plaque at the very end of it that read "Hall of Admiration." Each word was carved deeply and firmly, and it radiated solemn majesty. Flanking this plaque were a pair of enormous portraits. There were poems and couplets calligraphed at the side of each painting. Judging from their attire, these two had to be important ancestors of the Chu clan. Beneath each portrait were placed incense, name tablets, and various sacrificial devotions. 2 seats were arranged in front of the incense, and they were occupied by a middle-aged man and woman. The man was bearded, but his face shone like jade. He was the perfect image of a handsome, gentle scholar. The noblewoman had arching eyebrows, eyes that shimmered like an autumn's lake, and her hair done up in a bun, fastened with a golden headdress shaped like a peacock. The peacock's plumes flared outwards, framing her perfect hairdo. This was a woman of luxury and poise. Zuin knew that these two had to be the current leaders of the Chu clan, Patriarch Chu Zhongtian and his wife, Qin Wanru. When her gaze fell on him, he instinctively shrank in awe and dread. Clearly, the previous owner of this body was so utterly terrified of her that even now, some residual fear remained. He noticed many men in the hall were focused on neither Chu Zhongtian nor Qin Wanru. He traced their furtive glances, and it brought his line of sight toward a young woman dressed in a red blouse and a black skirt, seated next to Chu Chuyen. This woman was the perfect personification of charm itself. The skin covering her oval face looked as soft as butter, and her almond-shaped eyes could hold any soul captive. Every inch of her oozed a sensual allure that filled any man who set eyes on her with the most inappropriate of thoughts. The most up-to-date novels are published on n0velgen.co/m. Oh my! She's ginormous! Zuan's gaze fixed upon her chest. No wonder everyone is staring at her. The woman seemed to feel his gaze on her, but instead of anger, a hint of a smile touched her lips. This smile was so captivating, just a glimpse of it could soften any heart. His memories named her as Pei Mianman, and she was a dear friend of Chu Chuyen. She was the young miss of the famous Pei clan of the imperial city. She had recently come to take in the sights of Bright Moon City and had grown quite close to Chu Chuyen. There were others situated in the hall as well, but he couldn't recognize all of them. Some had grim looks on their faces, while others seemed to be gleefully anticipating his demise. Madame Qin noticed the amount of attention Pei Mianman was receiving, and displeasure flashed across her face. She let out a gentle cough, which seemed to startle Chu Zhongtian as well. He immediately began his interrogation. Zuin, do you know why you have been brought here? Of course. It's because I climbed into my sister-in-law's bed on my wedding night, Zuin replied. PFFFFFT. A wave of suppressed laughter swept through the hall. Pei Mianman covered her mouth, her face reddening slightly. She hadn't expected there to be such a shameless person in the world. Everyone else stared at Zuin fiercely. Not only had he done something completely shameless, he was shaming them all before the Pei clan. What a wretch he was! Before Patriarch Chu could speak, Madame Qin smashed her teacup to the ground in fury. Miscreant! Are you proud of yourself for having done something so vile? She was fiercely devoted to her 2 daughters. Yet, an offender who had taken advantage of one of her daughters dared to speak of his crime so nonchalantly. You have successfully trolled Qin Wanru for 254 rage points. Silence reigned in the ancestral hall. Everyone in the Chu clan knew that while their patriarch was amiable and kind, their matriarch's temper was terrifying. Zuin replied calmly, I know that I deserve 1,000 deaths for having carried out such a despicable, beastly deed. That's why, when the second miss came to speak to me last night, I decided to atone for my sins. I didn't resist as she struck me again and again with her wailing whip. I took a total of 8 strikes before she forgave me. Those in the hall scoffed at his obviously empty boast. Didn't resist at all? Pag! If the second miss really wanted to beat you up, how could you possibly resist or dodge even if you wanted to? Only then did Chu Zhongtian and his wife register the bloodstains on his clothes, as well as the fact that he was on a stretcher. Yushan spoke up, My lord, the young master said that his wounds from the wailing whip were so grievous that he lacked the strength to move, so we had to carry him here. Huan Zhao? Qin Wanru was startled, but she did not dismiss the story as she knew her daughter's temperament. Flustered by this turn of events, she snapped, This is ridiculous behavior. Chu Zhongtian wore an odd look. Wanru, we summoned everyone today for the sake of what happened to Huan Zhao. If she has already personally punished Zuin, perhaps we can let this matter rest? He recalled the conversation he'd had with his daughter from the previous day. It had fueled his own suspicions that not all was as it seemed, and that Zuin could be innocent. However, he had called this meeting for the sake of his wife, and to satisfy the side branches of the Chu clan who were doing their own investigations. Upon hearing these words, Zuin felt his heart go out to the man. It's almost impossible to find such a wonderful father-in-law. Before Qin Wanru had a chance to respond, a high-pitched voice screeched, Big brother, I must disagree. Our Chu clan has always taken pride in the strictness of our clan rules. We've never had something so unsightly happen. If we simply waved it away, the Chu clan would be disgraced. Do you know how many rumors are flying about these days? Everyone is saying that this brat has latched onto both sisters at once. If we do not punish him, it'll further fuel the spread of these evil rumors. The speaker was a grim-faced, middle-aged man seated directly below Chu Zhongtian. His eyes were weighed down by heavy, dark bags, and he gently fanned himself as he spoke. According to Zhu En's new memories, this was Chu Taixing. He was a member of the second branch of the Chu clan, and Chu Chuyen addressed him as second uncle. Second uncle, what are you talking about? It's not like he did anything to me that night. A beautiful young woman had barged in from an adjoining hall. She was dressed in fiery, skin-tight leathers, which contrasted sharply with the general coldness of the grand hall. Chu Zhongtian snapped, Huan Zhao, why are you out here? Go back inside immediately. Stop yelling at her. You shouldn't yell at children like that. Qin Wanru glared at her husband, then turned to beam at her daughter. It's all right, Huan Zhao. Don't listen to your father. Come and sit next to me. Tell mother what this is all about. Chu Zhongtian chuckled in embarrassment. No one batted an eyelid. Clearly, this was an everyday occurrence. Chu Huanzhao used the whip in her hand to point at Zhu and mother. Last night, I really did use the wailing whip to beat him up. In the end, I also agreed to forgive what he did. I don't want to go back on my word. Zuin gave her a huge mental thumbs up. Although the little girl had a sadistic streak, at least she was an honest gambler. A rotund man seated opposite Chu Taixing spoke up. Niece, you are still too young to understand the wicked ways of this world. Any of us could have punished Zuin, you were the only one who shouldn't have. If word of this spreads, everyone will assume that the scandal is true. You aren't even married yet. Think about what this would do to your reputation. He was deadly serious as he spoke, but the huge amount fat on his face had creased into what looked like a smile. In fact, many people mistakenly thought that he smiled all the time, which made him hard to dislike. He was toying with a glittering golden compass. CHCK for US to rise on no/v/l/bin, C0M. Zuin recognized this smiling tiger as the third uncle of the Chu clan, Chu Yuepa. His head started to ache. Why do all these members of the side branches want me dead? On the surface, I'm nothing more than a useless son-in-law. How did I piss off so many people? In the silence that followed, the young miss of the Pei clan, Pei Mianman, whispered a question to Chu Chuyen. Doesn't the wailing whip magnify all pain tenfold? Is he perhaps an expert who has been hiding his true abilities? Despite her quiet voice, her question carried through the hall. Zuin cursed under his breath. This woman has a sweet smile, but a devious heart. What a total bitch! Chu Chuyen frowned slightly. Snow, seated behind them, seized the chance to answer. He doesn't even know martial arts. How can he be an expert? Chu Tianqing's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said towards the master and madam, big brother, sister-in-law. Everyone here knows just how powerful the wailing whip is. I imagine even the two of you would find it hard to endure 8 blows. How could an ordinary person like him do so? Chu Zhongtian exchanged glances with his wife. There was some truth to his words. Chu Huanzhao was indignant. I really did hit him 8 times. Or are you all accusing me of lying? My lord, I'm sure that second miss would never lie, but she's always been a kind and gentle person. She must have shown mercy and held back as she struck him. When we went to summon him earlier, he hit me forcefully and broke my nose. It's impossible for him to be as injured as he claims to be. Diao Yang was quick to throw his support behind Chu Tianqing. Those gathered in the hall were incredulous. The second miss? Kind and gentle? How could you say such lies with a straight face? Since when did she ever show anyone mercy with that whip of hers? Still, the proceedings thus far had been quite ridiculous. She didn't fall for her brother-in-law, did she? Chu Tianqing used Diao Yang's interruption to advance his case. The truth is plain to see. Not only did Zuin show no remorse for his detestable actions, he even manipulated our kind, naive Huanzhao in an attempt to escape sanction for it. We should punish him in accordance with clan rules as a warning to others. Chu Zhongtian furrowed his brows, eyes hooded in thought. He was clearly weighing the merits of this new argument. Zuin groaned inwardly. He was just about to speak up in his own defense when a servant rushed in. Master! Madam! A woman has come and is causing a huge fuss. She insists on seeing your son-in-law. She has already gathered quite a crowd. A woman? Qin Wanru was stunned. A woman from which clan? Chu Chuyen, who had remained calm throughout, felt her curiosity pique. Did Zuin know other women? Zuin stared stupidly. How many lovers did this guy have? But why is it that I have no memories of any? Snow, standing behind Chu Chuyen, wore the faintest of smiles. I didn't expect you to survive your injuries from last night. Thankfully, I made ample preparations. In response to Qin Wanru's questions, the servant nervously stuttered, F from the Red Harmony courtyard. Instantly, the hall was thrown into an uproar. Everyone knew what type of establishment the Red Harmony courtyard was. It's a disgrace to let this nonsense continue outside our estate. Bring her inside. Qin Wanru ordered coldly, her voice quivering with barely contained anger. A woman in a gaudy dress and makeup sashayed into the hall. When she caught sight of Zuin, she threw herself at him, sobbing and wailing. You heartless man! After you had your fill, you said you were broke and couldn't pay, but promised instead to bring me into your household as a concubine. You even told me that I could become a sister to the young misses of the Chu clan. That was the only reason I agreed. How could you just abandon me? Snow idly toyed with her ponytail, her eyes narrowed to crescent slits. Let's see you make it out of this alive. It was purely a case of her word against his. Even if you deny it, no one will believe you unless you make public the fact that you are impotent, which would be even more embarrassing for the clan. No matter what, you'll no longer be the son-in-law after today. Young master, your dreams will quickly become a reality. The members of the second and third branches fell silent, and an uneasy silence filled the hall. There was nothing more to be said. Chu Zhongtian, who had been accommodating Zhu and so far, was furious. A common whore openly bragging about becoming a sister to his precious daughter? This was an absolute disgrace, and it was all because of Zhuan. Vile miscreant! What do you have to say for yourself? Qin Wanru glared at Zhuan, her eyes spitting fire. You have successfully trolled Chu Zhongtian for 78 rage points. You have successfully trolled Qin Wanru for 300 rage points. Zhuan himself wondered how the previous owner of this body had managed to survive this long. He had transmigrated to this world just a day ago, but everyone seemed to want him dead. So, who hired this prostitute to deal with me? The second branch? The third? Maybe Miss Pei? Looks like mooching off my wife isn't going to be that easy. He calmly turned to face the gaudily dressed woman. What's your name again? Oh, you heartless man. Don't even pretend you don't know me. You passionately called out my name Springflower so many times, but now you've forgotten it, the prostitute said with a cold smile. Zhuan didn't argue with her, but answered with a smile of his own, "Ah. Please forgive me, sweet Springflower, I've been busy recently and it slipped my mind. How much do I owe you for your services?" My services? You don't have to put it so bluntly. Springflower waved her fingers flirtatiously. We were together for nearly half a month. That would make it a total of 20, no, 30 silvers. At this, those in the hall felt their disdain for Zhuan deepen. You were actually interested in such a cheap working girl? How thirsty were you? 30 silvers? Zhuan nodded. That's pretty cheap. How about this? I'll give you 300 silvers, and we'll consider the extra a betrothal gift. The assembled clansmen sucked in icy cold breaths in shock. Was this fellow suicidal? They looked towards the main dais, and saw that both Chu Zhongtian and his wife were ashen-faced. Miss Pei studied Zhu curiously. She sensed something odd about him. Truly? Joy blossomed on Springflower's face. Of course! Zhuan turned to Chu Chuyen. Sweetheart, I don't have any money right now. Could you loan me 300 silvers? Everyone in the hall stared at him as though he were insane. You are actually asking your wife to pay for your whoring? What the hell is wrong with you? Chu Chuyen is going to rip him apart on the spot. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Chu Yuyan nodded. Very well. Servants, bring me 300 silvers. The hall was thrown into a state of confused chaos. No one understood what was going on. Even Pei Mianmon stared at her in astonishment. Was this truly her best friend? Qin Wanru was about to explode, but Chu Zhongtian nudged her arm gently and pursed his lips towards their daughter. Madame Chu frowned deeply, but stayed silent, waiting for events to play out further. Zhuan silently acknowledged Chu Chuyan's move. My freebie wife really is as cold as ice and especially clever. She was probably the only one who knew for sure that he was being maligned, as she had personally witnessed his impotence. There was no way she would believe he had been out whoring. Wait. Why am I on the verge of breaking down in tears? If the mastermind of this plot was Chu Chuyen herself, he would have no choice but to embarrass himself by revealing his shortcomings to clear his name. Fortunately, this wasn't necessary. Yet. Zhuan gathered his thoughts, then said to Springflower, "You came at just the right time. This silver should cover your relocation expenses. The last woman I took home was sent to the military camp, but she cannot endure much more. You'll be replacing her there." Relocation expenses? Springflower finally smelled something fishy. Wait a second. Why is she in a military camp? You didn't know? Zhuan looked mildly bemused. My wife is perfect in almost every respect. Her only failing is that she dotes on me too much and gets a tiny bit jealous. The last time I brought home a woman like you, she made up a story to get her sent to our military camp to service our soldiers. My goodness. She gets to be a blushing bride multiple times a day. I feel bad for her. You have successfully trolled Chu Chuyen for 433 rage points. Chu Chuyen had never imagined he would paint such a portrait of her. Seeing the weird looks she was getting from the assembled members, the urge to kill Zhuan welled up in her for the first time. However, the events of the past 2 days had simply been too strange, and he did fulfill all of her criteria. Finding another groom would expose the clan to scandal all over again. With all this in mind, she forced herself to sit in stony silence. Military camp? Springflower was horrified. Working girls had their own hierarchy. The classiest ones were the queens of flowers. Below them were the ordinary courtesans, and then came those who worked in brothels, like herself. On the bottom rung were those that serviced the army, and most were sent there as punishment for some infraction. Soldiers were thirsty, yet had incredible endurance. Not many women could endure such abuse, few lasted more than 6 months. Springflower's face turned ghostly white as she recalled the stories she'd heard from her co-workers about these camps. Zhuan nodded and went on. Don't worry, though. These are members of our private army. They'll take good care of you. They've been looking forward to someone fresh. CHCK for US to rise on no/v/l/bin.c0m. Qin Wanru could no longer contain her rage. Miscreant! The Chu clan. She was about to say that the Chu clan and its army never took part in such shameful deeds, but Springflower had already lost her mind. She let out a shrill scream and yelled, I don't want to go to an army camp. Everything I said was a lie. I don't even know this man. She grabbed onto Diao Yang, who had been standing nearby, and shook him forcefully. Diao Yang, the situation is completely different from what you said it would be. Say something. I don't want to go to an army camp. Diao Yang's turned pale, and he shoved her aside. Don't try to slander me, you crazy bitch. The Chu clan's forces have strict moral standards. How could we possibly? He was cut off abruptly as a tremendous burst of power gripped him, preventing him from uttering another word. Chu Zhongtian's face was as placid as water. He looked at Springflower. This man asked you to come here and say what you just said? Springflower nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking at rice. He found me and gave me 20 silvers, and said that I'd earn even more after the deed was done. This is a duke's estate, full of nobles. I was sure I'd earn enough for a lifetime if I helped out. That's why I snuck in. Please forgive me, my lord. Only then did Chu Zhongtian release his energy grip on Diao Yang. Do you have anything to say? Diao Yang's face was ashen. He fell to his knees. Please forgive me, master. I was instructed to do this. Instructed by who? Chu Zhongtian barked. I don't know. Diao Yang swallowed hard, then hurried on. That person spoke to me from the other side of a wall. He bribed me to do it. I've always hated the fact that our young miss ended up marrying someone so useless, so like a fool I agreed. Please show me mercy on account of my many years of service, master. Hearing this, Snow finally relaxed the tight grip she had on her ponytail. Chu Zhongtian snorted, then waved for him to be removed. He glared at everyone present with a face like thunder. It seems clear that Zuan was maligned. Considering that he has already been punished, this matter is settled. No one is to speak of it in the future. Any objections? Chu Taixing gently fanned himself, while Chu Yuepa continued to toy with his compass. Neither spoke. Given that they had yet to discover the mastermind behind all this, neither was willing to make a move that would invite scrutiny. Zuan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. However, it seemed his mother-in-law was unwilling to let him off just yet. Are we going to spare him, just like this? Of course not. Chu Zhongtian smiled ingratiatingly at her. Zuan has gotten himself involved in all manner of unsightly affairs. To ensure he doesn't cause trouble in the future, he will be sent to the Bright Moon Academy to cultivate. He wanted to say cultivate, but changed his words as he remembered how poor Zuan's physique was. Ahem, to become a man of learning. That way, at least he'll be able to assist the clan as an accountant or something. Bright Moon Academy? Zuan was taken aback. But, considering that Chu Zhongtian was the Duke of Bright Moon City, the Bright Moon Academy was most likely affiliated to their clan. His attention shifted to the rage points he had accumulated. This little episode had generated another 1646 rage points. Time to play the lottery again. He was carried back to his room. Just as he was about to draw his prizes, a red blur burst in. Recognizing the second miss of the Chu clan, Zuan grew wary. Why are you here? Did she figure out that my wounds were feigned? Chu Huanzhao hopped onto a nearby table and sat down, her slender little legs dangling in midair. I came here to apologize to you. Apologize? Zuan was at a loss for words. Chu Huanzhao looked uncomfortable. Per our wager, I agreed to forget about what happened that night. But, I wasn't able to protect you today. You even ended up being punished for it. Zuan was amused. This little girl has an honest side to her. He was anxious to play the lottery, and was not interested in wasting time with her. He casually waved a hand. Oh, whatever. You're a kid. It's only normal that you don't have much say in the family. You have successfully trolled Chu Huanzhao for 66 rage points. Zuan blinked. Only then did he realize Chu Huanzhao's face had turned ugly. She snorted and hopped off the table. As she left, she said, in the future, I'll protect you when you are at the academy. If anyone tries to bully you, just tell them you are under my care. Zuan rolled his eyes behind her back. You're just a little slip of a girl, but you act like you are the lady boss or something. He was the son-in-law of the estate. After what happened today, no one in the family would dare to bully him, at least for a while. He put all that out of his mind. He looked around to make sure no one else was coming, then hopped out of bed. He washed his hands and face solemnly, then pulled out a joss stick. He lit it and chanted a prayer. Buddha, Brahma, Jehovah, Allah, any gods that exist, please protect me and grant me a good item. Factoring in the 66 rage points he had just earned from Chu Huanzhao, he now had a total of 1712 rage points. He summoned the keyboard, selected the lottery function, then carefully pressed enter. The light marker appeared and flashed across the numbers on the keyboard. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Oh, come on. Zhuan was irate. Do I have the worst luck in the world, or are the drop rates really that low? It wasn't until his 13th attempt that the light marker finally escaped the clutches of the space key and landed on the 8 key instead. He looked up excitedly. This was a new key. He wondered what it would grant. A small bottle materialized, filled with a green crystalline liquid. Its description appeared below. Poison bottle, this is a thrown weapon. It causes everyone within a small area to feel numb and powerless. It ignores all defenses for targets below the 5th rank. Zhuan was ecstatic. In any game and any world, skills and techniques that bypass defenses were always overpowered as hell. His one regret was that it only worked against targets below the 5th rank. Then again, he probably wouldn't run into bosses above the 4th rank for some time, right? Ah, hell, I hope I haven't jinxed myself. Now he had yet another trump card up his sleeve. Zhuan happily stored the little green bottle into his item bar. Its color was slightly unlucky, but that was a minor gripe. He used up his 4 remaining attempts but came away empty-handed. This thing has a really crappy drop rate. Despite it all, Zhuan was pleased that he was able to earn rage points so easily. The only drawback was that earning points made everyone hate him. This is a cultivator world. I hope I don't end up getting picked off by some random boss. I need to pick my targets carefully in the future. Man, I really wish I was like one of those endgame MCs who could wipe out entire worlds with a single thought. I guess all I can do for now is keep a low profile and slowly grind my way up. Suddenly, new messages began to pop up. You have successfully trolled Qin Wanru for 2 rage points. 2 rage points. 2 rage points. 2, 2, 2. 2, 2. Zhuan blinked at the sudden series of messages. What's going on with that mother-in-law of mine? How did I piss her off this time? Qin Wanru paced angrily around the private quarters she shared with her husband. That bastard really pisses me off. My poor, sweet Yenner. Her future marital prospects have been dashed by that fellow's hands. Chu Zhongtian poured a cup of tea and hastened to present it to his wife. This was Chuyan's personal decision. Qin Wanru swallowed the tea in one gulp, her anger undiminished. It was all for the sake of your Chu clan. Chu Zhongtian smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. Honestly, I'm more concerned about who exactly is secretly targeting Zhuan. Qin Wanru frowned, her anger overshadowed by the serious discussion at hand. She took a seat on a cushioned chair nearby. Agreed. Before this, I didn't fully believe your suspicions, but the events in the ancestral hall this morning suggest that he is being secretly targeted. Chu Zhongtian nodded. And why would he, on his wedding night, suddenly run off into Huanzhao's bed? He can be a scoundrel at times, but I really don't think he's that bold. Qin Wanru snorted. He seemed quite bold this morning, didn't he? Chu Zhongtian went on. Someone knocked Huanzhao out that night. That's the only explanation. She would never have let him get into her bed otherwise. You don't really think he's capable of that, do you? Honestly, if he did have that level of talent, I wouldn't be half as mad as I am right now, Qin Wanru retorted. Clearly, she was exceedingly disgruntled by how useless her new son-in-law was. Chu Zhongtian sighed. There's something I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. That same night, our spirit creek was defiled. What? Qin Wanru shot up, thunderstruck. Ever since the Chu clan had been established, it had relied on 2 primary sources of revenue. The first was the salt trade, while the second was the arms trade. The Chu clan's dominance in the arms trade was due to the significantly higher quality of their weapons, compared to their competitors. This was dependent on two things: their marvelous rune formations, and the Spirit Creek, which was used to cleanse and temper weapons. Every clan had their own rune formations, and some of them were on par with the Chu clans. The Spirit Creek, however, was exclusive to the Chu clan. It was the critical component to the clan's success in the arms industry. You were so furious at what Zuan did that night that I was afraid to tell you. Chu Zhongtian kept a careful eye on her facial expressions as he continued. Right now, I suspect that someone drugged him and put him into Huan Zhao's bed on his wedding night. Using this distraction, they seized the chance to defile our Spirit Creek. Qin Wanru was frantic. Can the Spirit Creek be restored? Chu Zhongtian shook his head. A small quantity of Demon's Pit was poured into the Spirit Creek. It will remain defiled for at least 20 years. Thankfully, whoever did this did not have a large supply of it. Perhaps, in a few decades, the Spirit Creek will manage to cleanse itself. Who knows if the Chu clan will even be around in a few decades? Qin Wanru knew that Demon's Pit was the vilest and most toxic substance in the world. If their Spirit Creek had been polluted by Demon's Pit, there was nothing they could do right now to save it. Who do you think carried this out? The Emperor's faction, or King Qi's faction? Chu Zhongtian fell silent upon hearing his wife's words. The founder of the Zhou dynasty, Emperor Taizu, had lost his sons to the war that founded the empire. Taizu's younger brother offered his second son, the current King Qi, to Taizu for adoption. However, Taizu sacrificed his own life in a bitter fight to defeat an expert from the foreign tribes. Mindful of the instability of the newly formed empire and the tender age of his adopted son, Taizu nominated his younger brother as his successor with his dying breath. This led to the rise of Emperor Taizong. Inheriting the will of Taizu, Emperor Taizong conquered vast swathes of land, greatly expanding the territories of the Zhou dynasty. The many battles, and the injuries which he suffered, took their toll on his physical body, and he reached his limit prematurely. When it was time to choose an heir, he was put in a bind. By convention, the throne belonged to Taizu's lineage. He had only assumed the crown because King Qi had been far too young to govern. Now that King Qi was a grown man, it was only right for him to pass the throne to him. But greed lurks in the hearts of all men. Even though King Qi shared Taizong's blood, he had been adopted by Taizu, and thus Taizong did not see him as his own son. As such, he favored his own eldest son, King Jin, instead. Taizong hatched a clever plan. He issued an edict, declaring that the first of the two to reach the Earth Immortal stage as the successor to the throne. King Jin, as the eldest son of Taizong, was naturally older than King Qi. He also enjoyed the full backing of Taizong, which granted him far more resources for cultivation. It went without saying that King Jin was the first to reach the Earth Immortal stage, and succeeded his father to become the incumbent Emperor Gaozong. This decision caused much controversy, as many older subjects in the imperial court were loyal to Taizu's lineage and supported King Qi's right to rule. To placate them and avert a civil war, Taizong hinted that King Qi could one day succeed Gaozong when he passed on. 100 years had passed since then, and Gaozong was nearing the end of his life. The issue of succession came up once more, and Gaozong chose to proclaim his own son as the crown prince. King Qi's followers were upset by this pronouncement, and were infuriated that the designated crown prince was far less talented than the prodigious King Qi. Despite their opposition, Emperor Gaozong had ruled for 100 years, and had consolidated great power and influence during his reign. Clashes had erupted between both factions in recent years, both openly as well as covertly. The Chu clan, through its dominance in both the salt trade and the arms trade, had unbelievable wealth that rivaled that of a country. Given the significant resources at its disposal, it was inevitable that both factions would seek to win their support. However, Chu Zhongtian had taken a fiercely neutral stance, as he had no wish to embroil the Chu clan in the current war of succession. In response, the imperial faction had intensified their overtures and were pushing to cement an alliance through marriage. Chu Zhongtian and his wife had been deeply troubled by this matter because the Chu clan, unlike other clans, harbored a huge secret. Furthermore, Chu Chuyen had a huge role in the business empire of the Chu clan. If she were to be married into the imperial faction, the Chu clan would risk being swallowed whole. Chu Chuyen was aware of what was at stake, so she proposed taking the initiative to hold an open selection for her spouse. She chose the most useless fellow in the city and rushed through the marriage ceremony in order to crush any ideas that the imperial faction or King Qi's faction had in mind. This sequence of events had led Qin Wanru to suspect the culprit who ruined the Spirit Creek had been sent either by the emperor or by King Qi. Regardless of who the culprit is, we have troubling days ahead of us, Chu Zhongtian said gravely. Sang Hong is going to take over as the governor of Linchuan Commandery. Bright Moon City was under the jurisdiction of Linchuan Commandery. Qin Wanru exclaimed in astonishment, Vice Minister of Finance, Sang Hong. The Minister of Finance was one of the 9 ministers that managed the finances of the empire, with the Vice Minister of Finance as the second in charge. Sang Hong, who supervised the salt and arms trade within the empire, was an aide to the emperor. It was clear he was being assigned to the Linchuan Commandery in order to deal with the Chu clan. I've heard rumors that he's a callous person who has no qualms killing his kin if he needs to. Many noble clans have fallen apart due to his intervention. I fear that our Chu clan is in grave danger, Qin Wanru remarked worriedly. Seeing the traces of fear streaking the face of his usually headstrong wife, Chu Zhongtian embraced her and said, We'll deal with it accordingly when it comes our way. Our Chu clan is no pushover. Sang Hong is no more than an 8th rank, let's see who gets the last laugh. Qin Wanru rolled her eyes at her husband. Is his cultivation the only thing that matters? Great Bandit Qinshian of the Hidden Dragon Mountain is no more than a 6th rank, so why haven't you managed to eradicate him even after so many years? Chu Zhongtian harumphed coldly. That Qinshian is a sly fellow. Every time I rush over after receiving news of him, he disappears without a trace. I suspect he has an insider within this city that has been tipping him off, or else I would have caught him long ago. A thought popped into Qin Wanru's mind. That gang of bandits illegally peddles salt and plunders passing merchants, killing them in cold blood. We should toss the matter into Sang Hong's hands. He won't be able to turn a blind eye to this matter as the governor. Chu Zhongtian's eyes lit up as well. What a wonderful idea! That reminds me, I heard that the merchant convoy of the Yu clan is heading over to Bright Moon City. We have to inform them of this matter lest they get ambushed by Qinshian's group. Youch ouch ouch ouch. Before Chu Zhongtian could finish, Qin Wanru grabbed his ear tightly, saying, You are just worried about their matriarch, Yu Yanluo, aren't you? She was the #1 beauty of the capital back then. I know that you shamelessly courted her before, only for her to end up marrying the Cloudmid's Duke. Are you thinking of rekindling the spark between you two? Chu Zhongtian desperately pleaded for mercy, My dear wife, they have already been married for so long. How could I possibly bear such intention toward her? You mustn't spout such nonsense. However, Qin Wanru still refused to release her grip, sniffing coldly instead. I heard that the Cloudmid's Duke recently passed away in an accident. Doesn't that mean that Yu Yanluo is single now? Chu Zhongtian's eyes lit up. Is that true? Skewered by his wife's murderous gaze, he quickly changed his tone and said, My dear wife, doesn't the fact that I'm ignorant about her affairs show that my eyes have never been on her? Besides, you know the current circumstances I am in. How could I have any intentions towards her? Seeing the hurt look on Chu Zhongtian's face, Qin Wanru hurriedly released his ear. Husband, I'm sorry. Chu Zhongtian shook his head. No, I'm the one who has let you down. Qin Wanru hated to see her husband so downcast, so she quickly changed the subject. Where did Chuyen go? Chu Zhongtian replied, she's bringing the young miss of the Pei clan around the city. Qin Wanru furrowed her brows. As someone from the Pei clan, she's probably a member of King Qi's faction. I can't help but think that she has darker intentions in mind for suddenly choosing to study at Bright Moon Academy. Chu Zhongtian chuckled in response, rest assured. Our daughter is a smart child, she knows what to do. Qin Wanru harumphed. Pei Mianmon might be young, but she has the face of a cunning vixen. Those peach blossom eyes of hers seem to be constantly seducing the men around her. I don't like her. Chu Zhongtian burst into laughter. Are you worried that she would snatch your daughter's man? Qin Wanru chuckled at the thought of Pei Mianmon falling for Zhu En's witless features. It was inconceivable. I would celebrate if she took that scoundrel away from Chuyen. Achoo. Zhu En suddenly let loose a powerful sneeze. He wondered which young miss or madam was currently thinking of him. Young master, have you caught a cold? I'll find some thicker clothes for you to put on right away. Before Zhu En could react, a young man had already wrapped a robe around him. The stupefied Zhu En took a closer look at the young man before him. He appeared to be 14 or 15 years old, and was dressed in a set of blue clothes. His hair was tied into 2 buns on top of his head. Together with his large eyes, they lent him a docile, youthful look. Follow you stories at n/VELB/in.com. Wait a moment, who are you? Young master, you're teasing me. This servant is your study companion, the young man replied with a flirtatious smile. Study companion? Zhu En was flabbergasted for a moment, but concluded that it had to do with him attending the Bright Moon Academy. He was just heading to one of their clan's subsidiaries. Was it really necessary to assign him a study companion? Looks like the Bright Moon Duke's estate is indeed needlessly rich. Yeep, just how I like it. What did you call me earlier? Young master? I can't hear you. Louder. Young master. Not bad, not bad. Lad, you have a bright future ahead of you. Joy blossomed on Zhu En's face. Nothing had gone his way since his transmigration. He might be the son-in-law of a duke's estate, but not a single person respected him, let alone addressed him as young master. Finally meeting someone who treated him with respect soothed him from head to toe. What's your name? The youth jolted into attention and replied anxiously, Young master, my name is Qing Shuping. What ping? Zhu En thought that study companions usually had characters like Fu, fortune, Wang, prosperity, or Kai, money, in their names. At the very least, they would go with something that was easy to remember like Wan. Who in the world gave this fellow such a weird name? 1. Qing Shuping, derived from guarding one's lips like a tightly corked bottle. It's a name that the master bestowed on me. He puffed out his chest proudly. 2. Not bad, you were worthy enough to be granted a name by your master. Zhu En wasn't familiar with the customs in this world, but he reckoned it a huge honor to be given a name by one's master. Take Xing Qinggong from his timeline, for example. After he was bestowed a surname by the emperor, everyone began addressing him by the honorific Lord of Imperial surname. Young master, you flatter me. I was deeply favored by the master while I was working for him, but one day, I found myself transferred to the kitchens. I was afraid I might have unintentionally offended the old master somehow, but now that I have been assigned as young master's study companion, I finally understand my master's intentions. He must have been trying to temper me by putting me through adversity, so that I would be ready to take on a greater cause when the need arises. Light glittered in Qing Shuping's eyes at his passionate proclamation. Wait a moment, the more Zhu En listened to Qing Shuping's story, the more bizarre it sounded. He was well aware of how others in the Chu estate thought of him, and yet, this fellow thought that this assignment was an honorable job? Looks like he's not a very bright lad. Besides, this fellow had started out working by Master Chu's side, so how did he end up being transferred over to a place like the kitchens? Zuan let the matter drop. He was more interested in his own affairs. It seems like you have been in the Chu estate for quite some time. You should know a few things, right? Qing Shuping thumped his chest and said, that goes without saying. From the old master down to the servants working in the Chu estate, no one keeps any secrets from me. Zuan needed to know more about the Chu estate. He had only arrived here 2 days ago, yet so many were already plotting his demise, and he had no idea what the root cause of it all was. He was acutely aware of the perilous position he was in. He mulled for a moment before asking, do you know why the Chu clan chose me as their son-in-law? This was what bugged him the most. Chu Chuyen, from her background down to her appearance, was impeccable, whereas Zuan, from every perspective, was useless trash through and through. It should have been impossible for their paths to have ever crossed, but in a mysterious turn of events, they had become married to one another. This reeked with suspicion. Qing Shuping seemed bewildered by Zuan's question. Isn't that because of young master's devilishly handsome looks? Zuan's eyes shot wide open. It would seem that Qing Shuping shared some of his talent for earnestly spewing nonsense. Ahem, ahem. While what you're saying makes perfect sense, is there no other reason behind it? None at all. The young miss chose you because of your dashing looks back then. Don't you have a shred of self-awareness in you at all? There's nothing you have that can be called a strength other than that. Qing Shuping was careful not to allow even a sliver of his inner thoughts slip through his mask. His expression was as earnest as it could get. You're saying that the young miss chose me personally? Zuan astutely picked out the crucial information hidden amidst Qing Shuping's words. Yes, that's right. Madame wasn't satisfied with her decision and had implored her to reconsider her options, Qing Shuping replied. Zuan hurriedly interjected, you don't need to say anything unnecessary to me. He had presumed that Chu Chuyen had been forced into marrying him by her parents. That would explain the dissatisfaction and killing intent she had directed toward him. However, what Qing Shuping said earlier disproved this. But why would Chu Chuyen choose him as her spouse? That young miss eyes were as sharp as they could get. Pooey pooey pooey. She must have fallen for my dashing looks and desired a taste of my body. 1. This is a reference to a Hong Kong movie, Flirting Scholar, where the main lead enters the House of Hua as a study companion to the two young masters of the house. 2. Shou means guard and ping means bottle. Zuan's expression darkened once more at this thought. A curse had been put on this lousy body of his, such that he could do nothing even if a beautiful woman were to leap into his embrace. Recalling old Mi's words, he turned back to the young man beside him and asked, Shuping, are you familiar with the master stage? Everyone in the Zhou dynasty knows about it. Is young master unfamiliar with it? Qing Shuping threw Zuan a quizzical look. Zuan nearly choked. He quickly replied, of course I am familiar with it. I was just testing you. I see. Qing Shuping's eyes widened with realization. Masters are able to draw raw qi from the world freely, allowing them to soar through the sky. They are top-notch figures in this world. Zuan was astonished to hear that. How many masters are there in our Bright Moon City? How many? Qing Shuping laughed as though Zuan had told a great joke. None at all. What? Zuan was stunned. Bright Moon City looked pretty big to him, so how could there not be even a single master here? Leaving Bright Moon City aside, I doubt that there are any masters in our entire Linchuan commandery. Qing Shuping exclaimed. You should know that in the Zhou dynasty, only the 3 dukes, the Grand Marshal, the general of Swift's steed, and a few kings are masters. There are so few masters around. How could we have any in our bright moon city? Qing Shuping launched into a lengthy explanation about how one's position corresponded to one's cultivation level in this world. The more Zuan listened, the more shocked he grew. Old me was making fun of me. There are only that many masters in the world. Even with the help of the keyboard, I would be a withered old man by the time I reach the master stage. Not to mention, he doesn't even know about my trump card. Just where did he get the confidence that I would be able to reach master stage? As Zuan brooded, he noticed Qing Shuping watching him with strained patience, as if he were struggling to deal with a simpleton. He seethed inwardly. You sure know quite a lot, don't you? Qing Shuping was smiling so brightly that his facial features all squished together. Young master, you're flattering me. You are a cultivator too? Qing Shuping's smile froze momentarily before he lowered his head gloomily and replied, That's not it. I have no talent in cultivation or in sensing raw qi. Zuan nodded slightly. Idle people like you sure know how to live life well. You're so knowledgeable despite your inability to cultivate. You have successfully trolled Qing Shuping for 33 rage points. Zuan pondered for a moment. Are there any extremely skilled physicians in Bright Moon City? The kind whose reputations have spread far and wide? This won't do. I'll be an old fossil before I reach master stage if I took the conventional way. I need to find some other means instead. Since this was a world of cultivation, there had to be miraculous physicians around, those who could pull off the impossible. Perhaps they would be able to solve the problem he was facing. Extremely skilled physicians? Ah, there is one. Qing Shuping seemed to delight in enlightening others. Divine Physician Ji is Bright Moon City's. No, to be more accurate, he's the most skilled physician in the entire Linchuan Commandery. There's no illness that he can't treat. Ji? He can't possibly be Ji Xiaolan, right? Zuan asked. Most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgen.co/m. Ji Xiaolan? Qing Shuping scratched his head in confusion. He isn't. Zuan's interest was sparked. Let's go then. Bring me to him. Qing Shuping dithered, frowning slightly. Young master, weren't you whipped by the second miss just a moment ago? No matter how I look at it, you should. Zuan's eyes swam about as he searched for a lie. I'm visiting Divine Physician Ji to have those wounds treated. But our estate's physician has already tended to young master. You'll recover with a few days of rest. There's no need for you to look for Divine Physician Ji, Qing Shuping replied. Black lines streaked across Zuan's face as he replied, Are you the young master or am I the young master? Why do you have so much nonsense? Just take me there. Young master, please be at ease. I'll bring you there right away. Qing Shuping quickly put on a fawning smile once more. Zuan was a little surprised by Qing Shuping's composure. Now that he thought about it, he also hadn't earned many rage points by insulting the lad earlier. Perhaps the years he had spent in the Chu estate had thickened his skin. Zuan quickly changed his clothes and instructed Qing Shuping to lead the way. He had worried that he would be barred from leaving the estate, but the gate guards let them through with barely a glance. He thought about the incident that happened the previous night and asked, Where is the first miss? The first miss appears to have gone out, Qing Shuping replied. Zuan heaved a sigh of relief. He did not relish the thought of facing that master and servant pair again. Speaking of which, do you know Snow? Qing Shuping's eyes lit up. Who doesn't know Sister Snow? She's the personal attendant of the first miss. Not only is she beautiful, but she has a sweet voice as well. Countless people in the estate consider her their dream lover. Young master, if you don't mind, can you help bring us together? You're talking nonsense again. Zhuan was speechless. Where did this fellow get the confidence to court Snow? Put your mind to better use. Do you have any information concerning her? For example, has she been working in the Chu estate from a young age? No, she hasn't. Qing Shuping was deflated by Zhu An's contemptuous dismissal of his romantic aspirations. It looks like the young master is interested in Snow too. I heard that the personal maidservants of large clans are usually given to the groom as concubines. Sister Snow was saved and brought to the Chu estate 3 or 4 years ago. She's obedient and intelligent, so she quickly won the first Miss Favor and was appointed as her personal maidservant. Obedient? Zhuan could not reconcile that sharp-tongued lass with that word. However, the fact that she had only been in service to the Chu clan for 3 to 4 years occupied his mind. How about the second branch and the third branch? How are their relationships with my father-in-law's branch? Zhuan thought about what had transpired in the ancestral hall. He sensed an inexplicable enmity coming from Chu Taixing and Chu Yuepa. Still fine, I guess, Qing Shuping replied thoughtfully. The second master spends his days managing the arms trade, whereas the third master manages the salt trade. They are the close aides to our master. Arms? Salt? Zhuan was taken aback. This was the world of cultivation. Even if they weren't managing the spirit stone trade, they should at least be rearing demonic beasts or doing other fantasy stuff. Why were they dealing with such ordinary commodities? As if sensing Zhuan's thoughts, Qing Shuping explained, "Young master, you shouldn't underestimate these two commodities. They can bring about massive profits for the family. It's through these two commodities that our Chu clan accumulated wealth equal to that of a country. You should know that there are only a small number of individuals who are privileged to be able to cultivate in our world. The rest are ordinary mortals like us, unable to sense the raw qi in the air. Arms and salt are daily necessities that we cannot do without." Zhuan clicked his tongue in annoyance. What do you mean by we? Don't lump me together with ordinary mortals like you. I am someone who can cultivate. Qing Shuping blinked his eyes at Zhuan, a retort sticking in his throat. The young master was really, as the rumors put him out to be, utterly inept yet incredibly boastful. It doesn't matter. He's the young master after all. I'll help him win the first Miss Heart. There's no gratitude greater than to one who delivers charcoal in a snowstorm. If I help him while he's still down, he'll view me as his confidant when he finally makes it big. Once that happens, I'll naturally rise through the ranks. Perhaps, I might even be able to get together with Snow. Tee-hee. Why are you laughing foolishly to yourself? Zhuan smacked Qing Shuping on the back of his head. Where's Divine Physician Ji's residence? Qing Shuping recoiled and fussed with his hairdo. Young master, you mustn't hit my head. It took me a lot of effort to do up this hairstyle. Zhuan looked at the 2 steamed pork buns sitting atop Qing Shuping's head, and wordlessly shook his head. Enough. Hurry up and lead the way. He had already gained a rough understanding of the situation in the Chu estate. He still hadn't uncovered the culprit plotting his death, but resolving the problems below his belt was still the most urgent task at hand. Young master, I think you need not look for Divine Physician Ji anymore, Qing Shuping said as he ran after Zhuan. Why is that so? Asked Zhuan, bewildered. Qing Shuping explained, Divine Physician Ji has established a rule that anyone who seeks consultation with him has to pay 100 silver taels as a consultation fee. 100 silver taels just for a consultation? That's daylight robbery. From what Zhuan had observed over the last 2 days, the currency in this world was similar to that of ancient China. 1,000 copper coins was equivalent to 1 silver tael, and 10 silver taels was equivalent to 1 golden tael. There was another currency that was more valuable than gold, and that was keystones. However, keystones were hard to come by, so he had yet to determine their value. The units of measurement in this world differed from that of ancient China. It was similar to the modern world instead. 1 tael was equivalent to 50 grams. The purchasing power of silver here was still fairly high as it remained a rare resource. A silver tael was worth around 1,800 renminbi. To pay 100 silver taels, which was equivalent to 180,000 renminbi, just for consultation was ridiculous. It was no wonder Zuan kicked up a fuss. Zuan pondered for a moment, then draped his arm around Qing Shuping's shoulders. "Lil Ping Ping, I'm a little short on cash at the moment. Can you do me a favor and help me just this once? I'll pay you back with interest once I get the money." Qing Shuping quietly felt for the money pouch hanging by his waist. "Young master, I'm a mere servant. If you don't have money, then how could I have any?" Zuan had noticed Qing Shuping's subtle movements, but he ignored them. Even if Qing Shuping had had some money on hand, it was unlikely that he would have 100 silver taels. "Do you know a place in Bright Moon City that sells slaves?" "Young master, are you referring to the slave market? That's where nobles trade their servants and maids, and they are usually worth between a handful to a few tens of silver taels." Qing Shuping trailed off, and Zuan could feel him tense up. He turned stiffly to look at Zuan and swallowed. "Young master, you can't be thinking of selling me, are you?" Zuan's expression immediately turned solemn. "How is that possible? What kind of person do you take me to be?" Zuan had already determined that Qing Shuping was worth a handful of silver taels at most. Besides, he was a servant of a duke's estate, so it could be difficult to broker his sale. Despite Zuan's reassurances, Qing Shuping was still a little unnerved. He quickly said, "Young master, there's actually another way around this. Besides paying 100 silver taels, you can also get a consultation by accomplishing a task for him." Those words put Zuan's heart at ease. He slapped Qing Shuping's shoulders and remarked heartily, "You should have said that earlier. I nearly sold you just now." Qing Shuping could only stare. Despite Zuan's obvious excitement, Qing Shuping was glum. The tasks set by Divine Physician Ji were not easily accomplished. Nevertheless, out of fear of getting sold, he held his tongue. A few more turns led them to a well-appointed residence. Zuan felt his jaw drop as he took in the crowd gathered outside. "Why are there so many people around?" Qing Shuping laughed sheepishly. "Didn't I tell young master earlier? Divine Physician Ji's place is always swamped with people." Zuan recalled how difficult it was to secure appointments with top specialists in elite hospitals back in the modern world. Some had to be made months in advance. He supposed it was only natural that it would be similar in Divine Physician Ji's case. "Wait, this isn't right either. Doesn't a consultation cost 100 silver taels? Are the people of this world that rich? But these people gathered around are dressed quite shabbily. They can't have that sort of money. Where is Miss G? Why is Miss G not here?" Someone in the crowd shouted, triggering a commotion. "That's right, we want to meet Miss G." Zuan was stunned by what he'd heard. He turned to Qing Shuping and asked, "Is the Divine Physician Ji you were referring to a girl?" "Of course not," Qing Shuping replied, scanning the crowd on tiptoes. "Divine Physician Ji is Miss Ji's father. Miss Ji is not only a gorgeous beauty, she's also known to be a warm and kind person. She often provides free consultations for the poor, making her incredibly popular in the city. These people are likely here to catch a glimpse of her." Zuan scoffed, "Gorgeous beauty? Even someone like Snow is deemed to be a beauty in your eyes." A mere study companion like you must have never seen real beauty before, or else your standards wouldn't be this low. Qing Shuping's face flushed indignantly, but before he could defend himself, a red-faced man who was in the crowd turned to confront them. "Oi, brat! What do you know? Miss G's beauty rivals that of Miss Chu from the Duke's estate in our Bright Moon City. It's a shame Miss Chu has recently married a useless wastrel, so there's no point mentioning her anymore. Right now, Miss G is the only goddess in my dreams." Zhu Han's face turned incredibly livid. How could this fellow insult him straight to his face? He wouldn't be a true keyboard warrior if he took this lying down. He cupped his ear as if listening earnestly to the red-faced man's words. Then, he shouted back, "What did you say? Miss G is the goddess of your wet dreams?" Zhuan was currently at the third step of the second rank, so his voice was much louder than an ordinary person's. Not a single person missed his exclamation, and they all turned their heads towards the commotion. Most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgen.co/m. This sudden scrutiny flustered the red-faced man. "What are you talking about? I said dreams." Zhuan cut him off sharply. "Ah, that explains why you said that you wanted to steal something of Miss G's to take home with you. My gosh, you are a disgusting excuse for a human being. Please stay away from me." As Zhuan spoke, he pushed the red-faced man backward, as if trying to prevent him getting closer. His true goal, however, was to shove the red-faced man into the waiting hands of the now infuriated crowd. "I didn't say that." "I wasn't." Sensing the murderous glares trained on him, the red-faced man panicked. He tried his best to explain himself, but his stuttering and stammering were to no avail, as someone in the crowd yelled out, "Get him!" They fell on him in a blur of snarling faces and angry fists. "You have successfully trolled Lu Ringjia for 666 rage points." Zhuan calmly smoothed the front of his robe as he stepped around the melee and made his way leisurely to the entrance of the residence. Qing Shuping stared blankly. "This works too?" Despite his surprise, he rushed to catch up to Zhuan. A furious howl issued from within the residence. "All of you, scram! What's the meaning of this, causing such a cacophony outside another's house this early? You're disturbing this old man's sleep." The tightly shut doors to the residence finally creaked open. "Divine Physician G is out. Divine Physician G is out." The crowd surged towards the doorway, Lu Ringjia all but forgotten, leaving behind a pitiful man lying on the ground covered in footprints. Zhuan examined the man who had just walked out of the residence. He had a thin face that retained a shadow of the beguiling features of his younger years. However, his untrimmed beard, heavy eye bags, and the overwhelming odor of alcohol pouring off him reduced him to nothing more than another scruffy middle-aged man. Despite his appearance, Zhuan did not look down on him. His ears were still ringing from that earlier roar. Without a doubt, Divine Physician G's cultivation was far higher than his. This is more like it. It's clear that this man has the air of a hidden expert, similar to that drunk sword immortal. Except that his face isn't that round. "Divine Physician G, where's your daughter?" Someone standing by the side asked with a fawning smile. Divine Physician G shot him a glance and demanded, "Who are you?" "Divine Physician G, do you not recognize me anymore? I am Wang Fugue. I often drop by your place." That man hurriedly introduced himself. "I don't remember you." Divine Physician G dug his ear before leisurely flicking his earwax away. This divine physician only remembers the faces of pretty ladies. Why would I bother with a mere money bag? Ahem, I mean, customer. Anyway, you probably never spent a single cent here. Wang Fugue chuckled sheepishly. I have never patronized your business before, but Miss G has treated my illness several times. God damn it! I knew that it was weird how my business has dropped off recently. Divine Physician G cut in furiously. It turns out that that damned lass has been treating all of you for free. All of you? Scram! Damned lass? Zuin was surprised to hear those words. To refer to his daughter in such a manner, are they really blood-related? We're here to look for Miss G, not you. Under Divine Physician G's glare, Wang Fugui's words faded away meekly. She's not around. I sent her out of the city to pick some medicine so that she'll stop interrupting my business. Divine Physician G pulled out a chair and dropped lazily into it. Those who want to be treated either fork out 100 silver taels as consultation fee or complete my task. If you aren't here to be diagnosed, you better get out of my sight right now. If not, don't blame me for getting nasty. Upon hearing that their goddess was absent, the crowd gathered dispersed in a flash. Their departure looked rehearsed. This was definitely not the first time they had been dismissed in this manner. A few individuals who desperately needed a consultation stayed and begged earnestly, Divine Physician G, we can't afford to pay 100 silver taels. Please, Master, do some good and have mercy on us. Divine Physician G took a sip from the wine gourd he was carrying. Without bothering to look any of them in the eye, he said, I, G Dingtu, can treat hundreds of illnesses, but the illness that you are suffering from is beyond my means. One of those who had stayed immediately panicked. I haven't even explained my symptoms to you yet, so how do you know that I can't be treated? Divine Physician G finally met the man's flustered gaze. That's because the illness you're suffering from is poverty. How can I treat something like that? You don't have any of the virtues that a physician ought to have. How can you call yourself a divine physician? That man's face turned scarlet as he turned and left in a huff of wounded pride. Unperturbed, Divine Physician G lounged lazily in his chair, idly humming a tune. He paid no heed to the insults hurled at him. It was then that a man with a ratty face stepped forward and discreetly pushed a picture book filled with vibrantly colored portraits into Divine Physician G's hands. Divine Physician G, I just managed to obtain this recently. It's the newest edition of Heaven on Earth. Divine Physician G jolted upright. He snatched the picture book over and flipped through it hungrily. Zuin, who was standing nearby, could just about make out the scantily dressed ladies that adorned each page. This isn't too bad. Divine Physician G stuffed the book into his clothes before patting the other party's shoulder with a look of approval. You may go in. I'll treat you later on. This freaking works too? Zuin was dumbstruck. I have Pimp of the Young Maidens, XX Records of Youth, and Morphing into a Dragon in the Face of Storm with me too. Do you want them? It's just a pity that I can't draw, or else I could just produce one and offer it to him. Why is he able to enter? Those who had not witnessed the exchange cried indignantly. Divine Physician harumphed sternly. That's none of your business. You want to enter too? Sure. Pay the consultation fee or finish my task. But your task is simply too difficult. You're just making things hard for us. Someone complained. It was then that Zuin noticed a signboard by the doorway labeled today's task. On it was written, this divine physician is going to concoct a key refinement pill. I need 10 Asrip wolf gubeos for my medicine. Zuin had heard of gubeos before. They were stone-like objects that grew inside a dog's stomach, spherical or elliptical in shape, and colored either ashen white or grayish-black. They were effective in soothing blood flow, clearing blockages, and detoxifying. However, what in the world was an Asrip wolf? Some sort of mutant wolf in the world of cultivation? Hearing the complaints from those around, Divine Physician G sneered contemptuously. Do I look dumb to you? Why would I bother giving out tasks if they aren't hard? The crowd lost their patience and began speaking over one another. But every Asrip wolf is at least at the second rank, and the leader of the pack could very well be in the third rank. They always gather in packs numbering anywhere between dozens of wolves to over 100. An ordinary person would be torn to shreds. Gubayos are incredibly rare. One would be lucky to find a single gobao from 10 Asrip wolves. Shut up! You're all too noisy. Divine Physician G glared at the crowd. It's not that Asrip wolves are powerful, all of you are simply too weak. If any of you were to reach rank 4, wouldn't you be able to clear this task within minutes easily? Veins popped out from the temples of some in the crowd as they hollered. Any cultivator who has reached the 4th rank is already qualified to become a city lord. How can we possibly match up to such people? Zuan looked on silently. From the infuriated statements of the crowd, he realized that most of the cultivators were at the 2nd rank and there were hardly any 3rd ranks around. Using such a standard as a gauge, wouldn't that mean he wasn't actually that weak? Cut the crap. Do the task if you want, or else just get lost. It's not as if I'm forcing any of you into it. Divine Physician G lost his patience. Stop blocking my doorway and obstructing my business. Shoo shoo shoo! Zuan tugged at Qing Shuping's arm and asked, "This fellow is so arrogant. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up?" Qing Shuping was shocked to hear those words. He quickly put his finger up to silence Zuan and pulled him into a back alley. Divine Physician G possesses unfathomable power. Plenty of impatient lads have tried to strong-arm him into treating them before, but do you know what happened to them? They got thrown out. Zuan asked. From his expression, Zuan could tell that Qing Shuping was unimpressed by his lack of imagination. They're all lying under their tombstones right now. He's that vicious? Zuan stroked his lower jaw in astonishment. Isn't the magistrate going to interfere in this matter? Qing Shuping explained, Divine Physician G isn't a divine physician for nothing. You don't know how many experts are indebted to him over the years. Even the city lord has to show some respect in his presence. Not to mention, those lads had tried to strong-arm him first, so the cases were ruled in his favor. Zuan was determined. Is there really no way to complete the task? Of course! Qing Shuping replied matter-of-factly. Those who are weak don't have the ability to complete the task, and those who are strong could simply pay the consultation fee instead of wasting their time on the task. He had grown fed up with the number of people complaining about his fee, so he came up with these impossible tasks to stuff their mouths. No wonder. Zuan nodded. That G fellow had intended for the tasks that he set to be impossible for the common folk to accomplish in the first place. Wait a moment! A thought suddenly flashed across Zuan's mind, and he narrowed his eyes at Qing Shuping. This darn thing knew that the task was impossible, yet he didn't give me a heads up before bringing me here. He must be doing this in order to meet Miss G. Zuan's face darkened as he addressed Qing Shuping. You should return to the Chu estate first. I'll walk around by myself. His happiness was at stake here, so he had to give it a try no matter how tough it was. Anyway, he had the poisonous prick and the poison bottle. As long as he was careful, he might just be able to complete the task. Of course, he had to make sure to do it without drawing the attention of the Chu clan. The Chu clan thought of him as nothing but trash, and enemies lurked in the shadows who were out to take his life. If they were to learn that he had managed to raise his cultivation to the 2nd rank, their next attempt would be more deadly. Lying low is the key to survival. Qing Shuping was astonished. Young master, you aren't thinking of attempting the task, are you? Zuan wondered if his actions had given away his intentions, but Qing Shuping carried on before he could fashion an excuse. Young master, do you know why those wolves are named as Asrip wolves? Because of their fierce temper? Zuan hazarded a guess. Qing Shuping corrected him. It's because they are skilled at striking the ass. Once they sink their sharp, jagged fangs into your rear, they're impossible to shake off. They'll yank everything out, and before you know it, your intestines and organs are decorating the floor. Hey, say what you want, but stop running around me and jabbing your fingers here and there. Zuan grumbled irritably, placing his hands protectively over his backside. He resisted the temptation to give Qing Shuping a good kick. Qing Shuping laughed in response. This humble servant is just worried for young master's safety. These wolves are going to rip through your ass, which is why they call them the ass-rip wolves. Not only that, they are highly aggressive creatures that like to gather in huge numbers. Even powerful cultivators refuse to get involved with them, preferring to detour around them if possible. Zuan felt a chill run up his rear end. He cleared his throat noisily. Do you think that I would get involved with those disgusting things? Qing Shuping eyed Zuan suspiciously for a moment, but felt the tension drain out of him as he recalled the rumors surrounding the young master. It does seem unlikely for you to do so. Zuan read the mockery in Qing Shuping's eyes, but decided to let it lie for now. Return to the estate first. Remember, don't tell anyone that I've come here. With Miss Ji away, Qing Shuping found no reason to linger. I'd rather head back to the estate and see if Sister Snow is back. So, he thumped his chest and said, Don't worry, young master. Have you forgotten what my name is? My mouth is sealed like a cork on a bottle. Zuan looked at Qing Shuping doubtfully. He got the feeling that this wasn't a particularly trustworthy fellow. After Qing Shuping had left, Zuan covered his face with a loose piece of cloth and squeezed through the crowd. The strength he'd gained recently made it much easier for him to shove others aside as he made his way through. He looked at the scruffy middle-aged man slouched in the chair and asked, Are you really able to treat all illnesses? He had to verify this first. It would be a huge waste of time and effort if he'd accomplished the task, only to find out his condition was not treatable. Other than the affliction of poverty, there's nothing in this world that I can't cure. Divine Physician Ji rocked his chair leisurely, his eyes still closed. What if I manage to finish the task but you can't treat my illness? Zuan couldn't shake his worry. Divine Physician Ji opened his eyes and assessed him from head to toe. His eyes finally fell between Zuan's thighs, and he said, Isn't it just a little niggle in your crotch? You speak as if you have some sort of terminal illness. Zuan felt his heart swell with delight. If Divine Physician Ji could identify the root of his condition with a single glance, it seemed there was a good chance that he could be cured. His joy dimmed as he registered the bizarre glances directed at him by some of the bystanders. After hearing that he had a problem there, it seemed most felt either pity or contempt for him. TSK TSK TSK. Impotent at such a young age. It looks like youngsters nowadays are getting weaker. You must learn from his lesson. If you don't work hard in your younger years, you'll only despair in your later years. Ah. Could it be a sexually transmitted disease? Oh dear, will I get infected by standing so close to him? Zuan had no idea who had uttered the last comment, but in a split second, the crowd parted to give him a wide berth. He idly recalled a question he had seen on the internet in his previous life. If someone were to barge into the toilet while you're bathing to snap some photos, which part of you should you cover first? It went without saying that the answer was the face. Zuan was glad that he had preemptively covered his face, or else he would have been thoroughly embarrassed. He silently cursed Divine Physician Ji. Had he never heard of a patient's confidentiality before? How could he have the temerity to shout something so private out loud? He gathered himself. Good. I'll be accepting this task then. Where can I find the Asrip wolves? Since no one could see his face, he would take advantage of this opportunity to ferret out some useful information. You? Divine Physician G eyed him up and down before shaking his head. You're too weak. You're just going to get your ass handed to you. That's not your concern. I wouldn't have accepted this task if I wasn't confident about it, Zuin replied. He was just going to take a look. If it was really impossible, he could always retreat and try writing out Pimp and the young maidens instead. I won't stop you if you're courting death. There's a wolf valley right outside the city. Go and look for it yourself. Divine Physician G rolled his eyes at him before returning to his nap. Zuin nodded. As he headed off, a man in the crowd tried to dissuade him. Lad, don't go. There's nothing more important than your life. Another man standing beside him scoffed. I can't agree with that. As a man, what's the point of living if something has happened down there? Zuin knew that if he'd stayed any longer, the keyboard would begin harvesting rage points off him personally. He stalked off with a snarl on his face. He'd barely made it a few steps before a ceramic bottle dropped into his hands. Huh, what's going on? While he was still taken aback by the object that had almost magically appeared in his hands, a voice sounded in his ears. Recovery medicine. It might just save your life. The Wolf Valley is very dangerous, so just run if things aren't working out. Zuin immediately recognized Divine Physician G's voice. He looked over his shoulder, but Divine Physician G was still resting quietly in his rocking chair. It seemed those around him had not heard his words, as they continued to implore his help. Zuin felt his heart warm. Despite his sharp tongue, Divine Physician G was a softy inside. As expected, how could there be a physician in the world who had no regard for human life? There was no way Zuin could have sensed Divine Physician G's cold sneer. You smeared my daughter's reputation earlier, huh? Here's a bottle of medicine to give you a false sense of security and encourage you to venture deeper into the Wolf Valley. Heh, you'll be dead before you even know what struck you. It seemed Zuin's shenanigans had not escaped Divine Physician G's sharp eyes and ears. Oblivious to all this, Zuin continued on his merry way out of the city. He hadn't had a good look at the city previously, since he had been cooped up in Chu Chuyan's carriage. This was the first time he could truly take in this brand new world. The streets and buildings were laid out in a similar fashion to those of the historical dramas he was familiar with, although the locals were dressed differently. The garments in ancient China were conservative, with women covering up as much skin as possible. In contrast, Zuin had already spotted quite a few women in the city walking around in revealing skirts, flaunting their smooth, fair thighs. It seemed the women of this world weren't shy in showing off their figures, and the men around them appeared to be perfectly used to it too. For a moment, Zuin felt as if he had returned back to his own era, where the streets were littered with dashing men and beautiful women decked out in all sorts of different clothing. The only difference was that the outfits all had a distinctively old-fashioned Oriental twist. It looked like this world of cultivation was much more liberal than ancient China. Despite his initial astonishment, Zuin quickly grew accustomed to his surroundings. There were plenty of women back in his modern world who wore hanfu out into the streets anyway. 1. Why does that woman have an additional pair of ears on her head? And what's with that thing swaying behind her bum? How frightening! Zuin gasped, but quickly recalled the world's history as told to him by Qing Shuping earlier. 1,000 years ago, the emperor led mankind into a war against the foreign tribes, eventually driving them to the borders of the world. 1,000 years of fighting had caused all sorts of factions to intermingle, and a peaceful coexistence gradually developed. Many foreign tribespeople chose to settle down in human territories, and the humans generally accepted them. Zuin began to observe more closely, and noticed that the prevalence of these foreign tribespeople amongst the local populace was still very low. It was roughly akin to spotting a foreigner in his homeland in his previous life. Mankind was still the dominant demographic here. It's just a pity that I have no interest in beast men. Cat women and wolf girls don't pique my interest at all, though I wouldn't mind some foxy vixens. Zuan's thoughts ran wild. I wonder if there are any elves here. I do like elves quite a bit. Mermaids would be great too, though I wonder if the mermaids in this world have legs or a tail for their bottom half. Ah, could there be dragons here too? Dragon girls really excite me. But, given the massive size of dragons, would I end up getting crushed to death? Remembering the current state of his body, Zuan's excited face crumbled in despair. I can't even get it to stand now, so what's the point of fantasizing about all this? Zuan felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. A voice called out from behind him, "Brother Zu, where are you heading to?" He turned around and saw a man dressed in black smiling cheerfully at him. A black mole on his lower jaw bounced energetically as he spoke. He had a bold tattoo on his neck that seemed to be an artistic impression of the word 12. He thanked the fates that the previous owner of this body wasn't illiterate. Surviving in this world after his transmigration would have been a pain, otherwise. Nevertheless, he felt his head ache. The man who approached him had the characteristic look of a run-of-the-mill villain. Why the hell am I so unlucky? Problems simply have to crop up every single time I head out. As the silence stretched out, a cold glint flashed across the newcomer's eyes, but he quickly concealed it with a smile. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore? I'm Plum Blossom 12. We had alcohol and played dice together. Plum Blossom? Could there be a weirder surname in the world? Zuin couldn't resist himself. Could it be that you have a younger sister called Plum Blossom 13? Sister? There was a moment of stunned silence before Plum Blossom 12 burst into laughter. If my 13th brother were to hear that, he would surely give you a good pummeling. Ah. There's really a Plum Blossom 13? Heart beating faster in expectation, Zuin asked, then, do you know a hairstylist named Wu Liuqi? 2. Wu Liuqi. Hairstylist? What are you talking about? I've never heard of him before. Confusion was written all over Plum Blossom 12's face. Why? Do you know him? Zuin shook his head. I don't know him. This rendered Plum Blossom 12 speechless. Why ask me if I know Wu Liuqi if you don't know him either? You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 10 rage points. Zuin blinked in surprise. You're getting angry just like that? Seems like you're quite narrow-minded. HM? It looks like you've buffed up quite a bit. Plum Blossom 12 grabbed Zuin's shoulder and squeezed. You damned pervert, Zuin thought as he shook off Plum Blossom 12's grip. It's probably just the good food in the Duke's estate. He intentionally brought up the name of the Chu clan, hoping that Plum Blossom 12 would back down. He had something to attend to at the moment, and he didn't want any complications. Who are you trying to fool here? No matter what you ate, there's no way you could have grown that quickly in just 2 days, Plum Blossom 12 thought. However, he never would have imagined that Zuin could become a cultivator overnight. Where are you heading to? Ah, I'm thinking of taking a quick trip out of the city, Zuin responded vaguely. Plum Blossom 12's eyes lit up. What a coincidence! I'm heading out of the city too, buddy. Zuin favored Plum Blossom 12 with an unreadable smile and asked, is that so? May I know where Brother 12 is heading to then? Get the L test VLS at .o/v/e/l/buy.co. Plum Blossom 12 size swam for a moment, and he asked in return, "Bro, where are you heading to?" "I'm heading to the Wolf Valley," Zuin replied candidly. "What a coincidence, I'm heading there too." Plum Blossom 12 replied gleefully. "This fellow is a fool, just as always. He really doesn't know the first thing about discretion." "HM? Wait a moment, why is this fellow heading to the Wolf Valley?" "Forget it, who cares why he's heading there? The Wolf Valley is a great place to get rid of him and steal his items. I can just throw him into the wolf pack, and no one will be the wiser. The Chu clan will never be able to trace this back to me." He had already failed in his mission once, and had been severely punished by his sect master. He hadn't expected that his quarry would survive being struck by lightning. "You shan't escape my clutches this time." 1. Hanfu is a term used for the historical styles of clothing worn by the Han people in China. 2. Plum Blossom 13 and Wu Liuqi are characters in the animated series Scissor 7. Zuin chuckled to himself. It would be wonderful to have Brother 12 taking care of me along the way. He had already confirmed that this fellow harbored vile intentions. This was the perfect opportunity for him to discover who was behind these attempts on his life. The two of them left the city together. Only during this tour of the city did Zuin realize just how fortunate he was on the day he transmigrated. The slums he had woken up in were on the outskirts of the main city, beyond which lay the wilderness. Soldiers and cultivators still patrolled those outskirts to ward off the myriad of wild beasts that sometimes intruded from the nearby hidden Dragon Mountain. These beasts were numerous, and sometimes accosted travelers passing by the foot of the mountain. Sentry posts had been erected just past the slums to guard against them and to dissuade ordinary mortals from wandering beyond. It was fortunate that Zuin had Plum Blossom 12 with him. The latter presented an item to the guards, which appeared to be travel documents that also revealed his cultivation. Satisfied by this, the guards allowed them to pass through. After leaving the sentry post behind, Zuin gave Plum Blossom 12 a look of admiration. "Brother, what's your current cultivation level? Those soldiers seem to look up to you." He wanted to learn more about who he was dealing with, so that he could prepare countermeasures in advance. It helped that Plum Blossom 12 was still unaware of Zuin's newfound power. Plum Blossom 12 was obviously flattered. "It's still SOSO. I'm only at the third step of the second rank. Looks like he isn't that powerful either. That's equivalent to me cultivating for a day," Zuin thought. Plum Blossom 12 waited expectantly for Zuin to lavish him with further praise, anticipating another chance to humble brag. Instead, Zuin kept silent, staring at nothing. Plum Blossom 12 put his silence down to a lack of knowledge. After all, Zuin was useless trash that knew nothing of cultivation levels. He wouldn't know just how difficult it was to reach the third step of the second rank. Zuin continued with his line of questioning. "Wow. You must be the strongest one amongst your brothers, right?" He remembered how the protagonists of many web novels had to deal with an enemy's friends, family, clan and other nonsense affiliations after defeating said enemy. This showed the importance of gathering information before acting. "Nay, that's not so. There are quite a few who are as strong as me, and the strongest one is actually my 13th brother. He's already reached the third rank," Plum Blossom 12 declared proudly. His 13 brothers had been enjoying quite a bit of fame these past few years. "If all of you are this formidable, wouldn't your sect master be a really incredible figure?" Zuin followed up naturally. "Of course. Our sect master is already." Plum Blossom 12 realized that he had already said too much, and quickly changed his words. "Forget it. You don't know anything about cultivation anyway. What's the point of telling you all this? Zuin regretted how quickly Plum Blossom 12 had caught on to him, but at least he'd managed to sniff out some useful intelligence. Shortly after leaving the sentry post, they spied someone walking in their direction. His face visibly darkened upon seeing Plum Blossom 12. He immediately pulled down his bamboo hat to shade his face, turned around, and hurried off. There was a flash of recognition in Plum Blossom 12's eyes. He caught up with him in a few large strides, while calling out, "Brother Tan, what are you in such a rush for?" Brother Tan gave up his attempted escape, turning to face them instead. He tightened his grip around the saber in his hand and asked, "Plum Blossom 12, are you here to capture me?" Plum Blossom 12 raised his hands innocently. "Brother Tan, it's one thing for you to suspect others, but why are you suspecting me too? Have you forgotten those days we spent fighting against the Azure Dragon sect? If you hadn't risked your life to carry me out, I would be dead right now. You still remember that?" Brother Tan's was visibly relieved at those words. How could I ever forget such a selfless act? In any case, it's just a misunderstanding between our sect master and yourself. You have nothing to fear as long as you clear things up, so why do you have to run? Plum Blossom 12 asked. We used to hang out with one another, eating and drinking the night away. I haven't been able to find another companion since you left. Brother Tan's eyes reddened, and veins popped out from his hands. You need not speak on his behalf. How can I possibly swallow the humiliation of having my wife taken away from me? My only regret is my failure to kill him with my saber back then. It's not my place to comment on the grudge between you and the sect master. Personally, I really pity you. Plum Blossom 12 patted Brother Tan's shoulder in consolation. However, a true man like you will never lack for women. Given your capabilities, you can easily find a place for yourself. There's no need to lose heart. Brother Tan's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Our brothers have been hunting me down these last few days. You're the only one who still cares about me. Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. Of course! We're brothers who have braved danger shoulder to shoulder. How can the bond we share compare to theirs? Plum Blossom 12 replied with a chuckle. Brother Tan was deeply moved. Brother, can I entrust you with something? Plum Blossom 12 patted his chest and said, Feel free to speak your mind. As long as you don't ask me to betray my sect, I'll do anything for you. Of course, I won't ask anything of you that puts you in a bind. Brother Tan laid out his problem. It's like this. I had to escape in a hurry, and left behind the 100 silver taels that I saved up over the years. Can you return to the sect and fetch it for me? I'll split half of it with you. Brother Tan, you're too kind. That's no trouble at all. How could I accept payment from my benefactor? Don't worry, you can count on me to retrieve your money. Plum Blossom 12 assured him with a wave of his hand. You're truly a good brother. Brother Tan was delighted. Don't worry, half of it is yours once you've retrieved it. Go to the backyard in my residence. The silver is hidden in the wall, behind the 9th brick on the 6th row. All right, I got it. Plum Blossom 12 nodded. Unfortunately, I'm a little busy at the moment, so you'll have to wait for a bit. I'm accompanying this brother here to the Wolf Valley. Brother Tan shot a glance at the ditzy-looking Zuin, and he quickly inferred what was going on. He knew just what kind of place the Wolf Valley was. It was perfect for disposing corpses, and they had often used that location to covertly eliminate high-profile targets. Don't worry, I'll help you take care of him. Plum Blossom 12 clasped his fist. My deepest gratitude to you, Brother Tan. Zuin felt his breath catch in his throat as Brother Tan advanced towards him, saber in hand. Why do I have to suffer for the sake of your brotherhood? He was considering revealing his cultivation when Plum Blossom 12 suddenly darted forward, grabbed Brother Tan's face, and drew a dagger right across his neck. Zuin stiffened in shock. Brother Tan staggered forward, eyes wide with horror and disbelief, his hands going to his ruined throat. He pointed a finger at Plum Blossom 12 and stammered hoarsely, "Why you?" Plum Blossom 12 casually wiped the blood off his dagger with a handkerchief. "Not only will I be rewarded by our sect master, I can take all your money for myself as well. Why should I bother helping you? You won't die a good death." Brother Tan fell to the ground, his lifeblood leaking through his fingers. He took one final breath and passed on, his eyes still wide open with indignance. There was no peace in death for Brother Tan. Only the weak bark insults in a fit of anger. Plum Blossom 12 sheathed his dagger, then walked over to Zuin to assure him. "Brother Zu, you need not be afraid. He's a traitor of our sect, a person who deserves to die." "Oh," Zuin swallowed. Brother Zu sounded particularly jarring all of a sudden. After all, the last person Plum Blossom 12 had addressed as brother was currently lying on the ground, slaughtered like a pig. A heavy cloud hung over them as they continued onward. Zuin was flustered, but there was a refreshing quality to the air that helped calm him. It smelled sweet and clean. Perhaps it's due to the raw qi lingering in the air. Small wonder that so many people in this world were able to cultivate. The presence of the border patrols seemed to deter wild animals from this area, and they were able to proceed in relative safety. Not many wild animals ventured this far from the hidden Dragon Mountain, and those that did were weak. "Now that I think about it, why are you heading to the Wolf Valley?" Plum Blossom 12 asked out of curiosity. "Divine Physician G's task for today is to acquire Gubeos. I'm heading there in hopes that I might get lucky." Zuin tried to look as naive as he could. "Get lucky?" Plum Blossom 12 burst into hearty laughter. Even he would only dare to walk around the outskirts of the Wolf Valley, but this fellow actually dreamed of entering the valley to search for Gubeos? Zuin laughed awkwardly. "I'm just trying my luck. Who knows? Maybe I'll find some wolf carcasses lying around." Plum Blossom 12 looked at Zuin disdainfully. "This brat sure is dumber than a rock." Nevertheless, he still held his tongue. His plan would come to naught if Zuin were to back down now. "You're the son-in-law of the Chu clan. Can't you get them to pay the consultation fee instead?" He was familiar with the rules of Divine Physician G's clinic too. Zuin sighed deeply and said, "Brother, what kind of standing could a son-in-law like me possibly have in the Chu clan? Everyone looks down on me, so who would spare me any money? In the end, it's brothers like you that treat me the best. We haven't met in so long, but you're still willing to do me this huge favor." "Of course. If I don't stand up for my brothers, who else should I stand up for?" Plum Blossom 12 was impressed that this dumb lad actually possessed some self-awareness. Is the first miss of the Chu clan really pretty? Someone like him could never have the opportunity to meet the lofty first miss of the Chu clan. All he knew of her came from the rumors floating around. "She's like a fairy descended from heaven," Zuin replied honestly. That wife of his was indeed a looker. "How did it go with her? Did it feel like you were floating into the sky?" Plum Blossom 12 shot Zu a licentious look. Zuin sneered coldly on the inside, but his tone was the polar opposite. "She was fair, tender, and smooth. It was the best I've ever had." Plum Blossom 12 swallowed and replied enviously, "You sure are a lucky son of a bitch. You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 99 rage points." Zuin was delighted. This Plum Blossom 12 was yet another toad lusting after the flesh of a swan. A gust of wind brought with it the scent of blood, and the pair noticed some bone fragments scattered on the ground in front of them. It was difficult to tell what animal they belonged to. Plum Blossom 12 chuckled to himself and said, "Those wild beasts that venture out of the hidden Dragon Mountain leave some remains behind, at least. However, if you were to fall into the hands of those Asrip wolves, there won't be anything left by the time they're done with you." They were right on top of the Wolf Valley, and nobody else was around. Plum Blossom 12 did not fear Zuin backing out anymore. So that's the Wolf Valley? Zuin saw the terrain dip downwards in front of him, opening into what seemed vaguely like a valley. Feigning a look of fright, he grabbed Plum Blossom 12's arm and exclaimed, "Big brother, you need to protect me. You're a formidable cultivator, right? Yeep, it's right in front of us. Don't worry, I'll make sure to protect you properly," Plum Blossom 12 said with a sinister smile. "Zuin, do you know that I've always been in awe of you? I never knew someone could be so naive. You haven't grown any smarter after surviving that lightning strike. Look, you walked right into my trap right after." Zuin let his eyes grow wide. "Big brother, what are you talking about?" He had intended to catch Plum Blossom 12 off guard and assault him, but delayed as he heard Plum Blossom 12's words. He had to learn more about this matter. In any case, he was the stronger of the two just by a little bit, and he had trump cards like the poisonous prick and the poison bottle up his sleeve. He fancied his chances against Plum Blossom 12. Plum Blossom 12 pushed him away, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. This deepened the disdain in Plum Blossom 12's eyes. He brushed the part of his robe that Zuin had grabbed earlier. "Since I'm in a good mood today, I shall enlighten you before sending you on your way. Yes, I was the one who brought you to the outskirts and tied you to a tree that stormy night. I just didn't think that you would be so lucky as to survive getting struck." Zuin gasped in mock horror. "You were the culprit? I have no beef with you, so why must you harm me so?" Plum Blossom 12 replied with a cold sneer, "You only have yourself to blame for offending someone whom you shouldn't have." "Who did I offend?" Zuin asked anxiously. Plum Blossom 12 planted his foot on Zuin's back and smacked him in the face with his dagger. "You don't need to know that. Why don't you ask King Yama once you reach the underworld?" Zuin was surprised by that remark. This world actually had the concepts of King Yama and the underworld too? "The Chu clan will never let you off if you dare to kill me." Zuin fired back. He had to know if the culprit was a member of the Chu clan. "Aw, I'm so scared." Plum Blossom 12 patted his heart with an exaggerated look of fright. "We're in the wilderness, and your corpse will never be found. No one will know how you died." Plum Blossom 12 paused briefly. "However, it's good of you to remind me. It's better to be safe than sorry. You're right, I shouldn't make a move on you myself. I shall toss you into the Wolf Valley and have the Asrip wolves devour every last bit of your body. Then, not even the Chu clan will be able to trace this back to me." Zuin was intrigued. Judging from his tone, the mastermind behind this was not from the Chu clan. "Ah, do you know why they are called the Asrip wolves?" Plum Blossom 12 asked with a sinister smile. Before Zuin could reply, he answered his own question. "That's because they are skilled in tearing one's ass apart. They don't kill their prey right away. You'll be forced to watch helplessly as they tear your intestines out and devour you bit by bit. I wonder just how painful that would be." Zuin was perplexed. What was the point of saying all of this now? Did Plum Blossom 12 have some sort of torture or gore fetish? Plum Blossom 12 took Zuin's silence as a sign of overwhelming fear and assumed all was under his control. He gleefully continued his monologue. "However, if you could answer some questions of mine, I would consider granting you a quick and less painful death." What do you want to know? Zuin asked. Could it be that the previous owner of this body had found out some shocking secret, which prompted others to send assassins after him? Plum Blossom 12 squatted down and looked at Zuin with a bizarre smile on his face. How big is the first miss of the Chu clan? Zuin stared at him in stunned silence. He had thought of all sorts of possible questions that Plum Blossom 12 could ask, but who could have thought it would be this? Around this big. Zuin gave a rough indication with his hands. He might not have seen it before, but it was not as if Plum Blossom 12 would know better. What about her waist? How slender is it? Around this size, I think? Zuin was growing impatient. If he couldn't obtain any more intelligence out of this would-be assassin, he didn't want to waste any more time here. What about down there? What sounds does she make? Holy shit, I'm getting hard just thinking about it. Plum Blossom 12 felt his throat turning parched from the heat. He pulled down his pants and ordered, "Come, suck on it." If he couldn't have a taste of the first miss of the Chu clan in this life, he might as well satisfy his desire for her through this indirect method. Again, Zuin was so incredulous he could not speak. He had planned to probe Plum Blossom 12 for the identities of his enemies, but it seemed this fellow was perverted beyond belief. Zuin felt his patience snap. He wrestled the dagger out of Plum Blossom 12's hands, and without any hesitation, he sliced away the root of all his evil. Ah! Plum Blossom 12 had been too distracted to put up his defenses in time. With a shriek, he grabbed at his crotch and rolled around in agony. His forehead connected solidly with a nearby tree trunk, and he lost consciousness. Upstat from N0/V/LBN/. Co/M. Plum Blossom 12 had a very long dream. In the dream, his sect leader sent him to the royal palace to serve as a eunuch. He was pinned down onto a table and his manhood was severed, and then he was thrown into a small room. He was locked up for several days straight, without any food or drink. His throat was so parched, he felt like he was about to die of thirst. As if heaven had heard his pleas, rain began to fall from the sky. It felt warm on his face, and had a delicious saltiness to it. He lapped it up greedily, but quickly sensed something was amiss. He opened his eyes and found himself tied to a tree. He strained against his bonds, but they did not give at all. It was then that he realized that the rope was no ordinary tool. It had been specially prepared to deal with low-level cultivators like him. What's going on here? Plum Blossom 12 struggled to make sense of his predicament. Wasn't he in the midst of bringing that useless trash Zuin over to the Wolf Valley? He felt traces of liquid on his face, so he subconsciously licked at it. It tasted the same as the rainwater from his dream. He saw Zuin nearby, pulling up his pants. Zuin addressed him apologetically. "My bad. You simply wouldn't wake up, and I couldn't find any water around to splash you awake with. So, I could only make use of what I had. It has been a bit too hot the last 2 days, so it ended up being a little yellowish." Zuan's explanation left no doubt in Plum Blossom 12's mind as to what exactly that liquid on his face was. He remembered how he had drunk several mouthfuls of it in his dream, and he shuddered in sheer horror. Bloody hell! You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 777 rage points. Bro, it looks like the weather is getting to you too. Zuin felt anticipation bloom in his heart. There were rage points to be earned here. As a keyboard warrior, he would be ashamed not to exploit this opportunity to its fullest. Plum Blossom 12 bellowed angrily, "How dare you tie me up? Hurry up and release me." Zuin leaped down from the fallen tree trunk he had been standing on. "Have you forgotten what happened earlier?" Plum Blossom 12 felt his horror grow as he recollected the earlier chain of events. I was stepping on this lad earlier, wanting him to give me a. He glanced downward, only to see that his crotch was a bloodied mess. Even though the flow of blood had stopped, what should have been there was no longer there. He let out a miserable cry. Where is it? His furious howl caused his wounds to rupture once more, causing blood to spurt out. Zuin was amazed by just how resilient the constitution of cultivators was. In his previous world, a man who suffered such an injury would have died from excessive blood loss by now. Yet Plum Blossom 12 was actually able to last this long. Zuin dug his ears casually, irritated by the sudden howl from Plum Blossom 12. He pointed to a long bamboo pole not too far away. A thin thread was tied to one end of the bamboo pole, and a bloody, finger-shaped object was hanging from it. There. Your treasure is right there. You bastard! You dared to assault me. Recalling everything that just happened, Plum Blossom 12 realized that he had been done in. You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 999 rage points. It seems like men, regardless of which world they are from, are extremely concerned about their treasure. This was the largest influx of rage points yet that Zuin had seen. You are a cultivator too? Plum Blossom 12 demanded, his rage lessening. Even if he were caught off guard, there was no way an ordinary mortal could have snatched his dagger away just like that. For Zuin to have exerted the immense force that he did, his cultivation level had to be even higher than his own. But how could this be? That brat had been powerless before him just a few days ago. I'm the one asking the questions here, not you. Zuin patted the dagger against Plum Blossom 12's mouth. Speak! Who's the one who ordered you to kill me? Plum Blossom 12 hadn't expected the tables to be turned on him so quickly. Still fuming inside, he turned his head to the side and refused to speak. You don't want to talk, huh? Zuin was unperturbed by Plum Blossom 12's reaction. Instead, he picked up the bamboo pole by the side and dangled the finger-like object in front of Plum Blossom 12. Actually, having it severed is not as terminal as you think. If you seek treatment in time, you might just be able to reattach it. However, if you delay, the cells will start to die out. By then, even a deity wouldn't be able to save you anymore. At least, that was the case in the modern world. Considering that this was the world of cultivation, where all sorts of supernatural powers existed, it should be possible to do the same here too. Plum Blossom 12 seemed buoyed by Zuan's words. His eyes seemed to regain some of their former spirit. Will you really let me go if I speak? I'll consider it, Zuin replied. Plum Blossom 12 cleared his throat coldly. He was usually the one doing the threatening, so he knew full well how the story would go. Zuin shrugged casually. You won't stand a chance at all if you don't talk. If you talk, there might still be a chance. It's your choice. It's an order from my sect leader, Plum Blossom 12 confessed. What's your sect leader's name? Zuin asked. Plum Blossom 12 hesitated. He scanned his surroundings warily, and after he was sure no one else was around, he finally replied, The name of my sect leader is Mei Chaofeng. Zuin surmised from his actions that Plum Blossom 12 greatly feared his sect leader. Wait a moment, Mei Chaofeng? There's no way your sect leader is a blind woman, right? Zuin swallowed. Huh? Of course not. Plum Blossom 12 replied in confusion. He had no idea where Zuin got such a notion. Our sect leader is a man through and through. With a few follow-up questions, Zuin confirmed that this so-called sect leader was not the person he had in mind. Running through his memories, he failed to find any impression of the sect leader of the Plum Blossom sect. So he asked, Why does your sect leader want to kill me? Plum Blossom 12's eyes darted around furtively. There's no way mere underlings like us can fathom the thoughts of the sect leader. Zuin sneered coldly. You want to play games with me? He grabbed the bamboo pole and made as if to toss it into the valley. Wait. I remember it now. Plum Blossom 12 stammered anxiously. A mysterious person paid a visit to our sect leader one day. Our sect leader brought him into his private chamber, where they had a long chat. Right after that, he ordered me to get rid of you. Who's this mysterious person? I wouldn't be calling him a mysterious person if I knew. Zuin scoffed coldly in response. It looks like you need to learn a lesson before you're willing to talk, huh? Plum Blossom 12 hurriedly exclaimed, I really don't know who that person is. They were dressed head to toe in black and wore a black bamboo hat that completely concealed their face. I don't even know if that person is a man or a woman, let alone their identity. Plum Blossom 12 seemed on the verge of tears, so Zuin decided to take his word for it. He switched to another line of questioning. What's the current situation in your Plum Blossom sect? After some back and forth, Zuin finally got a rough handle on the situation. The Plum Blossom sect was the biggest underground sect in Bright Moon City. The sect leader was Mei Chao Feng, and he had 13 godsons. They were named Plum Blossom 1 all the way to Plum Blossom 13, and those in the pugilistic world knew them as the 13 Guardians of Plum Blossom. The Plum Blossom sect controlled most of the underground business in Bright Moon City, and their greatest sources of income were the protection fees they imposed on businesses and the casinos they operated. After divulging the abilities of the 13 Guardians of Plum Blossom 12 finally demanded, Can you return my treasure back to me now? All this while his eyes had never left that thing hanging on the bamboo pole, not even for a moment. Once I recover from this, I'll crush this bastard's jewels and feed it to the dogs. After that, I'll mince him bit by bit until my anger is finally quelled. Zuin had kept one eye on the notifications that he'd been receiving and was secretly delighted. You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 9 rage points. 9 rage points. 9. It looked like this fellow carried a deep grudge against him. Fine, I'll give it back to you. He felt uncomfortable holding on to it, even if it was on a bamboo pole. He quickly pushed it towards Plum Blossom 12. A black shadow swooped down, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings. In a flash, the object that had been hanging at the end of the bamboo pole disappeared without a trace. Zuin turned to stare at the massive black bird that had just perched on a nearby tree branch. It looked like a massive, oversized crow. It seemed to have a worm-like object in its beak. What else could it be other than Plum Blossom 12's treasure? The crow eyed the two men below gleefully, then tilted its head upward and swallowed its prize. No! Plum Blossom 12's anguished cry echoed across the valley. Frightened by the sudden noise, the massive bird flew away and out of sight. Zuin stared after the dwindling silhouette in horrified wonder. Plum Blossom 12 just stared. Zuin smiled sheepishly. Bro, you can't blame me for that. Screw you! Blood spurted from between Plum Blossom 12's legs, and he blacked out once again. You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 999 rage points. Despite the current turn of events, Zuin only acquired 999 rage points. It seemed there was a hard cap to how many rage points could be earned for a single successful troll. Oh woo! From afar, the howling of a wild beast could be heard. Zuin slipped behind a large rock and peeked around the corner, scanning the valley ahead of him. He saw some gray shadows moving about. Most likely, these were the legendary Asrip wolves. He thought about the task that brought him here, and a plan began to form in his mind. When Plum Blossom 12 awoke once more, he found that he was no longer tied to a tree, and he was overwhelmed with joy. Had it all been just a nightmare? He glanced downwards. You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 233 rage points. Zuin was starting to feel sorry. At this rate, Plum Blossom 12 would go bald from stress before he reached his 40s. Don't get too agitated. I helped you bandage your wound earlier. If it were to open up once more, even the deities wouldn't be able to save you. Plum Blossom 12 looked upward, towards the source of the voice. A steep slope led up from where he was to where Zuin was. The brat was squatting nonchalantly at the lip, looking down at him. Another surge of anger overcame him, and he bellowed, "You piece of shit! I'll kill you!" You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 333 rage points. He dashed up the slope, ignoring the sudden surge of pain coming from between his legs that caused his eyes to redden. Just as he was about to reach his target, a swift kick sent him tumbling down once more. You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 28 rage points. How can this be? Plum Blossom 12 was shocked. He was convinced that he'd suffered defeat the last time because he'd been caught off guard. But now, he'd been overpowered in a direct confrontation. Could Zuin's cultivation really be higher than his own? I'd advise you to save up your strength. You'll have a hard time dealing with the Asrip wolves, otherwise, Zuin counseled him. What do you mean? Plum Blossom 12 asked with a sense of foreboding. He heard low growling all around him and noticed some Asrip wolves circling him, drawn by the scent of blood. It dawned on him that he was standing smack in the middle of the Wolf Valley. Fuck! You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 367 rage points. Plum Blossom 12's first instinct was to run up the slope. Asrip wolves were in the second rank, but he was faced with a half-dozen of them. He wouldn't dare tangle with them while in peak condition, let alone now, when he was severely injured. But Zuin towered over him, a fearsome obstacle blocking his path to safety. Don't waste your strength, you'll never get past me. However, if you help me gather 10 gabeos, I'll pull you up. Zuin finally got a good look at the feared Asrip wolves. They had black fur with white stripes on their backs, though the fur around their stomach was yellowish-brown in color. Their ears were long and sharp. They shared the same shape as the wolves in his previous life, but they were about the size of a spotted hyena. You bastard! You said you'd let me off if I answered your questions earlier. Plum Blossom 12 gritted his teeth in fury. You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 100 rage points. I only said I'd consider it, Zuin countered indignantly. How much longer do you need to consider? Plum Blossom 12 did not dare look up at Zuin. He eyed the approaching Asrip wolves warily. He knew that one small slip would be the end of him. Zuin replied, I'm done considering. I figured it would be a pity to kill you right away. Instead, I'll squeeze whatever remaining value I can out of you. He had never seen the Asrip wolves in action before, so he had no idea how powerful they were. It was best to have Plum Blossom 12 take them on first. Plum Blossom 12 had no words. What sins did I commit in my previous life to encounter such a shameless fellow? You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 666 rage points. Zuin looked at the rage he had accumulated in the system and was truly impressed. This was much more than what he had earned from his encounter with Chu Huanzhao. Life is very precious. Even if you have lost your treasure, there are still other joys in life to indulge in. Not everything has to be about sex. Zuin hoped his words of consolation would motivate Plum Blossom 12. It would make his task more difficult if Plum Blossom 12 gave up without a fight. How about this? As long as you can obtain a single gobao, I'll save you right away. Plum Blossom 12 was heartened by this, but he quickly remembered how Zuin had reneged on his previous promise. I won't take your word for it. I demand you write me a contract. It was hard to watch a strong, hard man like Plum Blossom 12 on the brink of tears. Where the hell am I going to find paper? Zhuan grumbled. How about this instead? I swear that if I go against my words, for a month, I shall. Gah, that's not right. For 3 days, I won't be able to raise my flagpole. Zhuan figured that, given his current condition, this was a harmless promise. No matter how formidable Divine Physician Ji is, there's no way he could cure me in just a few days anyway. Oh dear, why do I feel like crying all of a sudden? Plum Blossom 12 was overjoyed. The vows and contracts made in this world carried binding power, and breaking them would invite swift retribution. Since Zhuan dared to make such a promise, there could be no doubting his sincerity. It was just that the duration was a little. No, that won't do. You must swear that you won't be able to raise it up for an entire lifetime. Zhuan flew into a rage. Screw you! Think about just how beautiful my wife is. Isn't it bad enough not to be able to have relations with her for 3 days? The most I'll go is 7 days. No more haggling. Plum Blossom 12 thought Zhuan's argument extremely convincing. If he had a wife as beautiful as the first miss of the Chu clan, he would want to spend all day in bed. Not being able to perform for 7 days would be a nightmarish curse for Zhuan. Of course, Plum Blossom 12 was not privy to the fact that Zhuan was forbidden from even entering the room of the first miss. All right, it's a deal then. Plum Blossom 12 pulled himself together, and a fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. Retrieving one Gobao was not a hopeless endeavor. Once he returned to the city, he would have his godfather and his 12 god-brothers exact vengeance for him. He was determined to turn this repugnant fellow into minced meat no matter what. There were no kind-hearted souls amongst the 13 guardians of Plum Blossom. Only those who were vicious and tenacious could rise to such a position. With a snarl, Plum Blossom 12 tore away the sleeves of his shirt and used the fabric to secure his wounded crotch. In a flash, the ass-rip wolves launched themselves at him. 3 of them mounted a frontal assault while the other 3 tried to blindside him from the rear. Zhuan felt a chill run down his spine. The ass-rip wolves were much more agile than he had anticipated, and their hides looked pretty thick. Plum Blossom 12 was a cultivator at the 3rd step of the 2nd rank, who wielded enough power to shatter a tree trunk with a single punch. Yet, these wolves shrugged off his blows with nothing more than a howl of rage. Plum Blossom 12 sent an ass-rip wolf flying with a heavy punch, but was immediately put on the defensive as another beast lunged at him from behind. His brow furrowed with intense concentration, eyes darting around as he tried to keep track of all his opponents at once. Damn it! If I'm to collect gabeos for you, don't you think you should at least let me have my dagger? You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 187 rage points. Catch! Zhuan shouted as he flipped the dagger towards the besieged assassin. He wasn't concerned that Plum Blossom 12 might take the opportunity to attack him. There was no way he would be able to shake off the half-dozen bloodthirsty beasts long enough to make it up the slope. Plum Blossom 12 had waged countless battles in his brutal and bloody ascent to the position of the 13 guardians. His moves weren't flashy, but every single one of them was direct and practical. He willingly suffered non-threatening injuries in order to deal heavy blows to the attacking ass-rip wolves, all the while protecting his vital organs. Ah, so the belly is the major weak spot of these ass-rip wolves. Plum Blossom 12 ignored the heads and necks of the ass-rip wolves, opting to create openings to plunge his dagger into their bellies instead. The instincts that gave the ass-rip wolves their name also made the fight easier for Plum Blossom 12. They could have easily overpowered him by attacking from different angles, but they seemed compelled to circle behind him and target his backside. Exploiting this predictable pattern, Plum Blossom 12 managed to kill all 6 wolves, though the fight had taken an immense toll on him. He collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, covered in numerous bites and deep gashes. "Hurry and pull me up," Plum Blossom 12 demanded. The last Asrip wolf had let out an ominous howl as it died, no doubt summoning its comrades to avenge it. It wouldn't be long before more Asrip wolves appeared. "You haven't fulfilled your end of the bargain. Where's my gobao?" Zuin asked, still squatting leisurely at the lip of the slope. "Vis sit en velben, cm for you ovals." "Screw you! You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 78 rage points." Plum Blossom 12 was irate, but he did not hesitate. He quickly disemboweled the 6 Asrip wolf carcasses and searched their stomachs thoroughly. He almost gagged at the stench, but soldiered on bravely. As he fumbled around, he felt a hard, elliptical object, and his face lit up in joy. "Ha ha ha, I found it! I found it!" Oh woo. The overwhelming scent of fresh blood had drawn the rest of the Asrip wolf pack like flies to rotting food. Out in front was a wolf that was much larger than any other, that was clearly the pack leader. "Hurry and pull me up," Plum Blossom 12 repeated, panic in his voice. Zuin, however, was in no hurry. He thought for a moment, then demanded, "Throw me the gobao first." "Hell no! What's stopping you from betraying me once I throw it to you?" Plum Blossom 12 was no fool. Zuin was offended. "Are you questioning my character? Didn't I make a serious vow earlier? Throw the gobao to me, quickly! If you continue dilly-dallying, the other Asrip wolves will be upon you before you know it." From Zuin's vantage point, he saw the Asrip wolves racing across the valley floor. They would arrive in less than a minute. Left with no choice, Plum Blossom 12 tossed the gobao to Zuin. "Quick, pull me up!" Zuin slipped the gobao into his bag. He fished out the rope he had used to restrain Plum Blossom 12, and tossed one end down into the valley. "Here, grab it." Plum Blossom 12 tried grabbing the rope, but it was several meters too short. He couldn't reach it even if he jumped. His anger almost eclipsed his fear of the approaching wolves. "Are you toying with me? You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 144 rage points." "Ah!" Zuin exclaimed in astonishment. "How was I to know that the rope would not be long enough? You should have prepared a longer rope for situations like these." Plum Blossom 12 was so infuriated, he was on the verge of losing his mind. "Can't you just take a few steps down the slope? You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 500 rage points." Zuin shook his head vehemently. "I can't. I'm afraid of those Asrip wolves. What if I slip?" It was clear as day to Plum Blossom 12, Zuin had no intention of saving him. "But you swore on it. Do you know the consequences of breaking your oath?" Zuin shrugged nonchalantly. "I vowed to save you, but I didn't promise that I would be successful. I've already done my part. You're the one who can't reach the rope. How could you blame me for it? The sect master and my 13th brother will surely avenge me." Plum Blossom 12 knew there was no escape from Zuin's vile trickery. Zuin took out a notebook from his bag and scribbled down the names of the Plum Blossom sect master and Plum Blossom 13. "I'll have to settle my grudge with them eventually," Zuin replied. The Plum Blossom sect was his only lead in his hunt for whoever was masterminding these attempts on his life. It wasn't long before Plum Blossom 12 was completely surrounded by Asrip wolves. He had time for one last retort before he was torn to shreds. "You won't die a good death. You have successfully trolled Plum Blossom 12 for 999 rage points." Plum Blossom 12 probably never expected that he would utter the same exact words that Brother Tan had 2 hours ago. Who was the one who said that only the weak hurl insults? Zuin sighed deeply to himself. He glanced down at the bloody scene below and shivered. He was not one for gore. He turned and departed swiftly. So far, he had only acquired one of the 10 gabeos needed. How was he going to gather the other 9? Brute force would be a terrible idea. Plum Blossom 12 had taken them head-on, but had only managed to kill 6 of them before dying. Zuin knew that there was no way a beginner cultivator like himself could match up. He had also assessed that the leader of the Asrip Wolves was likely at the 3rd rank. Zuin was no match for it one-on-one, let alone in a battle where he was outnumbered. He still possessed the poisonous prick and the poison bottle, and he might have given it a go against any other type of wild beast. But watching Plum Blossom 12 get absolutely wrecked by these Asrip wolves had him frightened. I should try drawing the lottery. Maybe I can get something useful in order to deal with those Asrip wolves. Zuin brought out the keyboard and was astonished to see a whopping 7,220 rage points at his disposal. The greatest contributor was undoubtedly Plum Blossom 12. Zuin felt sorry that the assassin was already dead. He would have loved to continue squeezing out more rage points from him. If Plum Blossom 12 had known that that was the only motivation Zuin had for saving him, he would probably have died of anger right away. Zuin trembled in anticipation as he pulled up the lottery interface. He hit the Enter key. The flashing light marker came to rest on the space key. Thanks for playing. Zuin's face darkened. He was just about to try again when a sudden thought came to him. Wait a moment, did I forget one of the key steps? Ah. I didn't wash my face. Zuin paused his lottery drawing and retraced the route he had taken earlier. He remembered passing by a stream on his way to the valley. While there was no statistical evidence to back up his superstition that washing his face could increase his chances of striking the lottery, the ritual itself felt reassuring to him. He knelt by the stream and washed his face thoroughly. He scrubbed his hands too for good measure, then turned his attention back to the lottery. He hit the Enter key again, and the light marker flickered across the keyboard, stopping on the 0 key. A crimson pill floated out, another marrow-cleansing pill. Zuin felt his heart leap in excitement. See? I knew washing my face helped. Not wanting to waste the sudden inflow of luck, he quickly tried the lottery once more, and won yet another marrow-cleansing pill. His smile grew wide, he could barely contain his happiness. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Success. Yet another marrow-cleansing pill. After his 4th marrow-cleansing pill, Zuin's smile began to fade. He wondered if these were the only prizes he would ever win. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. Another dozen tries led to more marrow-cleansing pills, and nothing else. A voice notification came from the keyboard just as Zuin was about to lose it. In view that the user has obtained sufficient marrow-cleansing pills to raise your cultivating talent to the maximum level, marrow-cleansing pills will no longer appear in the list of rewards. The shop function is now open. The user may purchase more marrow-cleansing pills in the shop. A new reward has been assigned to the 0 key. Please look forward to it. Zuin's face clouded over. Why can't you just tell me what the new reward is instead of telling me to look forward to it? Look forward to it, my ass. With his internal rant out of the way, Zuin began exploring the new shop function. A merchant icon was now visible on the screen. Clicking on it, he saw only one item for sale, marrow-cleansing pills. What shocked him even more was that a single pill cost 10,000 rage points. This isn't right. Zuin recalled the last few times he had played the lottery. Even though there were times that his luck was poor, he still managed to get something decent roughly once every 10 tries. That made the item in the shop 10 times more expensive than the ones from the lottery. This is a scam. He tried to recall his experiences with other similar in-game shops. All of them had sold items at a premium price and bought them back at much lower prices. Perhaps this shop functioned in the same way. That would explain why the marrow cleansing pills it sold were so expensive. I won't need it anyway. The keyboard had notified him that he had already acquired sufficient marrow cleansing pills to raise his talent to the maximum level. Purchasing more from the shop would be a waste of hard-earned rage points. He decided to save the 3,000 rage points he had left and consume the marrow cleansing pills he had on hand. That would give him time to put his mind at ease. Besides, his luck might just increase alongside his talent for cultivation. He knew from previous experience that consuming the marrow cleansing pill would force out the impurities in his body, coating him in a layer of dirty gunge. Since he was currently out in the wilderness with no spare clothes on hand, he chose to disrobe before swallowing a marrow cleansing pill. He made sure to fully assimilate the medicinal energy of the first pill before consuming the second one. As a keyboard warrior, he knew the importance of caution. His body was terribly weak. Consuming all the marrow cleansing pills at once might cause a huge surge of medicinal energy that could blow it to pieces. That would be a ridiculous way to go. Zuin felt his body growing gradually warmer, and impurities began seeping out from his pores at a visible rate. He jumped into the water to wash away the disgusting black goo before it could accumulate. After consuming the last marrow cleansing pill, he realized that he had underestimated the medicinal energy they contained. While it had been comfortable at the start, the heat inside his body steadily intensified, and he felt as if his cells were being broken down and reconstructed. His bones, muscles, and skin felt like they were going to burst apart. Shit! Zuin felt his fear rising. The pain sharpened suddenly, and he blacked out. Zuin awoke slowly. He was still in the water, but he was now lying on a huge boulder near the riverbank. The surroundings were foreign to him. He must have been out a long time and had drifted a significant distance downstream. It's fortunate that I wasn't eaten by piranhas while I was knocked out, Zuin muttered, inspecting his body. He was relieved to find his limbs and other major parts of him still properly attached. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL-bin.cm. The intense pain from earlier had vanished without a trace, replaced by lightness and vigor. He could clearly sense a difference in his body, although the exact changes eluded him. He took a deep breath. The air smelled exceptionally sweet. The third rune formation has been filled up too? The third rune formation was fully filled with golden specks. Strictly speaking, he had only just reached the third step of the second rank, since the formation had only been partially filled before. Looks like talent really makes a huge difference. Now, just breathing can cause the golden specks inside the formations to slowly accumulate. Zuin was curious to know just what his current talent was. He had been a lower ding previously, equivalent to AD-. If each marrow cleansing pill increased his talent by a single rank, 5 of the pills would have caused him to gain 5 ranks, from D to D, to D+, C-, C, and finally, C+. No, that's not right. The keyboard told me that I had enough pills to reach the maximum level of talent, so each marrow cleansing pill should increase my rank by a larger margin. Shouldn't my talent currently be A+ or S? Or could there be a S+ above S? I wonder what the highest level of talent in this world is. That's something for me to figure out. Zuin looked around and saw that things were very different. He could see the tree leaves rustling in the wind, a butterfly fluttering its wings, an ant moving its feelers, a beautiful woman slowly raising her head out of the water, the fish in the water chasing prawns. Wait, what was that? Zuin turned around quickly and saw a young woman several meters away. She had yet to notice his presence, probably because he had been lying unconscious, and had been blocked by the large boulder. The young woman stood upright, revealing her slender and delicate shoulders, as well as the fair, smooth skin covering her chest. She was humming a leisurely tune as beautiful as an oriole's song. Water trickled down her arms and towards her chest as she lifted them overhead. With his enhanced vision, Zuin could pick out the water droplets hanging on her eyelashes. They made her eyes even more alluring. Gulu. Zuin swallowed. Could it be that the increase in his talent extended to his luck with girls too? Who's there? The young woman, suddenly alarmed, turned toward the noise. Sensing danger, Zuin subconsciously hid behind the boulder. Being caught like this in his previous life would have led to a lecture, nothing more. However, this was the world of cultivation. No ordinary human would bathe in the wilderness like this. Zuin's cultivation was still scraping the bottom of the barrel, and there was a good chance this woman was far stronger than him. If she were vicious and unforgiving, it was likely Zuin would suffer the same fate as Plum Blossom 12. Miss, would you believe me if I said that I was just passing by? Zuin knew it was too late for him to lay low. The best strategy would be to quickly clarify the situation for what it was, a mere coincidence. Who are you? The young woman sounded flustered. HM? This lady seems to be on the shy side. Zuin replied, I came to gather medicine, but I was set upon by wild beasts and fell into the river. I lost consciousness along the way, and before I knew it, I found myself here. Medicine? What kind of medicine were you gathering? The young woman's voice came from the other side of the boulder. Clearly, she was using it to conceal her body as well. Zuin was taken somewhat aback. Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing here? Is the medicine I'm gathering the most important thing here? Nevertheless, Zuin replied politely, I'm gathering gubayos. This was the only medicine that he knew from his limited time in this world. The wild beasts who chased you were Asrip wolves? The young woman asked softly. Yes, that's right, Zuin replied. He was surprised by how knowledgeable this woman was despite her young age. The Wolf Valley is indeed not too far away from here. Since you dared to gather gubayos, you must be quite a powerful cultivator, the young woman said. Zuin replied with a sheepish smile, you can say so, I guess. While anyone he met could be a wolf clothed in sheepskin, he himself was a sheep clothed in wolfskin. He had no choice but to pretend if he wanted to stay alive. Oh, the young woman trailed off into silence. She was quiet for a long while before finally speaking up again. I'm going to get dressed now. Can you close your eyes? Zuin was delighted by her words. For all his worrying, it seemed this young woman was fairly agreeable. This simplified the situation tremendously. I understand, Zuin replied. He heard the splashes of someone making their way out of the water, and his thoughts went wild. He felt incredibly conflicted, should he take a peek, or not? His sense of honor struggled feebly against his baser desires. Just imagining the young woman's body rising from the water's surface, her skin smooth as the finest jade, was enough to make even his nose feel warm. He reached up to touch it, and his fingers came away red. Holy shit, I'm bleeding. It seemed the marrow-cleansing pills had considerably boosted the young energy in his feeble body. Ah! The young woman's sudden scream alarmed Zuin. He wondered if this was the part of the story where the fair maiden suffered a bite from a venomous snake. If that were the case, he wouldn't have minded sacrificing his own life to suck the venom out of her. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL-bin.cm. A tremor shook the ground under him, as if a train were heading in his direction, and his face warped in horror. Run! A cold but wonderfully soft hand grabbed Zuan's arm and pulled him toward the center of the river. The massive boulder Zuan had been hiding behind shattered into innumerable pieces, revealing a humongous beast. It bellowed in fury at the pair huddled in the water. "Is that a rhinoceros?" Zuan was astounded. The creature was almost as large as an elephant. Were all the animals in this world on steroids? And why were its eyes so red? It was almost as if it was afflicted with mad cow disease or some such. That's a crazy red-eyed rhino, a fourth-rank beast. It has a poor sense of smell and a horrible temper. It has the habit of attacking any living being in sight, he heard a tender voice beside him explain. Zuan turned to take in the young woman's appearance. She had straight bangs that covered her forehead, and loose locks of hair hung down by her ears, accentuating her small face. Her clear peach blossom eyes perfectly complemented her fair complexion, and she exuded a youthful air. Of course, the most striking thing about her was her perfect nakedness. "Ah!" Noticing Zuan's gaze, the young woman cried out and lowered her gaze. Her distress seemed to further infuriate the crazy red-eyed rhino standing by the river bank. Turn around," the young woman bawled. "Don't cry, I'll turn around right now." Zuan spun about hastily. The young woman's soft and gentle demeanor seemed to drive any lecherous thoughts from his mind. Although, considering the current state his body was in, there was no way he could act upon any such thoughts. The young woman wrapped her arms around her breasts and muttered softly, "Thank you." "Where are your clothes?" Zuan inquired. "They are still by the shore." The young woman spoke shyly as she raised a slender arm to point in the direction of the shattered boulder. "What if the crazy rhino doesn't leave the area? Could we overcome it somehow?" Zuan asked, discreetly trying to assess the young woman's cultivation. Given how scared she was of a fourth-rank rhinoceros, he did not think she was very strong. Crazy red-eyed rhinos have extremely thick skin. Even cultivators of the fourth rank struggled to harm it. The young woman shook her head as she replied. "We can still give it a shot," Zuan said. The poisonous prick should be particularly effective against enemies with a high defense rating but low attack power and speed. This would be the perfect opportunity to further his charade as an expert cultivator and forestall any questions from the young woman regarding his status. There's no need for it. This should be over very soon," the young woman replied. While Zuan was trying to figure out what the young woman meant, the crazy red-eyed rhino started swaying from side to side as if intoxicated. It took a few uncertain steps and collapsed in a heap. "Did you defeat it?" Zuan swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. Was this young woman just feigning weakness? She nodded in reply. "I sprinkled some medicine on the boulder earlier." The rhino rammed into the boulder and breathed it in. What medicine could be potent enough to knock out such a huge rhino? Zuan was flabbergasted. Something else in her statement that disturbed him. "Why did you put that medicine on the boulder?" I was worried," the young woman stammered, her voice dwindling. "I was worried that you would peek at me. However, there's no need to worry. It's just a sedative. It isn't dangerous." Zuan inhaled sharply. If that medicine was potent enough to knock out that huge rhino so quickly, he would have been sleeping for a month straight if he had tried to peek earlier. "Can you close your eyes now?" "I'm going to get dressed," the young woman said timidly, as if afraid of offending him with her question. "Of course," Zuan replied. Unlike in TV dramas, there were neither infuriated insults of "you lecher," nor attempts on his life, merely a lingering sense of embarrassment. Were all young women in this world so adorable? The image of Snow and her sharp tongue dispelled these nascent thoughts. Seeing Zuan with his eyes closed, the young woman started her swim to shore. Hearing the splashing of water, a tiny crack appeared between Zhuan's tightly shut eyelids. His eyes had been deprived for so many years, and it was finally time to reward them a little. He admired her graceful strokes as she glided through the water like a mermaid, her figure vaguely visible through the water. When she finally got to the shore, Zhuan's heart pounded in anticipation. She was going to put on her clothes now. The young woman raised her hand unexpectedly. A wall of water rose into the sky, concealing her body. Zhuan immediately flew into a state of rage. Who are you guarding against? Do you think I'm that kind of person? A brief moment passed, and the wall of water crashed back down. The young woman had finally finished dressing. She turned back to the river and waved. I have finished dressing. You may open your eyes now. All right, Zhuan replied. This woman's lack of awareness is staggering. He swam toward the shore, and his eyes lit up when he finally managed a good look at the young woman. She was dressed in a blue dress, and the strip of white lace fastened around her waist accentuated her slender figure. She looked at Zhuan and blinked her large eyes. She looked like a perfect porcelain doll. Zhuan was dazed. It was as if he were looking at Asuka Saito. Another problem presented itself, snapping him out of his reverie. His clothes weren't with him. Why aren't you getting out? The young woman stared at the man in the water, but quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing red. Didn't I tell you earlier that I was knocked out and carried here by the current? I have no idea where my clothes are, Zhuan said. The young woman considered this. Since you were washed downstream by the river, it's likely that your clothes are further up. Can you accompany me there? I'm a little afraid to make the journey on my own. Seeing her shy personality on display, his fear of getting killed by her hand morphed into an urge to take advantage of her. Now that she had let her guard slip, it was time to seize the upper hand. The young woman pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Okay. The area isn't very dangerous. Few wild beasts stay near the river, although more will come down for a drink later in the evenings. You should be safe as long as you don't provoke the fiery wolves from the Wolf Valley. Then what's with this rhino? Now that he could examine the crazy red-eyed rhino close-up, he was deeply awed by just how huge it was. The young woman's face reddened. It followed me down from the hidden dragon mountain. Zhuan was astonished. You entered the hidden dragon mountain? Even a simpleton knew that there were many powerful beasts hiding there. All sorts of people had warned him never to enter the mountain. Yet, this young woman had entered the mountain all alone? Could it be that she was actually very powerful? Zhuan was starting to regret his decision. Was he actually courting his own death here? Indeed. There are some herbs that can only be found in the depths of the hidden dragon mountain. The young woman put her hands through the straps of her basket of herbs and lifted it up. She smiled innocently and said, "Let's go. I'll accompany you to retrieve your clothes." "Thank you, miss." Zhuan swam alongside. "Right. My name is Zhuan. May I know what your name is?" Now that he knew the young woman was actually a powerful expert, he wanted to get closer to her. Zhuan? What a peculiar name, the young woman mumbled to herself before answering his question. My name is Ji Xiaoxi. Zhuan chuckled. Your name sounds much nicer than mine. The young woman's face reddened in embarrassment. She seemed to have a soft side to her, and this emboldened Zhuan. Xiaoxi, if you're harvesting medicine in the hidden dragon mountain, doesn't that mean that you're quite a powerful expert? Ji Xiaoxi shook her head, replying unconcernedly, I'm only at the 3rd rank. The only reason why I can enter the mountain is due to this item my father gave me. As she spoke, she took out a transparent bottle containing bits of green powder. Zhuan was perplexed. What's that? Ji Xiaoxi replied, it is a medicine made out of dried dragon feces. It carries the natural commanding aura that dragons possess, and it keeps the wild beasts in the mountain at bay. Zhuan was astonished. To think that dragons really existed in this world. Ji Xiaoxi tucked the bottle away securely before muttering with a pout, it's just that this thing is too smelly, so I would usually bathe and change my clothes after leaving the mountain. I didn't expect to bump into you. This is just how fate works. Zhuan chuckled. Seeing frustration forming on the young woman's forehead, he quickly changed the topic. Wait a moment. If that's the case, why did the crazy red-eyed rhino attack you earlier? That's because of its feeble senses, Ji Xiaoxi explained. The crazy red-eyed rhino cannot smell the dragon feces, so it isn't scared away. It is also a highly aggressive species. I accidentally provoked it as I passed by its territory, so it chased me all the way down here. I see. Zhuan nodded in understanding. As he thought about the physique of the crazy red-eyed rhino, an idea sprung to mind. The two of them continued chatting on the way upstream, and before long, they reached the spot where Zhuan had been. His clothes were still folded neatly on the ground. Xiaoxi, can you turn around? Truthfully, Zhuan didn't mind being watched, but he didn't want to be viewed as a pervert. Ji Xiaoxi replied and ran all the way behind a tree. Zhuan clambered onto the riverbank and put on his clothes. He confirmed that his gobao and the silver tails he'd taken from Plum Blossom 12 were still there, and heaved a sigh of relief. All right, I'm done changing, Zhuan called out. Ji Xiaoxi finally walked out from behind the tree. Upon taking a closer look at Zhuan, her eyes glazed over. Surprised by her reaction, Zhuan touched his own face and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something weird about me?" "No, that's not," Ji Xiaoxi quickly averted her eyes. "I didn't think that you were that good-looking." She had been too embarrassed to take a good look at him while in the water earlier on, and it was only now that she finally got a good glimpse of his appearance. Indeed. Back in my hometown, my family and friends nicknamed me Sanlaton's Daniel Wu. Zhuan was more than delighted to be acknowledged by a beauty. When Qing Shuping mentioned that the first miss of the Chu clan had taken him for a spouse due to his looks, he thought that it was just bootlicking. It seemed his looks were indeed considered outstanding in this world. 1. Who is Daniel Wu? Ji Xiaoxi asked in confusion. Ah, he's one of the best-looking men back in my homeland, Zhuan replied as he began to reminisce about his other world. He missed his handphone and the internet, and the boredom of having nothing to do really grated at him. Oh. Ji Xiaoxi's face reddened a little. All of a sudden, she said, you aren't a good person. Ah. Why is that so? Zhuan was astonished. While the young woman was a little naive, there was no doubt that she was stronger than him. If she were to turn against him right now, it could spell trouble. You said that the Asrip wolves were chasing you, and you fell into the water in a moment of fluster. However, there are no Asrip wolf tracks in this area. Furthermore, your clothes are folded neatly on the riverbank, which means you had been relaxed as you entered the water. The situation is entirely different from what you described, Ji Xiaoxi said as she pointed to the marks on the ground. She was naive, but she wasn't a fool. New N0vel chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. Zhuan laughed in embarrassment. However, the time they had spent chatting with one another had given him a good grasp of her personality. He quickly explained, I didn't want to lie to you, but I was afraid that you would misunderstand, especially given the situation we were in. That's why I spun such a tale. However, it's true that I lost consciousness and was swept downstream. I assure you that I wasn't lying about that. Is that so? Ji Xiaoxi assessed him suspiciously from head to toe. You seem to be in perfect condition though. You don't appear to be ill to me. Give me your hand. What? Zuin was a little perplexed, but she had an air about her that made it hard to refuse. He stretched his hand out obediently. 3 icy fingers fell on his wrist, and in that moment, Ji Xiaoxi transformed into a different person, her gentle tenderness replaced by an unexpected severity. Even a chatterbox like Zuin dared not say anything out of fear of interrupting her. I see. There's indeed a problem with your Siavine pulse. Ji Xiaoxi retracted her fingers. Her wariness toward him lessened, replaced by pity. I'm afraid I lack the skills to treat you. However, you need not worry. My father should be able to do it. Seeing the young woman eyeing the lower half of his body in sympathy, Zuin felt tears brimming in his eyes. Which man would be willing to show weakness to a woman? He wanted to tease her, but now that she'd clearly seen the state he was in. How embarrassing! Zuin regretted giving his arm to her so obediently. But then again, how was he to know that this young woman was actually such a capable physician? Wait a moment, her surname is Ji, and she's skilled in medicine too. It can't be that coincidental, right? May I ask who your father is? Ji Xiaoxi replied with a sweet smile, my father is Ji Dingtu. He is somewhat famous in Bright Moon City, so you might have heard of him. She had been unsure of him, but she put her wariness aside after learning of his illness. The earlier peeking incident had to have been an unintended coincidence. Ah, divine physician Ji. I have heard of him, Zuin replied. He considered telling her about how divine physician Ji's task had brought him here, but thought better of it. Mistaking his unfocused look for concern over his illness, she quickly consoled him. Don't worry. I'll bring you home to meet my father. He should have a way to treat you. But I still need to collect gabeos. Zuin was skeptical of Ji Xiaoxi's offer to help. He had seen just how in love with money divine physician Ji was, and he had not hesitated to put down his daughter in public. There was little chance someone like that would help him if he did not complete the task. Ji Xiaoxi hesitated at his words. But given your strength, I'm afraid that. Her meaning was crystal clear. It's not that I want to look down on you, but your strength is indeed trash. Zuin chuckled in response. I had been troubled by this matter as well, but I figured a way out after meeting you. After meeting me? Ji Xiaoxi appeared unsure. But I'm only at the 3rd rank. If I use the dragon feces, those ass-rip wolves would only stay as far away as possible. As for the sedative, I used it all up when dealing with the crazy red-eyed rhino. That this young woman had survived all this time seemed a minor miracle to Zuin. She had just given away all of her trump cards to a stranger without any hesitation. Had she never contemplated the possibility that he could be a bad person? Perhaps she believed that she had no need to ward herself against someone afflicted with his condition. Don't worry, I don't need your help. I can settle this by myself, Zuin replied with a secretive smile. You mentioned earlier that the crazy red-eyed rhino is highly aggressive? Indeed, Ji Xiaoxi nodded. Her eyes widened in realization. You're intending to use the crazy red-eyed rhino to deal with those ass-rip wolves? Even though the crazy red-eyed rhino has thick skin, it's much slower than those ass-rip wolves. It'll be hard for it to kill them. Not only that, the leader of the ass-rip wolves appears to have reached the 3rd rank. In a real fight, I'm afraid that the crazy red-eyed rhino wouldn't be a match for them. I have an idea in mind. Zuin replied, still smiling mysteriously. He made his way downstream. Ji Xiaoxi followed closely behind, still perplexed. They returned to the place they had first met and saw that the crazy red-eyed rhino was starting to rouse. As potent as Xiaoxi's sedative was, the amount she'd used had not been enough to knock the massive beast out for long. Zuan quickly turned to Xiaoxi and asked, "Do you have a handkerchief?" "I do." Xiaoxi pulled out a clean white handkerchief and passed it to him. It had a light orchid fragrance. Zuan hesitated. "Do you have one that is used? It'll be a pity to dirty this one." "It's fine, I'll just wash it afterwards." Xiaoxi waved her hand casually. Zuan doubted she would even want to touch it once he was through. He said instead, "Okay, I'll owe you a handkerchief then. I'll buy you a new one when we get back to the city." With that, he took out the poisonous prick and wrapped it tightly with the handkerchief, leaving the tip exposed. Xiaoxi was still confused. "What are you going to do?" "Stand back," Zuan said without explaining. After making sure Xiaoxi was a safe distance away, he walked up to the crazy red-eyed rhino. He grabbed the creature's tail with one hand and used the other to shove the entire dagger, hilt first, up the rhino's ass. The rhino brayed in groggy anger. "You have successfully trolled crazy red-eyed rhino for 2 rage points." Two. Zuan was surprised. Perhaps these wild beasts lacked intelligence and therefore generated much fewer rage points compared to humans. The abrupt insertion of a foreign object into its rear jolted the red-eyed crazy rhino fully awake. It rose to its feet and tried to look behind it. However, its body was just too inconveniently bulky. It spun around in a small circle but could not figure out what had happened. It heard a whistle and turned to see a human waving madly at it. This whipped the creature into a rage. This human must have been the shameless culprit who had dared to fool around with its rear end. Its eyes grew redder and redder and snorted a breath of white smoke from its nose. It lowered its head and charged like a frenzied bull. Having successfully attracted the rhino's aggression, Zuan turned tail and fled. From a distance, Xiaoxi watched the human and rhino chase by the side, a flabbergasted look on her face. This is the idea he has in mind? It feels disgusting. Still worried about Zuan's safety, she ran after them. Fortunately, even though the crazy red-eyed rhino was at the 4th rank, its lack of speed offset its bulky body and powerful defense. Even at maximum effort, it was unable to close the distance with Zuan. The chase continued all the way to the borders of the Wolf Valley. The crazy red-eyed rhino came to a sudden halt at the valley's entrance. Sensing that it was about to enter the territory of the Asrip wolves, it instinctively hesitated. Seeing this, Zuan turned around and yelled, "Hey, you big oaf! How does it feel to have your ass busted? Don't you want to get revenge? I guess your mama wasted her effort giving birth to a big lump of trash like you." The crazy red-eyed rhino had no understanding of human speech, but it could sense a taunt. It recalled the insolent act of aggression done to it earlier, and charged forward once more, eyes burning with rage. "Who cares about the Asrip wolves? My skin is extremely tough. Those lousy dogs and their weak bites are nothing." You have successfully trolled Red Eye's crazy rhino for 2 rage points. Two. Laughing arrogantly, Zuan led it straight toward the den of the Asrip wolves. The Asrip wolves lazed in their den, having just finished their meal. It was a huge pity that the human had been so skinny. There had not been enough to share amongst their 100 wolf brothers. Hunger was not the worst feeling in the world. To only be given one small bite while one was starving, that was the worst. That single scrap only heightened the feeling of deprivation. All of a sudden, the leader of the Asrip wolves pricked up its ears. He sensed a small tremor in the ground. Could it be some huge creature had dared to enter their territory? Oh woo! The pack leader summoned its pack, preparing to deal with the intruder. What's this, another human? The pack leader was befuddled by the brazen behavior of the humans. However, it was not one to turn down a free meal that was delivered to its doorstep. With a bark, it ordered the pack to encircle the human. Seeing that the Asrip wolves were starting to make their move, Zuin spun and ran back the way he came, breezing past the chasing rhino and out of the wolf valley. The red-eyed crazy rhino, with its massive bulk, lacked the agility to execute the same maneuver. It hurtled clumsily onward, straight into the den of the Asrip wolves. The sudden appearance of the massive rhino caught the Asrip wolves off guard. They hurriedly scattered to avoid the impact, but some were too slow, and were violently crushed under the rhino's massive bulk. The Asrip wolf pack leader was incensed by this intrusion. If this were a fifth-rank beast, it would have swallowed its anger and tolerated it. However, this rhino was merely at the fourth rank, and it was a dumb and clumsy oaf to boot. There was no way it would fear such an enemy. Oh woo. The leader immediately ordered its pack to let the human go, and focus on the rhino instead. That human was barely skin and bones, but taking down this rhino would feed them for at least 10 days. The choice of prey was obvious. The pack of Asrip wolves converged on the crazy red-eyed rhino, attacking its rear. Some of the more daring wolves leaped onto its back and clamped their fangs down. The thick hide of the crazy red-eyed rhino was nothing to scoff at. The wolves almost lost their teeth as they bit down, without leaving as much as a scratch. Despite sustaining no injuries, the attacks from these Asrip wolves infuriated the larger beast. It tossed them off and ran them down, crushing their bodies. It seemed to grin smugly at its victory, mocking the wolves for not knowing their place. This insolence provoked the leader of the Asrip wolves. It raised its head toward the sky and let out a frightening howl towards its pack members. Are you all idiots? Have you forgotten what our specialty is? Wreck his ass. 1. Daniel Wu is considered one of the most good-looking male stars in China back in the 1990s to 2000s, probably the Chinese equivalent to Tom Cruise. Sanlitun is an upscale district in China, with popular bars and shopping malls. Upon receiving the orders, the Asrip wolves came to their senses and changed their strategy. While some stayed in front to distract the crazy red-eyed rhino, the rest of the pack circled to its back to attack its ass. The crazy red-eyed rhino seethed in rage. Why is everyone going after my ass today? While the rhino boasted tough, coppery hide which the Asrip wolves could not hope to penetrate with their teeth, this protection did not extend all the way to its backside. The softest part of its body was its ass. The crazy rhino tried its best to ram the disgusting wolves, but it was ponderous compared to the agile Asrip wolves. Each time it charged, the wolves simply danced away. After dozens of attempts, it was left panting heavily, its head spinning from overexertion. The wolves seized the chance to counterattack, ceasing their probing strikes and launching themselves at the crazy rhino's ass. The larger animal panicked. I really shouldn't have come to this darned place. It's all that damned human's fault. You have successfully trolled Red Eye's crazy rhino for 2 rage points. 2. As furious as it was, it did not hesitate to flee when it became necessary. It turned tail and charged toward the opening of the wolf den. The wolves rushed to block its escape. This bountiful meal had been delivered straight to their doorstep, and there was no way they were letting it escape. Watching from the top of a slope, Ji Xiaoxi felt sorry for the poor rhino. The crazy red-eyed rhino is simply at far too much of a disadvantage against the Asrip wolves. If it was any other wild beast possessing higher offensive prowess and agility, the Asrip wolves would have been no match. Didn't that crazy rhino bully you earlier? I'll take revenge for you. The lie slipped easily from Zuan's lips. But it's so pitiful, Ji Xiaoxi exclaimed. It looks like it won't last long. Should we save it? Zuan quickly grabbed her arm to stop her from doing anything. Ji Xiaoxi really has too much sympathy in her. She'll definitely be exploited by others in the future. Also wow, her arm is so soft. Don't worry, it won't die that easily. Just continue watching. Ji Xiaoxi was skeptical of what Zuan had just said, but she did as he said. To her surprise, something unexpected occurred. An exceptionally well-built wolf finally found an opening to bite down on the crazy red-eyed rhino's ass. Excited by its success, it prepared to rip out its intestines, just like with any other prey. Without warning, a shudder shook the wolf's body and it fell to the ground, completely still. A second wolf followed, suffering the same fate. Then a third, and then a fourth. It took the deaths of over 20 ass-rip wolves before the pack finally noticed something was amiss. They backed away fearfully from the crazy red-eyed rhino. They barked and howled at each other. What's going on? I don't know either. I know. What? That fellow's shit is poisoned. The pack leader of the ass-rip wolves was infuriated. Think about how much shit we have eaten over the years. When have we ever been poisoned before? That big oaf must possess some ability that we don't know of. Be careful, everyone. This calmed the rest of the pack. It was beyond common sense that a living creature could have poisonous feces. They would never be able to mount a successful hunt if that were so. The crazy red-eyed rhino also noticed this unexpected development. Could it be that my ass possesses some unknown power? Why didn't Mama ever tell me about this? Realizing that the once arrogant ass-rip wolves were steering clear of its ass, the crazy red-eyed rhino relaxed its defensive stance and wiggled its ass at the wolf pack, taunting them. Come and get a taste of my ass if you dare. It seemed to shout. Zuan chuckled at the brazen display of the crazy red-eyed rhino. I didn't think that it would behave so immodestly. Ji Xiaoxi's face, on the other hand, had flushed completely red. This was too much for a demure woman like her. She turned her gaze away, but could not suppress her curiosity. How did you do it? Was it that dagger? Zuan nodded. I applied a deadly poison on the dagger's blade. When the ass-rip wolves bit down on the crazy rhino's rear, the blade nicked them and poisoned them. He wasn't willing to reveal the true secret behind the poisonous prick, so he made up a plausible excuse instead. I see. Ji Xiaoxi nodded. It seemed reasonable, but she wondered just what kind of poison in the world could remain effective for so long. After all, there was only so much poison that one could coat on the tip of a dagger. It shouldn't have been enough to kill over 20 ass-rip wolves, no matter how potent the poison was. Down in the Wolf Valley, the ass-rip wolves had gone berserk at the provocations of the crazy red-eyed rhino. One after another, they dashed forward to sink their teeth into its ass, and each time, the unfortunate wolf would suffer the sting of the poisonous prick. The battlefield piled up with ass-rip wolf corpses. Oh! When the foreign object had been stuffed into its rear end, the crazy red-eyed rhino had felt great pain. However, it had slowly gotten used to the intrusion, and the pain had gone away. Now, the object vibrated each time the ass-rip wolves bit down on it, sending spasms of pleasure through the rhino's body. The door to a whole new set of experiences was opening right before it. The ass-rip wolves pulled back a second time, communicating in panicked howls. That fellow's shit is really poisoned. How could shit possibly be poisoned? Are you denying the experience and traditions of our tribe for over the past 1,000 years? That was the pack leader. Why don't you go and have a taste then? This was from a wolf almost the same size as the pack leader. The two almost never saw eye to eye. Fine, I'll go then. The pack leader knew that this particular wolf coveted its position. It also sensed the fear pouring off the other pack members, and knew that it would not be long before it lost the respect of the pack. It had to act personally to reinforce his position as pack leader and reinstate their confidence in its leadership. Prowling behind the crazy red-eyed rhino, it saw an opening and darted forward, swift as lightning. This was the end. Just as it had happened countless times before, it would pull out the intestines of this accursed rhino and bring about its demise. As the pack leader hung in the air mid-strike, the rhino stiffened. The prolonged and intense battle had caused putrid gases to accumulate in its stomach. The obstruction in its rear end had prevented their escape thus far, but the pressure had grown too much. The rhino felt its abdomen clench, followed by the sound of cloth ripping. A massive, resounding fart escaped its rear end, sending a huge amount of feces flying, together with the foul dagger that had been lodged inside. The leader of the Asrip wolves wound up smeared in foul excrement. Enraged, it prepared to launch another devastating attack when its body suddenly seized up, and it fell to the ground dead. While the dagger had not been propelled with enough force to inflict a lethal wound, it had managed to nick the wolf's face along the way. That was enough to kill it. You have successfully trolled Asrip Wolf King for 10 rage points. A chorus of anguished wolf howls erupted. Its shit is really poisoned. Our king has died from shit. All of the other Asrip wolves were scared out of their wits. They lost their will to fight and scattered, fleeing toward the mountain forest. The crazy red-eyed rhino shook its head. It did not fully understand what had happened, but the near-death experience of the teeth and claws of the Asrip wolves had clearly shaken it. It stumbled away on uneven legs. It was in no mood to find and exact vengeance on the human who had started it all. With that, peace returned to the valley. Zuin was the first to slide down the slope. At the bottom, he opened his arms wide and called up, "Xiaoxi, be careful. I'll catch you." Ji Xiaoxi shook her head and replied, "There's no need for that." She flipped herself into the air, landing gracefully on the valley floor. It was a performance far more spectacular than what Zuin had managed earlier. Zuin recalled that Ji Xiaoxi's cultivation was higher than his own, and scratched his head sheepishly. He hastened to the middle of the battlefield to retrieve the poisonous prick. It was fortunate that the crazy red-eyed rhino had relinquished its hold on the dagger. It saved him from needing to use the poison bottle to knock it out so that he could retrieve it. Arg, the smell! Even though the poisonous prick had been wrapped in a handkerchief, it still gave off a putrid stink. Zuin took out his water bottle and washed it over and over before finally keeping it. Ji Xiaoxi had hoped to examine just what kind of formidable poison the dagger was coated with, but found herself too embarrassed to ask. She let Zuin put away the dagger without comment. In her view, everyone had their own secrets to survive in this world, and it seemed a little insensitive of her to ask about such a private matter. Zuin misread her hesitation for something else. Gingerly, he picked up the handkerchief by a corner and handed it to her. "Here, I'll give this back to you. You can try washing it to see if it's still usable." Ji Xiaoxi froze, her mouth half open. She stared at the yellowish stains that covered the handkerchief, which smelled horrendous. "You have successfully trolled Ji Xiaoxi for 1 rage point." Zuin was amused by her response. This lady sure has an even temper. Even this only generated a single rage point. It looks like she's the kind to never get angry at anyone. Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. You can toss it away. I don't want it anymore. Ji Xiaoxi forced herself to smile as she spoke. She noticed Zuin's earnest look and felt a twinge of guilt. Zuin casually tossed the handkerchief to the side and said, "I'll buy you a new one." He didn't want to keep the handkerchief either. Even the thought of washing it was enough to disgust him. Ji Xiaoxi nodded casually, clearly putting it out of her mind. She looked around at the corpses of the Asrip wolves and said, "Let's harvest any gubayos quickly, before the wolf pack returns." "Don't worry. After what just happened, I'm sure those ass-rip wolves have lost any will to fight. I reckon that they won't be back anytime soon, Zuin said. Little did he know that this incident had caused the ass-rip wolves to question their entire existence. Fearful, they stopped targeting the asses of their prey for months, which nearly led to their extinction. Despite his confidence, Zuin quickly got to work. He tore open the stomachs of the ass-rip wolf carcasses one by one and managed to collect a total of 12 gubeos, including the one Plum Blossom 12 had retrieved for him earlier. It was a pity there wasn't anything else, like a demonic core or some other fancy fantasy item. He had read a lot of novels regarding transmigration previously, and was still looking forward to obtaining some sort of special reward. However, there was no such thing to be found even after searching through the carcass of the pack leader several times. You're truly formidable. You managed to kill so many ass-rip wolves, Ji Xiaoxi remarked in admiration. Ha ha ha, you're flattering me. Despite Zuan's humble words, his expression clearly said he would welcome more praise. Zuan made sure to tuck the gubeos away securely. Ji Xiaoxi watched in silence for a long while, then said, I have a request to ask of you. I know that it might sound unreasonable, but I would still like you to hear me out. Zuan was intrigued, especially considering how embarrassed Ji Xiaoxi seemed. Feel free to speak your mind. Consider us buddies who have gone through tough times and bathed. Ahem, ignore what I just said. What I mean is that I already consider you a friend, so say what you will. Ji Xiaoxi quickly pulled back her fist, and her earlier embarrassment returned. You see, my father has been concocting a certain medicine recently, and one of the ingredients required is ass-rip wolf gubeos. Since there aren't likely to be ass-rip wolves in the Wolf Valley for a while, it might be difficult to secure this ingredient. Would you be willing to sell some to me? Zuan wondered how Ji Xiaoxi would react once she realized that he was collecting these gubeos for her father. However, his mouth moved far faster than his brain. How much do you intend to offer for them? Ji Xiaoxi replied, ordinary gubeos aren't that expensive, but the market price for an ass-rip wolf gobao is 10 silver taels each. Zuan was astonished. These things are actually that expensive? He thought it through, and found it made perfect sense. The ass-rip wolves were savage, and only 1 in 10 of them produced a gobao. Those who wanted to hunt ass-rip wolves had to put their lives on the line. Even the slightest mistake could result in their asses getting ripped. Zuan's mind whirred quickly, and he replied, isn't it wrong to calculate it like that? It seems to me that ass-rip wolf gubeos are impossible to procure in Bright Moon City. If Divine Physician Ji could really buy them off the market, there would be no need for him to put up this task in the first place. Zuan paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, as you pointed out, there won't be any ass-rip wolves in the Wolf Valley in the short run. The price of ass-rip wolf gubeos will definitely skyrocket very soon. Ji Xiaoxi blinked her eyes in consideration before nodding in agreement. You're right, what you said makes sense. My apologies, I failed to take these factors into account. Zuan was dumbfounded. He was just trying to sound her out, yet she was so quick to apologize? She really was too innocent for the vile world out there. He had a hard time believing that she was related to that conniving Divine Physician Ji. How about this? I'll buy these gubeos for 13. Aw, no. I mean, 15 silver taels each. How does that sound to you? Ji Xiaoxi looked at Zuan expectantly. I only have that much money on me. The amount of care Ji Xiaoxi took in making her offer made Zuan feel sorry for Divine Physician Ji. What use was it for him to accrue money so desperately? With a daughter like this, all of his wealth would merely benefit his son-in-law. Sure. How many are you intending on buying? Zuan asked. Thank you. Ji Xiaoxi's eyes lit up in delight. I wish to buy 10 of them. Is that too many? Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. No, of course not. Here, I'll give them all to you, Zuan said with a chuckle as he handed her all 12 gubayos. His main reason for hunting these things was to avoid paying the consultation fee anyway. He had no further need for them. Considering that he had just earned 150 silver taels, even if he paid 100 silver taels for the consultation, he would still have 50 silver taels remaining. I wonder if Divine Physician Ji will spit blood once he learns what happened. Ji Xiaoxi waved her hands and said anxiously, that won't do. I don't have enough money to pay for them all. Don't worry, I won't charge you for the extra 2. You can treat it as a gift. Zuan placed his hand on her shoulder as he spoke heartily. We're friends after all. Really? Ji Xiaoxi was overjoyed. You really are a nice person. You shouldn't hand out the nice guy card so freely, Zuan said, his face all scrunched up. He let out a sudden, pained yelp. Aw. Why does my hand hurt so much? Ji Xiaoxi stuck her tongue out and said, oh, I nearly forgot. My father applied anti-jackass cream on my clothes. I'll get the antidote for you right away. An image of Divine Physician Ji cackling gleefully flashed across Zuan's mind. He finally understood why that fellow was willing to let his daughter venture into the mountain all alone to gather herbs. He had already prepared her thoroughly. Ji Xiaoxi grabbed a bottle from her bag and rubbed a little of its contents on Zuan's hand. She pulled his hand over to her mouth and blew lightly over it. Does it still hurt? He looked at her face, which was the size of his palm, and chuckled. It did hurt a lot earlier, but after you blew on it, it no longer hurts anymore. Ji Xiaoxi's face reddened. You're teasing me. Zuan couldn't help but remark, Xiaoxi, if you treat everyone so well, bad guys will take advantage of you. Ji Xiaoxi replied without any hesitation, I won't allow any guy to touch my body though. You aren't like those normal men. Zuan had no words. Am I being treated like a sister right now? It's a pity that the keyboard doesn't collect rage points from me. It would be exploding off the charts right now. Ji Xiaoxi recognized how her words sounded and quickly apologized. Oh no, that's not what I mean. Seeing how Ji Xiaoxi was too flustered to explain herself, Zuan patted her head and said, don't worry about it. We're friends, so I won't mind it. Since he had already been treated as a sister, he might as well take full advantage. In his previous life, there were plenty of trashy men who pretended that they were gay in order to get close to girls, before worming their way into their beds. Pooey! Who is a trashy man? Definitely not me. As his thoughts wandered, he noticed Ji Xiaoxi looking at him in sympathy. Ah. I should have told you that the medicine is on my hair too. Zuan stared at his hand, as swollen as a bun, and almost burst into tears. Didn't you just wash yourself in the river earlier on? A young man and a young woman walked side by side along a mountainous route leading towards Bright Moon City. As they walked, the young woman moved closer to her companion, but the young man leaped to the side as if she were some kind of poisonous mushroom. Don't touch me! Zuan stared at Ji Xiaoxi warily. Ji Xiaoxi looked at him apologetically. Her lips pouted indignantly as she said, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Zuan knew that he had had it coming, and it was immature to blame her for his suffering. Fine, you didn't do anything wrong. It was my fault for approaching you too carelessly. Speaking of which, how did you produce that wall of water in the river earlier? Ever since coming to this world, he had been curious about everything concerning cultivation, and he wanted to know all he could about it. Ji Xiaoxi widened her eyes. You were peeping on me back then? Zhu-An's heart skipped a beat. He had completely forgotten about that. I didn't hear anything from you, so I took a quick peek out of worry. Rest assured, I didn't see anything at all. You blocked everything off with that wall of water. Ji Xiaoxi was not convinced, but decided to trust him in the end. Cultivators of the third rank are able to release their ki a short distance away. They are able to form armor, a ki barrier, or anything you can think of within a radius of 3 chi, 1, around them. I used that principle to create the water wall. I see. Reaching the second rank made one's skin more resilient, and reaching the third rank allowed one to release their ki externally. He looked forward to seeing what special skills he could learn when he advanced his cultivation further. Ji Xiaoxi suddenly stopped in her tracks. She pricked up her ears, as if picking up on something. Big brother Zhu, do you hear that? What? Zhuan asked. He didn't hear anything at all. I hear people fighting. Ji Xiaoxi's eyebrows arched upward. Clearly, she wasn't too fond of violence. Let's leave the area quickly, Zhuan said. If he were a powerhouse, he would have headed straight towards the fight to show off his strength, but he was currently a weakling, even weaker than Ji Xiaoxi. This world was simply too dangerous for him right now, and keeping a low profile would suit him the most. As the saying went, the one who laughs last laughs the best. I think we should take a look. There might be someone who needs to be treated. Ji Xiaoxi grabbed Zhuan and stopped him. Her gentle eyes held a firm resolve. Seeing her sincerity, Zhuan found himself caving into her request. Okay then. However, if it gets too dangerous, don't blame me for running ahead of you. Also, I trust that you don't have poison on your hands, right? Rest assured, there's no poison here. Having secured Zhuan's approval, Ji Xiaoxi's eyes became slits that arched upwards to form 2 smiling crescents. The two of them hurried in the direction of the ruckus. In another valley, they found a carriage completely surrounded by black-clothed men. Guards circled the carriage, trying their best to fend off the assault, but they were severely outnumbered. The black-clothed attackers also seemed more powerful, their strikes sharp and vicious. Many guards had already fallen, lying in pools of blood. It was only a matter of time before the remaining guards would be defeated. Zhuan noticed that the guards were all wearing white shirts with golden stitchings on their sleeves. It made them look distinguished. How bloody extravagant. Even their guards have such expensive clothes. How rich must they be? Zhuan glanced at his scruffy outfit resentfully. They look more like the son-in-law of a duke estate, and I could pass off as their guard. But what's the use of dressing well? It's just all for show. Zhuan's envy was only appeased by the sight of the finely dressed guards being forced back under the onslaught of their attackers. Those men are from the Blackwind Stockade. Ji Xiaoxi exclaimed in a hushed tone. Even though she was kind and innocent, she was no fool. She didn't rush out blindly just because she saw that there were casualties. Instead, she pulled Zhuan behind a bush to observe the situation. The outcome of the battle was already sealed. They would only be giving their lives away by rushing out now. Nevertheless, Ji Xiaoxi still felt conflicted as she watched the brutal killings happening right before her eyes. Blackwind Stockade? That's a name for cannon fodder. This stockade must be some minor organization that barely sees the light of the day, Zhuan scoffed. Far from that, Ji Xiaoxi replied solemnly. The Blackwind Stockade is a bandit gang founded by Great Bandit Qinxian. They are known to be strong and incredibly vicious. They make a living by plundering passing merchants and have already taken countless lives. Zhuan struggled to understand. Why haven't the authorities dispatched an army to eliminate them? There are so many experts in the city, after all. Are they all okay with these bandits messing around like that? From what he knew, most of the stronger cultivators had been taken in by the government. It was unlikely a simple band of bandits could withstand the fighting prowess of a city's military force. Ji Xiaoxi explained, Duke Chu and City Lord Xia have sent many soldiers out to eliminate them over the years, but these bandits are not that easy to deal with. They are elusive and hard to track down. If the city sends too few soldiers, the bandits eliminate them without hesitation. Too many soldiers, and the bandits merely venture deeper into the mountain and bide their time. As soon as the soldiers retreat, they come out once more. These bandits are a huge menace to Bright Moon City. Zuan was embarrassed by the ineptitude of the Chu clan. Despite looking like a huge deal, they couldn't even handle a mere bandit gang. Something she said tickled the back of his mind. You mentioned that the Blackwind Stockade has always been able to move in advance to avoid the army? It sounds like they have an insider working for them. Ji Xiaoxi nodded in agreement. Big brother Zhu, you are really clever. That's what my father said too. The image of that greedy middle-aged man flashed across Zuan's mind once more. It was inconceivable that a scruffy pervert like him could be sober enough to analyze such matters. Madam, we have them tied down. You must leave right away. Down in the valley, a white-clothed guard shouted into the carriage behind him as he shoved an enemy away. About 1 meter. Zuan had been paying attention to that carriage in the middle of the scuffle. Its extravagant and imposing construction naturally drew attention. Is it a Rolls-Royce? Appearance-wise, the carriage bore no similarity, but the overall impression it gave made Zuan draw the connection. Regardless of which world one was in, the aesthetics of humans were quite uniform, and this carriage was a masterpiece from every angle. Every single contour embodied the blood, sweat, and tears of a master craftsman. It was drawn by 4 handsome steeds, all with a muscular build and lustrous coats that conveyed impeccable majesty. The carriage wheels and even the hooves of the horses were cloaked in blue light. It was an extremely delicate formation that allowed the carriage to maneuver through difficult terrain without causing the passengers seated inside the carriage the slightest disturbance. Zuan had ridden in the Chu clan's carriage before, but it paled in comparison to the one right before his eyes. A charming female voice came from within the carriage. Go? Where can I go? Her tone of voice seemed both coy and languid at the same time, but was colored with more than a hint of confusion. What a melodious voice! Ji Xiaoxi muttered to herself in a daze. Zuan, on the other hand, thought nothing of it. In his modern, digital world, there were plenty of people who made a living using their voices, be it voice actors, tubers, and other content creators. He had heard far too many beautiful voices to know that a good voice didn't equate to good looks. Countless pitiful souls had been fooled by the false allure of a beautiful voice. The black-clothed attackers seemed to lose their senses for a moment, then burst into concerted laughter. Just as we thought, Madame Yu is indeed in there. Brother, let's push on. Soon, we'll be able to have a taste of the previous #1 beauty of the capital. This drew a chorus of cheers from those in black, spurring them on. The eyes of the white-clothed guards reddened at these words, but there was only so much they could do against overwhelming numbers. No matter how much they tapped into the hidden potential in their bodies, they could not stand against this onslaught. Ah! So it's her! Ji Xiaoxi exclaimed in astonishment. Zuan was intrigued. Why? Do you recognize the person in the carriage? Ji Xiaoxi shook her head and replied, I don't know her in person, but I have heard of her. Cloudmitsu clan deals in key stones, and they are the most renowned tycoons in the world. Back in those days, the matriarch of the Yu clan, Yuyan Luo, awed the entire capital with her grace and beauty, and countless men still pine for her to this day. As she mentioned this, Ji Xiaoxi suddenly recalled how her father often proclaimed himself to be Yu Yanluo's #1 fan, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Zuan frowned in confusion. Judging by what you just said, the Yu clan should be pretty formidable. It doesn't make sense that they can't handle a group of bandits. Ji Xiaoxi corrected Zhu, and the Blackwind Stockade isn't any ordinary band of bandits. They are an incredibly powerful gang that even Duke Chu is. Before she could finish, Zuan cut in, no matter how formidable they are, bandits are still bandits. Besides, just as you said, the Yu clan is one of the richest clans in the country, and their matriarch is a known beauty. They are bound to attract attention from enemies and other major powers. If this is the standard of the guards they have, how in the world did she manage to survive to this day without any major incidents? Ji Xiaoxi hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Zuan. She pondered for a while before responding. Her husband, the Cloud Midst Duke, passed away recently in an accident. That could have caused some internal turmoil within the Yu clan, and consequently affected the quality of guards she brings around with her. Politics inside major clans sure are messy, Zuan remarked with a sigh. It had only been 2 days since he joined the Chu clan, and he had already suffered so many near-death encounters. Someone like Yu Yanluo was likely to have faced far more of such run-ins than him. Is the one leading the bandits down their great bandit Qinxian? Zuan asked, pointing to the leader of the black-clothed attackers. Ji Xiaoxi shook her head and replied, "It doesn't seem to be him. Qinxian is a 6th rank cultivator, possibly even reaching the 7th rank. None of those below have even reached the 5th rank. That reminds me of a question I have been wanting to ask you for a long time. How do you discern the cultivation level of a person?" Zuan asked. It was not as if this were a game where enemy levels were displayed above their heads. His inability to discern the cultivation level of his enemies would make it hard to deal with any future threats. After all, not everyone was like Plum Blossom 12, foolishly giving away their cultivation level. You don't even know that? Ji Xiaoxi asked in surprise. Nevertheless, she still explained the matter patiently. In the 1st rank, a cultivator learns to sense raw qi. In the 2nd rank, a cultivator's skin hardens, allowing them to deal with ordinary swords bare-handed. In the 3rd rank, a cultivator gains the ability to release qi in a radius of 3 qi around his body to form barriers to block against enemy attacks. In the 4th rank, a cultivator is able to project qi away from their body, allowing for long-distance attacks. In the 5th rank, a cultivator awakens their ability to control the elements and imbue them into their attacks. In the 6th rank, a cultivator can form an elemental barrier to defend against elemental-type attacks. In the 7th rank, a cultivator's regeneration is significantly boosted, such that the attacks of low-level enemies wouldn't be able to keep up with their rate of recovery. In the 8th rank, a cultivator becomes able to communicate with raw qi, allowing him to tap into a far greater reserve of power. I'm not familiar with levels beyond that, but it seems that even flight is possible once one reaches a certain level. Those bandits below are incapable of using elemental attacks, which means none of them have reached the 5th rank. I believe that the leader of this group is the Blackwind Stockade's 3rd master, Bao Gang. I see. Zuan nodded, grateful for her explanation. His newfound knowledge helped him to process the battle more clearly, and he was able to roughly grasp the fighting prowess of the combatants. Most of the black-clothed bandits below were at the 2nd rank, though a couple of them had reached the 3rd rank. Only the leader of the bandits was at the 4th rank. According to what he knew, a 4th-rank cultivator was eligible to be named the lord of a smaller city, whereas a 3rd-rank cultivator could serve as a magistrate of a smaller city. It seemed that comparing the Blackwind Stockade to ordinary ruffians was indeed unwise. The guard captain of the Yu clan was at the 4th rank too, and his subordinates were all at the 3rd rank. Their strength had allowed some of them to survive so far. Unfortunately, their numbers were too small to matter. Their defeat was already sealed. "Who's there?" The leader of the black-clothed bandits suddenly turned around. Zuin and Ji Xiaoxi had spoken too loudly and had inadvertently revealed their presence. "You should leave, quickly!" Ji Xiaoxi hissed at Zuin. She was the one who proposed coming here to help the wounded. She wouldn't allow Zuin to get hurt because of her. She had nearly used up all of the medicine she'd brought with her, and was not confident in dealing with the bandits. "What about you?" Zuin was surprised. Was this lass really intending to stay behind to hold back the enemies? "Don't worry, I can protect myself. Besides, my father is Ji too." "They dare not to touch me," Ji Xiaoxi said hurriedly. Zuin shook his head. "Those bandits dared to accost the renowned Yu clan. There's no way they'll respect the mere daughter of a divine physician." Ji Xiaoxi was taken aback by Zuan's words. She was about to inform him that her father was actually a really formidable figure, but Zuan instructed anxiously, "Hide yourself well and don't come out." He leaped out of cover and bellowed, "Oh ho! You dare to commit such atrocities in public, in the middle of the day, under the glorious rays of the sun?" Ji Xiaoxi's mouth widened in shock. Was Zuin out of his mind? Revealing his presence to the bandits was one thing, but provoking them on top of that? As expected, the bandits hollered back, "Where did this nasty brat come from? Are you planning on interfering in the affairs of our Blackwind stockade?" Zuin froze. "You're from the Blackwind stockade?" "Of course." "Who are you?" The bandit leader stared at Zuin warily. This brat had suddenly leaped out of nowhere, and there was nothing he could use to identify him. It made sense to first do some probing to determine who they were dealing with. At this sudden development, the battle between the bandits and the guards came to an uncertain halt. Zuin clasped his fist and introduced himself. "I am Qing Shuping. Those in the pugilistic world know me as someone with lips as tight as a cork on a bottle." Over in the bushes, Ji Xiaoxi blinked in bewilderment. "Who is Qing Shuping?" The black-clothed bandits shared her confusion. They had never heard of such a figure in the pugilistic world before. Nevertheless, they treated him as a formidable expert. No one else would dare to stand before them so calmly. The guards of the Yu clan grew nervous at this exchange. The guard captain shouted out loud, "That hero over there, we're from the Cloudmitsu clan. If you're willing to lend us a helping hand, the Yu clan will surely repay the favor generously." Bao Gang's face darkened immediately. He gestured to his subordinates to go around the forest and seal off this Qing Shuping's escape route. They could not allow anyone to know that it was the Blackwind stockade that had carried out the attack on the Yu clan's carriage. "Generously?" Zuin repeated contemplatively. "How generous?" Those of the Yu clan were flabbergasted by this response. This man isn't playing by the norms. Shouldn't he say something along the lines of, "A true hero doesn't expect any rewards and lend us a helping hand"? Despite this, the guard captain replied straight away, "I dare not say the wealth of our Yu clan can truly rival that of the country, but be it gold, silver, legendary weapons, keystones, or even conferment of nobility, regardless of what it is that you need, our Yu clan will surely satisfy your demands." Zuin nodded in response. "That sounds like a fair offer, but I'm a man of culture who appreciates fine art. I heard that your matriarch used to be the #1 beauty in the capital. Could I ask for her instead?" Bao Gang was dumbfounded. He had feared the intruder would come to the aid of the Yu clan, but he definitely hadn't expected such a crude remark. It was all he could do not to rebuke him. In any case, it seemed the intruder was not an immediate threat. He pulled his subordinates back and ordered them to stay vigilant. The face of the guard captain darkened. "Please do not joke around. Zhuan shrugged casually. I'm not joking around. As long as your matriarch is willing to accompany me for one night, I'll settle these men from the Blackwind Stockade for you. Behind the bushes, Ji Xiaoxi felt heat rising from her face. That man is obviously, yet he still puts on such a licentious act. But while she was privy to Zhu An's circumstances, the Yu clan guards were not. They glared daggers at him. You have successfully trolled Yu Bin for 99 rage points. You have successfully trolled Yu Jun for 99 rage points. You have successfully trolled Yu Meng for 99 rage points. Seeing the huge inflow of rage points, Zhuan marveled at how compatible the rage system was with him. For him, earning rage points was almost as easy as breathing. The only regret he had was obtaining this rage system so late in life. With his skills on the internet forums, he would have earned enough to ascend to godhood by now. He was surprised that no points had come from Madame Yu. Was she perfectly okay with his rude remarks? Disregarding the murderous gazes of the guards, Zhuan turned to Bao Gang and said, I have a deep respect for the Blackwind Stockade, especially after hearing of the great deeds you have pulled off. The only regret I have in my life is not having the opportunity to join your ranks. Since fate has brought us together today, may I humbly ask you to take me in? I don't need anything at all. I just hope that you can share Madame Yu with me once you're done here. You have successfully trolled Yu Bin for 99 rage points. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. You have successfully trolled Yu Jun for 99 rage points. You have successfully trolled Yu Meng for 99 rage points. Bao Gang burst into laughter. Of course, that isn't a problem at all. Our Blackwind Stockade welcomes men from all walks of life. Shall we get rid of these remaining guards together first? Despite his words, Bao Gang was thinking of something very different on the inside. Assaulting the Yu clan was a huge matter, and he couldn't risk even the slightest possibility of the news leaking out. If this intruder were to get away, it would spell trouble for them. He hadn't yet ordered his men to move against this outsider because he was unsure of his background. Moreover, their hands were still full with the Yu clan guards. Eliminating the guards before dealing with the outsider was the best play. In any case, this man was unlikely to be at the 5th rank or higher, or else he would have single-handedly dealt with the Yu clan guards. There would be no need to propose a partnership then. Hidden behind the bushes, Ji Xiaoxi grew more bewildered as the scene unfolded. She couldn't figure out what Zhuan was trying to pull here. If she hadn't known about Zhu An's peculiar condition, she would even have suspected him of meaning exactly what he'd said. Sounds good to me. Zhuan drew his dagger and charged towards the nearest Yu clan guard. The Yu clan guard barely moved, but the impact threw Zhuan several meters backward. Both the Blackwind Stockade bandits and the Yu clan guards wore wide-eyed stares. They thought that they had encountered an expert in the wilderness, but it turned out that he wasn't even a match for a 3rd-rank guard. Not only that, the guard was almost completely exhausted by the bitter battle earlier. You have successfully trolled Bao Gang for 99 rage points. You have successfully trolled Blackwind Stockade Bandit A for 99 rage points. You have successfully trolled Blackwind Stockade Bandit B for 99 rage points. You have successfully trolled Blackwind Stockade Bandit C for 99 rage points. Bao Gang felt like an utter fool. He had taken so much care earlier, tiptoeing around this intruder, calculating the best way to victory and scheming to win this man over. Yet, it turned out that the intruder was merely at the 2nd rank. He felt incredibly tempted to end the brat's life with a slash of his blade. However, he could not discount the possibility that this was all an act to get Bao Gang to let down his guard. He suppressed his murderous urge for the time being. You dare make a fool out of me? Just wait till I'm done with the Yu clan. I'll skin you alive. You have successfully trolled Bao Gang for 199 rage points. Looking at Bao Gang's twitching cheeks, happiness bloomed in Zuan's heart. This fellow sure is kind to provide me with so many rage points. As the two sides clashed again, Zuan fell back from the front lines. Instead, he wove in and out of the battlefield, striking with his blade now and then. He was trying to get a feel of the battlefield while adapting to his newfound powers. After all, he had never been in a proper battle before, even when dealing with Plum Blossom 12. His actions only made those from the Blackwind Stockade grit their teeth in frustration. Not only were his antics ineffective, he was actively hindering their attacks. If not for the third master's orders, they would have gladly decapitated this nosy fellow by now. You have successfully trolled Blackwind Stockade Bandit A for 33 rage points. You have successfully trolled Blackwind Stockade Bandit B for 33 rage points. You have successfully trolled Blackwind Stockade Bandit C for 33 rage points. The battle was short and sharp, and all of the Yu-clan guards were eventually captured. After a moment of hesitation, Bao Gang did not kill them on the spot, choosing instead to place some restrictions on their bodies. He planned to extract critical intelligence regarding the Yu-clan from them, and they could be used as pawns to blackmail Madame Yu. Seeing that the Yu-clan's guards had been subdued, Zuan rubbed his hands licentiously and began making his way toward the carriage. Finally, I'm going to see Madame Yu's beautiful face in person. The Yu-clan will never let you off. One of the guards glared furiously at him, a sword pressed against his neck. You have successfully trolled Yubin for 299 rage points. You have successfully trolled Yujun for 299 rage points. You have successfully trolled Yumeng for 299 rage points. Zuan chuckled softly. We're in the wilderness. The Yu-clan will never find out what I did here. Bro, aren't you getting ahead of yourself? Bao Gang's cold and scornful tone drifted over from behind him. Zuan's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Bao Gang waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately surrounded Zuan. There's no one who wouldn't be interested in a beauty like Madame Yu, and there are so many of us, but only one of her. Sadly, there isn't enough of her to go around, so how could we share her with you? You're going to cast me away after making use of me? Zuan pointed at Bao Gang, his body trembling in fury. Pooey! Bao Gang spat coldly. Where did this ruffian come from? With your measly second-rank cultivation, I really wonder where you found the gall to negotiate with me. Bao Gang was certain of Zuan's rank after observing him in battle. The latter definitely wasn't feigning weakness. Mince him up and feed him to the dogs. Bao Gang yelled. He instantly felt lighter and more refreshed. He could finally vent all of his repressed anger. Hold it right there. Ji Xiaoxi had exhausted all her patience. Zuan's situation was desperate. She had no idea what he was up to, but she had to intervene before he was killed. There's actually another person here. Bao Gang exclaimed in astonishment. He had assumed that Zuan's was the only presence that he'd sensed, especially after that brazen entrance. He had been too careless. If that woman were to flee the area and spread the news of their deed. Just the thought of it made him sweat profusely. Ha ha ha, third master. It's yet another beautiful lass. Lady Luck sure is smiling on us today. Seeing Ji Xiaoxi's beautiful face, the black-clothed bandits let out catcalls in anticipation. While they had said that they would have fun with Madame Yu earlier, the men of the stockade knew their place. There was no way they would be granted someone of Madame Yu's status. Someone like her would be specially reserved for the master's use. However, this young woman was a different matter. She was a nobody who had appeared from nowhere. If they could capture her, she would be theirs. My father is Bright Moon City's Ji Dingtu. Release this man immediately. We swear we won't divulge anything that we saw today. Ji Xiaoxi was well aware that confronting them with her current cultivation level would be futile. The only play was to invoke her father's name. There was a moment of silence, then the bandits burst into hearty laughter. Ha, Ji Dingtu is just a mere physician. Who do you think you are trying to scare? Shut your traps. Bao Gang frowned upon hearing those words. His big brother had laid out the few people in Bright Moon City who were not to be messed with, and Ji Dingtu was one of them. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. I have heard of Ji Dingtu's reputation, but I'm afraid that we can't risk news of this matter getting out. Brothers, capture her. The first one to bring her to me will get the first taste of her. There was a collective roar of excitement, and the bandits rushed towards the lone woman. Watch my finger flick secret art. A cry came from behind Bao Gang, and he heard something was toward him. Without hesitation, he spun and slashed his sword at the object, shattering it into pieces. Ha ha ha. Is this your finger flick secret art? Bao Gang sneered coldly. His malicious laughter lasted but a moment, then blood drained from his face in horror. Why you? He fell face first in the dirt, along with the few companions around him. Third Master, what's wrong? The black-clothed bandits abandoned their attempt to reach Ji Xiaoxi and rushed back to help their fallen leader. As they reached him, they too collapsed to the ground. Zhuan heaved a sigh of relief. He'd been waiting patiently for the bandits to gather close together so he could make use of his poison bottle. Just as the opportunity had presented itself, Ji Xiaoxi's sudden appearance had nearly foiled his plan. He'd been prepared to fight the remaining bandits who had strayed out of the area of effect in their attempt to reach Ji Xiaoxi. Fortunately, these bandits were dumber than he'd thought. Too anxious to save their third master, they ran into range of the poison bottle's effects and were knocked out, sparing him a great deal of effort. You brat! What kind of sorcery did you cast on us? Bao Gang bellowed furiously as he lay on the ground. The ki in his body had been completely sealed, and he couldn't move a single muscle. His entire body felt numb, as if it wasn't his own anymore. You have successfully trolled Bao Gang for 333 rage points. I've already told you. This is my finger flick secret art. This technique drains the ki from everything within a 30-meter radius. You looked down on me, and this is the price for that. Despite his brave words, Zhuan dared not approach Bao Gang. He wasn't sure whether there were still traces of the poison lingering in the area. If he were to get poisoned as well, that would spell disaster. Get your Avrite Ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. I understand it now. We were blind for daring to snub you. Bao Gang quickly changed his tone after realizing the situation he was in. This intruder was really feigning weakness all this while. Madame Yu is right in there, and she's all yours. We won't compete with you for her anymore. The Yu clan guards were still in a daze. Everything had happened so quickly, they were unsure what to make of the situation. Pooey! Figuring that the poison had had enough time to fully disperse, Zhuan finally walked up to Bao Gang's side and slapped his face with his knife. Heh, do you think that you're in any state to compete with me right now? Who was the one who wanted to mince me up and feed me to the dogs earlier on? Who were the ones who wanted to take advantage of our Xiaoxi? As she rushed over, Ji Xiaoxi overheard Zhuan's intimate way of addressing her, and her face reddened. You have successfully trolled Bao Gang for 147 rage points. As the third master of the Blackwind Stockade, Bao Gang had lived like a king the past few years. When had anyone dared to slap his face with a knife? I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please have mercy on me. Our Blackwind Stockade will surely remember your mercy. As infuriated as Bao Gang was, he found the composure to invoke the name of the Blackwind Stockade, hoping that it could instill some fear in Zuin. Zuin was amused by his use of the idiom. "Oh. You have Mount Tai here too? All right then. Since you have used such a flowery turn of phrase, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can answer my question well, I'll spare you." The leader of the Yu clan's guards was appalled by Zuan's words. "You mustn't let them go. They are vile criminals who have slaughtered many innocent people." Zuan rolled his eyes at him. "Who gave you permission to speak here? If you want to decide on how to deal with them, why didn't you capture them earlier?" The guard captain's face reddened, but he was powerless to do anything. The restrictions placed on their bodies prevented them from acting, no matter what Zuin did. "You have successfully trolled Yubin for 111 rage points." Zuin approached one of the black-clad bandits and said, "I'll start with you. What instruments can you play?" The bandit was stunned. "I can't play any instruments. Why in the world would bandits like them, who lived a life of violence and plunder, learn how to play instruments? What's the point of living in the world when you can't even play good music?" Zuin sneered. He ended the man's life with a swift stroke of his knife. "You have successfully trolled the bandits of the Blackwind Stockade for 666 rage points." Zuin moved on to the person beside him and asked, "What about you? What instruments can you play?" That man swallowed hard. He couldn't play any instruments either, but the corpse of his companion was still fresh beside him. There was no way he could admit that out loud. A flash of inspiration came to him, and he replied, "I can whistle." "In what bloody world do you consider whistling to be playing an instrument?" Zuin slit his throat as well. The bandit died with a fawning smile on his face. "You have successfully trolled the bandits of the Blackwind Stockade for 666 rage points." The soft-hearted Ji Xiaoxi couldn't stand to watch anymore. She walked over to him and quietly tugged on his sleeves. "Big brother Zhu, isn't this a little too cruel?" Zuin sighed deeply. "Xiaoxi, you are too kind. If we had fallen into their hands, they would have shown you what true cruelty is. Besides, didn't I give them a chance to live? As long as they can give me a satisfactory answer to my question, I would spare their lives." The bandits from the Blackwind Stockade were all on the verge of crying. How does this count as giving us a chance for survival? Zuin had no idea how long the poison would last. Once these bandits shook off its effects, the tables would surely be turned on him. He had to eliminate all danger before then. At least he was not torturing these bandits, unlike the twisted protagonists in some of the novels he'd read. Ji Xiaoxi knew deep down that Zuin was right about the bandits. The lecherous looks they had directed towards her were still fresh in her mind. Reluctantly, she held back from persuading him away from his course of action. Zuin moved on to the next bandit in line. That bandit shot a glance at his two dead companions and yelled defiantly, "Kill me if you want to. Cut out that hypocritical crap of giving us a chance for survival. We're all bandits, not a single one of us knows how to play any instruments." Zhu En's knit his eyebrows together. "Is that so? Fine, I'll choose another question then. It's a common-sense question that any human should be able to give an answer to." The bandit didn't expect Zuin to be so accommodating. A flicker of hope shone in his eyes. "Fine," he said, "ask away." Zuin pointed to his own face and asked, "Am I handsome?" The bandit immediately gushed, "Definitely. I've never seen a man as handsome as you. You're the most handsome man in Bright Moon." "Ah, no, it should be the most handsome man in the entire world. Even the elven princes will kill themselves out of embarrassment in your presence." Yes, and even that number one beauty of the capital, Madame Yu, will ovulate right in your presence. Heh, even she wouldn't be worthy of you. Given the current circumstances, even if Suan had resembled an ass-ripped wolf, the bandit would have still buttered him up to high heavens. The other bandits who were still alive looked sympathetically at their companion. Coming up with all these phrases to suck up to their enemy must have been extremely difficult. Flames of anger burned in the eyes of the Yu clan guards. After witnessing Zuan's cruelty, they dared not direct their rage toward him. They could only glare hatefully at that bandit who had uttered those insolent words about their matriarch. You have successfully trolled Yin Luo for 99 rage points. Zuan was entertained by this. This was the first time he was receiving rage points from Madame Yu. It looked like this bandit had really gone overboard with his bootlicking. Vis sit en velben, cm for eu ovals. Seeing the smile on Zuan's face, the bandit was overjoyed. He quickly asked, "Does my answer satisfy you? You know too much." With a quick motion, he ended the babbling bandit's life. You have successfully trolled the bandits of the Blackwind Stockade for 666 rage points. The Yu clan guards were dumbstruck. He dares to give such a flippant reason? Pfft. A trace of laughter came from within the carriage, which was swiftly muffled. Silence returned. Zuan moved on to the fourth bandit and asked, same question. Am I handsome? That bandit's eyes darted about. The tragic fate that befell the bootlicker was still fresh in his mind. You are ugly, but you are overflowing with masculinity. Before he could finish his sentence, Zuan had already slit his throat. You must be blind. You have successfully trolled the bandits of the Blackwind Stockade for 666 rage points. He moved on to the fifth bandit and asked the same question once more. The bandit felt his bladder loosen as he saw Zuan standing before him. The other two had both been killed despite giving opposing answers. His voice quivering in fear, he replied, I don't know. Zuan made quick work of him. He sighed deeply and remarked, what's the point of living in this world when you don't even know something like this? You have successfully trolled the bandits of the Blackwind Stockade for 666 rage points. Moving from one bandit to the next, he finally reached their leader, Bao Gang. Yes, it's your turn. Bao Gang sniffed coldly. I'm going to die no matter what I say. You're the one who calls the shots anyway. Since that's the case, why bother putting up this farce? Just kill me then. However, I can assure you that my two brothers will avenge me. They'll surely tear you into countless pieces. Zuan nodded slowly before replying with a sigh, you're right. I did go a bit too far earlier. Bao Gang would have cried if not for his final sliver of reason. A bit too far? I've nearly crapped in my pants. How about we do this then? I'll give you a question that has a standard answer. As long as you get it right, I promise that I'll release you, Zuan said. Are you serious about that? Even though Bao Gang knew that it was unlikely, his instincts for survival still compelled him to go along with Zuan's game. After all, being alive was a wonderful thing. He could plunder other people's money and sleep with other people's wives. He could not enjoy these things if he were dead. Zuan nodded and replied, of course I'm serious. This question definitely has a standard answer. If you think my verdict is wrong, I'll even tell you the correct answer so that you can die in peace. Bao Gang gritted his teeth. Ask your question. Zuan said, to sit before a feast of 300 lychees every day. What's the next line after this? Heh, there's no way you can possibly answer this ancient poem that came from my realm. Surprisingly, Bao Gang's eyes lit up in delight. I know. The next line is a lifetime I shall be a Lingnan man. Zuin felt his jaw drop. No doubt the culture of this world was very similar to that of ancient China in his own world, but he'd never expected that they would share the same poems too. Didn't that mean he couldn't plagiarize poems to flaunt his literary talent, like so many other transmigrators? Wrong. Zuin's face was livid as raised his dagger and prepared to plunge it into Bao Gang. Bao Gang screeched in indignance. Impossible! I have heard of that poem before. A world of eternal spring beneath Mount Luofu, loquats and bayberries harvested fresh. To sit before a feast of 300 lychees every day, a lifetime I shall be a Lingnan man. I definitely got it right. Why don't you tell me how I'm wrong? Zuin sneered coldly. The next line is clearly in a year I shall eat 109,500 lychees. This is a question on mathematics, not poetry. He raised his dagger up high and plunged it down. You swindling bastard! You have successfully trolled Bao Gang for 999 rage points. Zuin cleaned his dagger on the bandit leader's body before exhaling deeply. Now you know. Gulu. The Yu clan guards swallowed in fear. Didn't we scold this fellow earlier on, too? Shit, we're goners. However, Zuin paid no heed to them. Instead, he began ransacking the corpses of Bao Gang and the other bandits. Ji Xiaoxi wondered what he was doing. Big Brother Zhu, are you trying to find their tokens to verify their identity? Zuin shook his head and replied, Why would I do that? I'm checking for valuables. God damn it, how is that they don't even have a single copper coin? Ji Xiaoxi was speechless. So too were the Yu clan guards. Ji Xiaoxi explained weakly, these bandits are out to plunder. I don't think that they would bring their money out with them. The words made perfect sense to Zuin, but they couldn't settle the ache in his heart. After all the trouble he had been through, even using up a poison bottle, he had ended up empty-handed. What? Are you asking about the rage points that they had provided me? Heh, can rage points be eaten as food? It isn't an accepted currency in this world. His fruitless search over, Zuin finally noticed the shivering guards behind him. He quickly put on what he thought to be a kind smile and asked, I think it's only fair for me to pose a question to the rest of you too. Now that I've saved your lives, how do you intend to repay me? The Yu clan guards felt their souls leaving their bodies. They had witnessed the tragic fate that had befallen the bandits of the Blackwind Stockade and were severely traumatized as a result. Just hearing the word question was enough to make them shiver reflexively. Young hero, thank you for reaching out a helping hand to us and saving our lives. I am willing to offer you 10,000 gold taels as compensation for your help. May I know if such an arrangement is to your satisfaction? A feminine voice emerged from within the carriage, which had been silent all this while. A graceful hand parted the door curtains, and an absolutely gorgeous woman slowly made her way out. Zuin believed that he had built up a high level of resistance against beautiful women. After all, hadn't he seen countless different beauties in movies, dramas, and all sorts of internet videos in his previous life? Be it Chinese, European, American, or even in 2D, he thought he'd seen all the world had to offer while swiping through TikTok videos every day. As such, he didn't take the title of #1 beauty of the capital seriously. It was probably just a title some country bumpkins came up with, who didn't know what true beauty was. As he watched Madame Yu descend from her carriage, he realized that he had been sorely mistaken. No matter how many beauties he had seen through his handphone screen, nothing beat the powerful visual impact of seeing one in real life. Her skin was more tender than a young girl's, and it seemed like it was covered in a thin layer of milk, making it both smooth and soft to the touch. Her eyes seemed to reflect the countless stars in the sky, giving off a brilliance that drew people in. Her face was a flawless masterpiece, and her long neck accentuated her gracefulness. Her hair, which was artfully arranged in a bun, lent her a distinguished maturity. Zhu Yin's eyes slowly moved downward and swept over her shapely breasts. Her white dress was slightly tightened around her waistline, which highlighted her slender waist. The curves from her hip to her waist were so perfect that it made one salivate. Even Ji Xiaoxi couldn't hide her sense of inferiority in the presence of such magnificence. Even though those around her always complimented her beauty, she knew she came nowhere close to matching the mature and elegant disposition of Madame Yu. "Do I look good?" Despite Zhu Yin's crude, assessing gaze, Madame Yu didn't lose her temper. Instead, her lips curved up in a gentle smile. "Yes, you do look good," Zhu Yin replied with a nod. "I thought that I was the best-looking person in this world, but you are just a tier beneath me." Pfft. Ji Xiaoxi failed to tamp down her laughter. Her inner gloom was swept away in an instant. Yu Yanluo was equally taken aback. She was used to men fawning over her looks, but none of them ever acted so naturally. "You're an interesting person," Yu Yanluo chuckled, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. Her laughter felt warm, like the onset of spring that banished the frost and coaxed flowers into bloom. "What's your name?" "You identified yourself as Qing Shuping, but that lady over there addresses you as Big Brother Zhu. I believe the latter should be your real name, right?" "I don't have the habit of giving my name away after doing a good deed," Zhu Yin replied with a shake of his head. He had used Qing Shuping's name so that his study companion would shoulder the blame for whatever he was going to do next. His standing in the Chu clan was precarious. Until he had a firmer grasp on the situation there, he did not want to reveal that he wasn't as helpless as others thought him to be. Yu Yanluo took in the bandit corpses strewn around, and her lips curled up charmingly. "But I don't have that much money with me now. If you don't tell me your name, how am I going to compensate you for the amount you deserve?" Zhu Yin scratched his head in frustration, conflicted over this matter. In the end, the money was too great a temptation. "Come with me for a moment." He grabbed Yu Yanluo's hand and pulled her to one side. Yu Yanluo glanced at the hand that was grabbing her wrist. A cold glint flashed across her eyes, but she remained silent. The eyes of the Yu clan guards bulged out of their sockets. They knew that their matriarch hated coming into contact with any man, yet she allowed this rascal to grab her without saying anything? Some of them contemplated ordering that impudent man to let go of their matriarch, but the memory of the bandits' recent suffering at his hand robbed them of their courage. Zhu Yin pulled Yu Yanluo to a remote corner before he spoke. "First, allow me to clarify myself. I'm not saying this for the sake of the 10,000 gold taels." With a sharp glance towards his hand, Yu Yanluo cut him off. "Can you let go of my hand first?" "Ah, it felt so comfortable that it slipped my mind," Zhu Yin replied sheepishly before quickly changing the topic. "Where were we earlier?" "Oh, yes. So, I'm not the type of person to leave my name behind after doing a good deed, but I can tell that you're a kind person at heart. Given your sincerity, I fear that you'll be unable to eat well or sleep in peace without knowing the name of your benefactor. I'm a soft-hearted person, and I can't bear to see you suffer like that. Thus, I'm willing to make an exception and share my name with you. However, you must promise me never to divulge it to anyone else, including these subordinates of yours. Get your Avrite Ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. A glint flashed across Yu Yanluo's eyes. "You doubt them?" "I wouldn't say that I doubt them, I'd rather be safe than sorry," Zhu Yin replied. "I heard from Xiaoxi that the Yu clan is a juggernaut known throughout the world, but why are your guards so weak?" It was not that Zhu Yin had no faith in humanity, but someone like Yu Yanluo was bound to stir the hearts of men no matter where she went. There was no way a group of third-rank cultivators led by a fourth-rank cultivator was enough to keep her safe. Yu Yanluo replied, "My other guards had other duties on hand, so they were dispatched elsewhere." Zuan looked as if he had expected such an answer. "You mean to say that the bandits of the Blackwind Stockade just happened to assault you while your guard was at its weakest?" "It could be possible, but don't you think that it's too much of a coincidence?" Even if there was no spy amongst the guards, he was unwilling to take the risk. After all, one additional person knowing his identity meant an additional chance for things to go wrong. Yu Yanluo chuckled softly. "Your intelligence does you credit. You aren't an ordinary man, that's for sure." Zhu En's chin lifted proudly. "Of course. Didn't you see me defeat those rascals with a mere flick of my fingers? I, Zuan, am like a deity gazing upon the world from my lofty perch. There's no greater sky above me out there. There are millions of keyboard immortals out there in the world, but all of them pay homage to me. As the keyboard emperor, it goes without saying that none can consider themselves my equal. Who would dare to claim themselves invincible in my presence?" Yu Yanluo stared at him stupidly. Sword Immortal? Sword Emperor? This fellow was indeed quite enigmatic. While his cultivation certainly wasn't at the level he claimed, his confidence was clearly on par with that of an expert. 1. Your name is Zuan? Yu Yanluo asked. Where do you live? I'll have my men send the gold to your residence. Her suggestion bothered Zuan. To be honest, he found his identity as the son-in-law of the Chu clan rather embarrassing. Furthermore, he did not want those in the Chu clan to find out about him. Why don't you tell me your address instead? I'll drop by and claim my reward when I'm free. That's fine by me too. Yu Yanluo wasn't surprised that Zuan preferred to keep his residence a secret. She withdrew a jade token from her robe and passed it to him. Here, take this. Zuan took the jade token and examined it closely. It was a snow-white piece, decorated with the delicate carving of an unfamiliar animal. It still carried the lingering warmth and fragrance of Yu Yanluo. Seeing this, he asked subconsciously, "Is this a token of your love?" Yu Yanluo was not offended by Zhu En's tactless comment. Instead, she smiled lightly and said, "You're not too weak, but you still have many years of hard work ahead of you if you wish to become a man worthy of me. This jade token is an insignia. Present it to my men, and they will let you pass." Zuan tucked the jade token into his robe. "Look forward to it, then. I'll be knocking on your door a few years from now, to become your man." Yu Yanluo burst into laughter. She rather appreciated this young man's straightforward attitude. The two of them made their way back to the carriage. Ji Xiaoxi was squatting by the guard's side, bandaging their wounds. Zuan leaped in fright and exclaimed, "Why are they able to move?" Ji Xiaoxi blinked her eyes. "I released the restrictions on them. Their wounds were quite severe, and they needed immediate treatment." "Thank you, Miss Ji," the guards said earnestly. They were mystified as to why a lady who possessed such an angelic nature would be involved with that demonic scoundrel. What if she were to be led astray by him? They dared not voice their misgivings for fear of offending Zuan. If traumas could be overcome that easily, they wouldn't be called traumas. "You mentioned earlier that your father is divine physician Ji Dingtu?" Yu Yanluo examined Ji Xiaoxi closely. This young woman, full of innocent beauty, was positively charming. "That's right," Ji Xiaoxi replied shyly. She felt more than a little flustered by Yu Yanluo's mature elegance, and struggled to face her directly. "I've long heard of divine physician Ji's reputation. I didn't think that he would have such a ravishing and capable daughter. I really must thank you for your help today." Yu Yanluo bowed slightly towards her. Actually, I didn't do much at all. Ji Xiaoxi bowed anxiously in return. Alright, my father seems to be very fond of you. I thought that the two of you might have met each other before. Yu Yanluo was amused. She had no impression of meeting divine physician Ji before. Countless men fantasized about her long after the day they met her in person, but not many of them ever made an impression on her. Perhaps, Ji Dingtu was one of them. However, it probably wouldn't be appropriate to mention this in front of his daughter, and so she replied with a gentle smile, "We might have met before." Unfortunately, so much has happened recently, I'm afraid my memory has gotten a little hazy. There was the sound of distant hooves approaching. Zhu An's face grew serious, but Yu Yanluo quickly reassured him. Don't worry, they should be my people. I don't wish to get involved in the internal politics of your clan. They're too complicated. Farewell. I'll drop by your Yu clan residence one of these days to collect my compensation. At this, Zhu An hurried off, pulling Ji Xiaoxi behind him. Ah. We're leaving just like that? Ji Xiaoxi was left bewildered by the sudden departure. They were clearly hitting it off with one another just a moment ago. Just leave with me first, Zhu An insisted. Ji Xiaoxi replied with a noncommittal grunt, but let herself be dragged away, waving her goodbyes behind her. A hint of a smile lit up Yu Yanluo's beautiful eyes as she watched the departing duo. He's really an interesting lad. Ji Xiaoxi was dragged out of the mountain valley and into the forest. Seeing how Zhu An was still holding onto her hands, her face reddened. Your hand has been poisoned again. Zhu An was unperturbed. Don't you have any antidote anyway? You can just cure me. Oh, Ji Xiaoxi replied. She blinked her eyes as a sudden thought came to her. There was something amiss about this situation. The substance that her father had concocted was supposed to protect her from getting taken advantage of, but this fellow brazenly touched her body anyway, and even asked her for the antidote. When they had retreated a safe distance, Zhu An pulled her down into a squat and turned to observe the valley. Ji Xiaoxi fished out the antidote and smeared more of it onto Zhu An's hand. As she worked, she asked curiously, "Why did we need to run away?" Zhu An replied, "You mentioned that Madame Yu had just lost her husband. Her carriage was assaulted right after that. It's clear as day that someone's out to get her, and it's likely that there are insiders in the Yu clan involved as well. There's no way to be certain if these reinforcements intend to save her or to kill her. Either way, it's best for us not to get embroiled in this mess." His situation with the Chu clan was already bad enough. Getting mixed in with the politics of yet another major clan would merely hasten his demise. Ji Xiaoxi grasped the crux of what Zhu An was saying. She nodded and exclaimed, "I hadn't thought that deeply into the situation." Wow, big brother Zhu, you are really smart. Zhu An tilted his head smugly. It felt good to be praised by such a pretty lady, and he waited patiently for more compliments to roll in. However, Ji Xiaoxi was too focused on treating his hand that none followed. Sighing in disappointment, Zhu An turned his attention back to the mountain valley. A group of knights dressed in white robes with golden stitchings was racing toward the carriage. Judging by their valiant appearance, they looked like fairly powerful cultivators. Many of them gave off a commanding aura that felt even more imposing than the third master of the Blackwind Stockade. The leader of the group of knights was a particularly tall man with sharp eyebrows. His eyes seemed severe, but his carefully trimmed mustache mellowed his appearance and gave him a scholarly air. "Sister-in-law, I apologize for my lateness. I hope that you're still safe." Upon seeing Yu Yanluo, that man leapt from his horse and rushed to her side, a concerned look on his face. "That's her brother-in-law?" Zhu An muttered. Considering that Yu Yanluo's husband had just passed away, the sight of a young, beautiful widow together with her suave, dashing brother-in-law, it was hard not to read more deeply into the situation. Xiaoxi, who's that guy over there? Ji Xiaoxi shook her head. I don't know either. She was still young, and it wasn't as if she devoted her time to prying into the affairs of others. It was perfectly normal for her not to be familiar with the intricate web of relationships within the Yu clan. Yu Yanluo replied nonchalantly, I'm fine. Let's head to the city first. She turned brusquely and entered her carriage. The mustached man was left standing alone in the field. His eyes flashed with anger, but he swiftly reined it in and gestured to his subordinates to help the wounded onto horses. After that had been seen to, he gave the order for the group to set off. Steering his horse beside the carriage, the mustached man inquired through the window, Sister-in-law, may I ask how those bandits from the Blackwind Stockade were killed? I'm a little tired. Let's talk about it later, Yu Yanluo replied languorously. The mustached man frowned deeply at her response, and his visage clouded over in anger. Zuan stroked his jaw idly as he observed their interaction. Zuan and Ji Xiaoxi made their own uneventful way back to the city shortly after. Once in the city, she looked up at him and said, Big brother Zhu, you should come home with me. I'll get my father to take a look at your condition. Her gaze subconsciously drifted towards his crotch as she spoke. Zhu An's face darkened. Are you going to do this every time? Zuan had intended to pay a visit to divine physician Ji, and accepted her invitation. It was beginning to grow dark. He wondered if the Chu clan had imposed any sort of curfew in their estate, and whether he would be locked out if he returned too late. Even if that's the case, I should be able to get Xiaoxi to take me in for the night, right? His plan seemed less viable as he remembered her father's disposition. He entertained these worries as they made their way to the Ji residence. Before they had reached their destination, someone suddenly shouted, Miss Ji is back. Miss Ji is back. The mass of people camped outside the Ji residence immediately crowded around her. Miss Ji, over here. Please take a look. Miss Ji, please examine me first. I was the first one to arrive here. Miss Ji, my illness is far more severe than the others. It wasn't Ji Xiaoxi's first time being surrounded by so many people, but she still felt uncomfortable. Her face flushed as she ordered, calm down, everyone. Queue up. I'll look at you all one by one. Zuan was honestly impressed. He had heard from Chen Shuping that Ji Xiaoxi was very popular among the people of the city, but it was only seeing it in person that he really understood what it meant to be loved by the populace. Every single one of these people here sincerely cherished and respected her. Despite this, Zuan was not supportive of it. This lass was good all around, except for her soft personality. These people were obviously taking advantage of her kindness to get free treatment. It was no wonder why divine physician Ji had been so harsh with them earlier. 1. The words for keyboard and sword sound similar in Chinese. Big brother Zhu, you should head in and look for my father first. Tell him that you're my friend. I'll join you once I'm done treating the patients here, Ji Xiaoxi told Zuan apologetically as she attended to the crowd gathered before her. Sure. Zuan had planned to do that anyway. If he let Ji Xiaoxi and divine physician Ji compare notes on him, the lies he had spun would quickly unravel. The entrance to the Ji residence was left empty, as the mass of patients that had blocked it earlier were now crowded around Ji Xiaoxi. The rocking chair out front was empty as well. Clearly, divine physician Ji had retired into his residence. Zuan stated the reason for his visit, and a servant quickly led him into a courtyard. Gesturing toward one of the rooms, the servant said, "The old master is in there. You may enter alone." Divine Physician Ji considered the areas where he brewed medicine as sensitive areas, and prohibited servants like them from entering them. As for the threat of outsiders possibly harming Divine Physician Ji, that worry was for naught. There was no one in Bright Moon City who would dare to mess around here. Zuin pushed the door open and entered the room. He heard crude laughter coming from within, and his expression twisted oddly. After a few more steps, he noticed that Divine Physician Ji was not brewing medicine. Instead, he lay on a chair, browsing through a suspicious-looking book. It was probably that erotic book that he'd been bribed with earlier in the morning. The Divine Physician's perverted expression and gooseflesh-inducing cackles made Zuin wonder how this vulgar middle-aged man had produced a daughter as sweet as Ji Xiaoxi. "HM? You returned earlier than I thought. Did you manage to gather all of the gubeos?" Divine Physician Ji's eyes didn't leave the book for even a moment, but he was still able to accurately identify Zuin. "I didn't bring any gubeos with me," Zuin replied. "TSK. What are you doing here then?" Scram, 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 don't interrupt me while I'm reading my book." Divine Physician Ji shook a leg leisurely as he impatiently waved Zuin away. Zuin took out a stack of banknotes and waved them around. "While I don't have any gubeos, I do have money with me. Do you want it?" "Heh, why should I decline money that's delivered to my doorstep?" As swift as a hurricane, Divine Physician Ji flew out of his rocking chair and snatched the banknotes out of Zuan's hands. They were worth exactly 100 silver taels. "You were a poor bloke earlier. How did you manage to strike it rich all of a sudden?" "HM? And why do these banknotes look oddly familiar?" Zuin began sweating upon hearing those words. Is this man so obsessed with money that he can even recognize his own banknotes? Fearing Divine Physician Ji would discover that he had obtained these banknotes from Ji Xiaoxi, he quickly forged ahead. "I've already paid you the consultation fee. It's your turn to treat me." Divine Physician Ji tucked the banknotes into his clothes. "Fine then. Since you've delivered the money right into my hands, I'll be gracious and help you take a look at it." "Take off your pants." "Huh?" Zuin was stunned. "What do you mean, huh? How am I going to examine your condition if you don't take off your pants?" Divine Physician Ji shot Zhu in a disdainful look. "It's not as if you're a babe. Do you think that I'm that interested in getting an eyeful of you? Weren't you able to diagnose my condition with a single look this morning?" Zuin found it hard to accept that he had to take off his pants in front of another guy. "I could only tell that there's a seal planted on your body. If I don't take a closer look, how am I supposed to tell what kind of seal it is?" Divine Physician Ji grumbled. "If you don't want to take it off, so be it." "Fine, fine, I'll do it." Zuin cried out tearfully. His future happiness was riding on this, so he had to put his pride aside for the time being. Considering how happy this middle-aged man had looked while browsing through his erotic magazine, it should be safe to assume that he didn't swing the other way. "Oh ho, it looks quite delicate," Divine Physician Ji remarked casually. Black streaks darkened Zuan's face. "If not for the fact that I'm no match for you, I'd have surely pressed you down to the ground and pummeled you by now." Divine Physician Ji returned to his chair and said, "You need not worry. You have been struck by the great yin-yang pulse-severing palm, which has affected your development. As long as the seal on your body is removed, you'll revert back to normal." Zuin was overjoyed. "There's still hope." He quickly pulled up his pants and asked, "What's this great yin-yang pulse-severing palm? How do I get rid of the seal?" Divine Physician Ji replied, "Based on what I know, it's a domineering sealing palm strike that has been passed down in the royal palace. As long as you raise your cultivation to the master stage, you'll be able to tear through the seal with ease." Zuin nearly spurted blood. Why was he working so hard if all he got in return was the same damned answer? I know that already. I wouldn't have bothered consulting you if I could reach master stage that easily. Return me my money. It looks like your reputation as a divine physician is a mere exaggeration. Heh. There are only a few masters in the world. Even if you get lucky and reach that level, I reckon that you would have one foot in the grave by then. You wouldn't be able to put that thing to use anymore, Divine Physician G mocked him gleefully. Forget it. Seeing how pitiful you are, I do have another way to treat you. However, it won't be easy. What is this other way? No matter how hard it is, I'll definitely do it. Zuin nearly sobbed in relief. Just as he thought he had reached a dead end, a new door had been thrown open right before him. TSK. Given your capabilities, what can you possibly do? Divine Physician G sneered in disdain. Forget it, I'll come up with it myself. However, you have to do something for me first before I'll save you. What? But I already paid you the treatment fee. Zuin cried indignantly. What treatment fee? It's called consultation fee for a reason. Divine Physician G glared at Zuin coldly. What I'm setting out now is the treatment fee. Have you never seen a physician before? Zuin finally understood why this middle-aged man had so many patients hollering at his doorstep every day. However, this was not the time to be concerned with that. He asked instead, what do you need me to do? I don't have any hobbies in my life except to collect the dudas, one, of beautiful women. Before Divine Physician G could finish, Zuin cut him off contemptuously with a raised middle finger. You're such a repulsive man. You don't want to be treated anymore? Divine Physician G sneered. Zuin bowed obsequiously. Esteemed physician, please continue speaking. That's more like it. If you can get the Dudu of Cloud midst Commanderies Yu Yen Luo, Divine Physician G quickly shook his head. Forget it, you've probably never stepped out of Bright Moon City before, so how could you possibly cross paths with such a legendary figure? Let's see. The Chu clan's matriarch, Qin Wanru, Bright Moon Academy's teacher, Shang Liuyu, or Immortal Abode's courtesan, Qiu Hule. Well, if you can obtain the dudas of any single one of them, I'll accept it as the treatment fee. Zhu An's eyes widened in horror. He hadn't heard of the last two before, but he did know Qin Wanru. He swallowed and said, aren't you afraid that the Bright Moon Duke could learn of your interest in his wife? He'll pin you to the floor and beat you up. Who is he to me? Do I look like I'm afraid of him? Divine Physician G replied proudly. If you're that formidable, why don't you obtain their dudas yourself? Zuin sneered. Divine Physician G cleared his throat before replying, I am, after all, a divine physician. I need to uphold my reputation. How could I do something as underhanded as that? Listen well. This matter should only be known between you and me. If anyone else were to find out about it, not only will I not admit to it, but I'll make sure that the town learns about your erectile dysfunction. Zuin flew into a state of rage. Just who are you accusing of having a dysfunction? Divine Physician G stared blatantly at Zuan's crotch and said, why don't you try getting it up then? Heh, it's not like you're some hot lady. I must be out of my mind to get it up for you. Zuin hollered in anger. Divine Physician G wrapped his arm around Zuan's shoulder and said, all right, stop being so stubborn. Accomplish what I ask of you, and I'll make sure you become a healthy man once more. A myriad of emotions flickered across Zuan's face. He reluctantly acquiesced. Fine. For his own happiness, he had to go all out. Zuin didn't know how he left the G residence. His mind was so completely preoccupied with his newly assigned hell-level mission that he even forgot to bid Ji Xiaoxi farewell. He hadn't heard of Shang Liuyu and Qin Huilei, but Qin Wanru. Gah! Recalling the earlier incident in the ancestral hall, he cursed Ji Dingtu's horrible tastes. Qin Wanru was admittedly beautiful, but her temper was the worst. On top of that, Qin Wanru was his mother-in-law. If he were to be caught stealing her dudu, setting aside Chu Zhongtian, even Chu Chuyen would skin him alive. Just imagining the terrifying sight was enough to make him instantly dispel that possibility. That left Yu Yanluo. It was a huge coincidence that he had saved her not too long ago. That being said, if he were to knock on her door and ask for her undergarment, wouldn't he be thrown out of her residence right away? Damn it! That perverted old man. Why the hell did he come up with such dastardly terms? Shortly after Zuin had left, Ji Xiaoxi finally finished treating all of her patients and rushed back into the residence. However, only her father remained. Where is he? Who? Divine Physician Ji asked. Zuin. He didn't come in? Ji Xiaoxi asked worriedly. Ah, that fellow. I have already sent him off. Divine Physician Ji eyed his daughter suspiciously. You know him? Yeah, I met him on the road. He helped me, Ji Xiaoxi replied. A furrow formed on Divine Physician Ji's forehead. Stay away from him in the future. There's no such thing as a good man in the world. I know just what kind of dirty thoughts are running through his head. Ji Xiaoxi's face reddened. He isn't like any other men. Divine Physician Ji chuckled. Heh, he's indeed different from other men. I guess that's all right. You have nothing to lose hanging out with him. From her father's words, Ji Xiaoxi surmised that Zuin had already been diagnosed. She asked anxiously, can he be treated? Of course. Who do you think your father is? Divine Physician Ji said smugly as he stroked his beard. However, his condition is a little troublesome. I'll need to spend some time thinking about it. A smile blossomed on Ji Xiaoxi's lips. Yes, I believe in father's capabilities. Ah, speaking of which, I managed to procure some Asrip wolf gubeos. Weren't you looking for them as ingredients for your medical concoction? Divine Physician Ji was taken aback. He hurried to check on the goods, and saw that there were indeed Asrip wolf gubeos. His face turned into a mask of fury. You went to the Wolf Valley? What if something happened to you? You shouldn't put yourself at risk for something like this. He had given something to his daughter to repel wild beasts, but if she provoked and killed an Asrip wolf, the rest of the pack wouldn't have turned a blind eye. She could have exposed herself to great danger. Ji Xiaoxi replied with a sweet smile, Don't worry, I didn't hunt those Asrip wolves. I bought them from someone else. Divine Physician Ji heaved a sigh of relief. Then something tickled his curiosity. Who's so capable as to be able to gather so many gubeos? It's Big Brother Zhu who came in earlier. He didn't tell you? Ji Xiaoxi asked in confusion. You bought them from Zuin? Divine Physician Ji swiftly sensed a miss. He hurriedly took out the notes he had just received as he asked, how much did he sell them for? Around 12 silver taels each, Ji Xiaoxi stammered out. God damn it! That brat actually sold it to you at such a high price? The banknotes in his hand seemed to be laughing at him. How did a hawk like himself end up getting done in by a mere worm? Actually, it isn't that expensive. This stuff can't be easily bought in the market after all, Ji Xiaoxi replied, her face and hands flushed with embarrassment. She was glad that she had mentioned a slightly lower price. Her father would never have forgiven Big Brother Zhu otherwise. How did I give birth to such a dumb lass? Divine Physician Ji cried out as he shambled back to his room. That naive look on his daughter's face was enough to exasperate him. 1. A doo-doo is the undergarment worn by women in the past era. Ji Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue in response. As she did so, she spied the book on the chair. Out of curiosity, she picked it up and leafed through it. Just seeing the contents of a single page was more than enough to turn her face red as an apple. She ran up to her father, shouting, "Father, how can you read this sort of improper stuff? If my little aunt were to see it, she'll start arguing with you again." It was then that Ji Dingtu remembered that he had left his stuff behind. He quickly snatched the book out of Ji Xiaoxi's hands and scoffed, "Humph. I have already parted with your mother a long time ago, your little aunt can't do anything to me." Ji Xiaoxi stomped her foot angrily. "It's because you always act in such a manner that little aunt doesn't come here anymore." "Pooey! Who wants her to come? You don't know just how carefree I am these days." Ji Dingtu waved his hands impatiently, dismissing the matter. "You should sleep early tonight. You'll be returning to the academy tomorrow. Let's see how you're going to complain to your little aunt then." Ji Dingtu rushed back to his room and closed the door to seek refuge. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. Zuin had just gotten back to the Chu clan estate when he suddenly received a notification. "You have successfully trolled Ji Dingtu for 345 rage points." Zuin giggled like a small child. It seemed Divine Physician Ji had finally found out who had sold the gubayos to Ji Xiaoxi. To be honest, he did feel a twinge of guilt for scamming that kind young woman. Back in his room, Zuin fetched himself a bowl of water and washed his face and hands, performing the customary ritual before trying his hand at the lottery. He was interrupted by the sudden entrance of an old man. This old man was dressed tidily. There wasn't the slightest crease to be seen in his clothes. His white hair was combed neatly in place, reflecting his strict character. Zuin was startled by his presence. He vaguely remembered this man as the Chu clan's butler, Hong Zhong. He was a loyal and responsible man who was deeply trusted by the patriarch of the Chu clan. "Is there something up?" Zuin asked. Hong Zhong studied Zuin before laying out the reason for his sudden appearance. "By the instructions of the master, you're to head to the academy once you have fully recovered from your injuries. Shuping will lead you there tomorrow morning, so I'll have to ask young master to make the necessary preparations." Zuin was dismayed. "But I haven't recovered from my injuries yet." "Ayu, it hurts, you must be kidding me. I still have plenty of things to do. How can I waste my time on studies?" Hong Zhong carried on nonchalantly, "Young master, you need not put on an act. An injured person wouldn't head out to play for an entire day. This matter isn't up for discussion. Someone will be escorting you to the academy tomorrow morning." Zuin was surprised at how well-informed the old man was. It was then that he noticed Qing Shuping standing behind the butler, eyes darting about furtively, not daring to meet him in the eye. His rage flared up, as intense as a forge fire. "That fellow promised he would keep it a secret, yet he sold me out in less than a day." Hong Zhong instructed Zuin in a few more matters and departed, leaving Zuin and Qing Shuping to stare at one another. "Didn't you say that you keep secrets like a cork in a bottle?" Zuin clenched his fists so tightly together that his knuckles creaked. Qing Shuping rushed to his side and began massaging his back. With a fawning smile, he explained, "The butler dropped by to check on young master's injuries, but young master wasn't around. He caught me and started grilling me. What could I have done? I didn't intend for things to end like this either." Zuin scoffed coldly, "But what did you promise me before?" Qing Shuping was quick to defend himself. Young master, I didn't say a single word about you heading to Divine Physician Ji's place to check on your injuries. No matter how he threatened or bribed me, I didn't give in at all. Zuin was so furious that he almost laughed out loud. So, I should be thanking you instead, huh? Ahahaha, you don't need to go that far. Qing Shuping replied as he fiddled with his fingers shyly. However, if you really want to reward me, I'm not against it either. Zuin slapped Qing Shuping on the back of his head. You really think that I'm complimenting you? Qing Shuping quickly steadied the two buns on his head to prevent them from collapsing. Full of indignance, he complained, Young master, can you not hit my head? Like I told you before, this hairdo is incredibly difficult to make. Don't talk to me in that tone. Zuin shivered in disgust. All right, where did my wife go? I've been out for an entire day now. I wonder if that lass misses me or not. What wife? Qing Shuping blinked his eyes in confusion. Zuin felt like kicking him. A moment passed, and Qing Shuping's eyes widened in realization. Ah. You're referring to the first miss. She went out with the young miss of the Pei clan earlier in the morning. When she returned, she received news that a problem had cropped up with the family business, so she headed out to settle it. The first miss has been working really hard recently. She supports half of the Chu clan's businesses by herself, and there are so many things that require her attention. It would have been so much easier if she were a man. Zhu An's face darkened. Are you asking for a beating? If she were a guy, what would I be here for? Young master, that's not what I mean, Qing Shuping protested as he humbly poured a cup of tea for Zuin to apologize for his mistakes. The urge to pummel Qing Shuping remained within Zuin. He finally understood why he'd been demoted from serving as Chu Zhongtian's attendant to working in the kitchens. All right. What's with Miss Pei? He still remembered how that woman nearly caused his death back at the ancestral hall with just a few words, but for some reason, he found it hard to hate her. It was not that he was forgiving, but her chest was simply too big. Oh, young master, you're such a naughty person. Are you lusting over the first Miss Friend? Qing Shuping favored Zuin with a knowing look as he intentionally stretched his voice out suggestively. Well, Miss Pei is indeed very attractive. There were no men in our estate who could keep their eyes off her when she visited earlier on. Young master, I'm rooting for you. Zuin was beyond exasperated. It's really a miracle that the Chu clan didn't send you to the royal palace to serve as a eunuch. Qing Shuping's smile turned into a sickly grin. Young master, don't scare me. Zuin couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him. Who asked you whether she's good-looking or not? What I want is information on her. According to rumors, Miss Pei appears to be from East River's Pei clan. That's a massive clan with over 1,000 years of heritage behind them, boasting a history even longer than our Chu clan. She's on good terms with our first miss, and it seems like she's here to study in Bright Moon Academy, Qing Shuping offered. Zuin was intrigued. She's here to study too? The private academy of the Chu clan actually accepted outsiders as well? He supposed that, considering her close ties with Chu Chuyen, it was not all that surprising. Of course! Our Bright Moon Academy is renowned far and wide. Those from the other commanderies often come here in hopes of pursuing an education there. Qing Shuping said proudly. Zuin couldn't understand why Qing Shuping was feeling so proud about an academy he wasn't even involved with, but he was rather surprised at the fame of the Bright Moon Academy. It seemed like his father-in-law was quite a prideful man. However, this wasn't important right now. He had to focus his attention on completing the task assigned to him by Divine Physician Ji first. Damn it, that Ji Dingtu is really a bloody pervert. Zuin cursed him once more in his heart before he inquired, Do you know Yuan Luo? Yu Yen Luo? Qing Shuping's eyes lit up. Of course! She used to be the #1 beauty in the capital back in those years. You don't know how many men view her as their dream lover. For a study companion, you know far too much, Zhu eyed Qing Shuping doubtfully. Qing Shuping looked around suspiciously before leaning closer to Zhu and young master. Let me tell you a secret that you mustn't tell anyone. Master used to be one of Yu Yanluo's pursuers, but he failed in the end. Zhuan was floored by this revelation. He didn't think that there would be such a relationship between Yu Yanluo and Chu Zhongtian. That beautiful woman he'd met in the valley earlier hadn't looked very old. Yet, she belonged to the same generation as Chu Zhongtian? Madam flies into rage every time this matter is mentioned. Master nearly had his ears torn off on several occasions. Qing Shuping covered his mouth with both hands to muffle his giggling. Zhuan rolled his eyes. His theory had been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. His father-in-law had shown great mercy in banishing Qing Shuping to the kitchens. It was no wonder why this fellow was eventually assigned as his study companion. With such loose lips, there was no one in the estate who could possibly tolerate him. Young master, you're the only one that I've told this matter to. You mustn't tell anyone else about this. Qing Shuping repeated his warning. Zhuan sneered coldly upon hearing these words. He was willing to bet 5 copper coins that this was common knowledge throughout the whole estate. Where does Yu Yanluo stay in Bright Moon City? Zhuan asked. He had to find an opportunity to visit her. Even if it wasn't for Ji Dingtu's task, he should at least claim his compensation for saving her. She doesn't stay in Bright Moon City, Qing Shuping replied, perplexed. She married the Cloud Midst Duke, so she should be staying at the Cloud Midst Commandery. What? Zhuan couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Is this a scam? Have I been given an empty check? However, their clan deals in keystones, and they have branches in all of the major cities. They have one in Bright Moon City too. Perhaps, she might come by for an inspection one of these days, Qing Shuping added. Zhuan let go of the breath he was holding. If he was right, Yu Yanluo should be staying in Bright Moon City for the next few days, which meant that he had some time to collect his money. He asked a few more questions before sending Qing Shuping away. After verifying that no one else was around, he summoned his keyboard and checked his rage points balance. He had 3,000 rage points left over after drawing all the marrow cleansing pills the last time. Following that, he'd earned quite a bit from the Yu Clan guards and the Blackwind Stockade. All in all, current rage points, 22269. Whoa, I have struck it rich. Feeling like a tycoon, Zhuan immediately began drawing the lottery. As expected, the first one was thanks for playing. It's fine, I have money. Zhuan thought little of it and continued drawing the lottery. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. It wasn't until the 13th attempt that the light finally stopped on the 4 key. Zhuan heaved a sigh of relief. He reminded himself that this was the reward for patience and perseverance. Noticing that the light marker had stopped on a new key, he took a closer look. In front of him was a fruit that glowed golden from its core. The keyboard provided a sparse explanation, key fruit. It raises the key capacity of a cultivator. Zhuan's great experience with games in his previous life granted him instant insight into the purpose of this fruit. It was a basic experience-boosting consumable. Such good stuff ought to go into his stomach right away, so that his mind could rest in peace. Zhuan immediately took it out and bit into it. Unexpectedly, there was no splatter of juice. Instead, the fruit seemed to melt as soon as it entered his mouth, and a stream of qi swiftly suffused his body. This stream of qi appeared to be drawn in by some unknown force and surged straight toward the 4th formation under his skin. The fourth formation was much larger than the previous three. Even after the stream of qi had been fully assimilated into the formation, it was only a third of the way full. Just this much? Zhuan was dissatisfied with the results. Despite sounding so formidable, its effects were still inferior to the whipping he'd received. He couldn't help his frustration. It can't be that the only way to raise my cultivation level is to be whipped, right? That would be so wrong. Zhuan's dissatisfaction with the qi fruit's effects stemmed from his poor knowledge of cultivation. In this world, ordinary cultivators took months or even years to raise their cultivation by a single step. Even Plum Blossom 12 had trained diligently for over 2 decades in order to reach the level he was at, only for Zhuan to catch up to him overnight. The rate at which Zhuan was growing his cultivation would have astounded anyone in the world. On top of that, the Phoenix Nirvana Scroll, which had activated the keyboard, was no ordinary artifact. It offered the cultivator the unconventional method of raising his cultivation through suffering harm, and its effects far surpassed that of most cultivation techniques. Zhuan had no realistic reference point for leveling cultivation, and thus he was less than impressed by the qi fruit's amazing effects. Zhuan continued drawing the lottery, and obtained yet another qi fruit. In the end, he used his 22,200 rage points to draw a total of 16 qi fruits. Is this the only thing I can draw from now onwards? Zhuan muttered in disdain. Doing a quick calculation, he'd obtained a qi fruit roughly every 14 draws. He wondered if the chances of obtaining a prize were 1 in 10 or 1 in 20. If it was the former, he was really darned unlucky. If it was the latter, it seemed like his luck was still decent. Considering how handsome I am, it must be the latter. Zhuan swallowed the qi fruits one after another. It took a total of 3 qi fruits to fill up the fourth formation, 5 qi fruits to fill the fifth formation, and 8 qi fruits to complete the sixth formation. That exhausted his store of qi fruits. Zhuan noticed the number of qi fruits needed to fill up his formations looked oddly familiar to him. Wait a moment, isn't this the Fibonacci sequence? As a qualified keyboard warrior, he had to be familiar with all sorts of complicated-sounding terms, so that he could appear to possess superior intellect as he prowled the internet forums. He was aware that many phenomena in the natural world obeyed the Fibonacci sequence: the arrangements of cones, pineapples, tree leaves, the number of petals on a sunflower, the construction of beehives, the patterns on the wings of a dragonfly, the golden rectangle, the golden ratio, and so on. However, he didn't expect these rune formations of his to obey the golden ratio too. Was the Fibonacci sequence actually some hidden rule of the universe? Zhuan took no delight in his discovery. He knew that the numbers in the Fibonacci sequence grew exponentially bigger as the sequence progressed. That meant the amount of qi fruits he would need in the later stages could reach astronomical figures. He was grateful for the marrow-cleansing pills he'd consumed earlier, which helped increase his talent. If he'd had to rely solely on qi fruits, he would be doomed. After a quick calculation, he determined that the rate at which his cultivation had grown when struck by the wailing whip was faster than the rate of growth via the consumption of qi fruits. This was despite his talent only being at the lower Ding class back then. In the end, it seemed that getting beaten up was a much more reliable method. Then again, he couldn't possibly go looking for women to beat him up every day, right? Find you chapters on nv/lbi.com. Heaving a deep sigh, Zhuan reached for a cup of water to drink. Unexpectedly, the cup shattered as he grabbed it. He stared blankly for a moment, then realized that this was a result of the sudden increase in his strength. Out of curiosity, he conducted a few more experiments to test out his strength. This helped him to gradually acclimate to the changes in his body. When he was at the third step of the second rank, his strength had been roughly equivalent to that of 4 adult men. Now that he was at the sixth step of the second rank, his strength was comparable to that of 20 adult men. This sparked a thought in his mind. He took out a paper and scribbled out some rough calculations. When he finally put down his brush once more, he wore a troubled expression. It really obeys the Fibonacci sequence. If I sum up all of the numbers in the sequence up to this point, it equals 20. What are you doing? A sinister voice came from the doorway. Zhuan lifted his gaze and saw old me standing at the entrance to his room. His skin still looked like the withered peel of an orange, and he was so thin that it seemed he would be blown away by the slightest gust of wind. You're here. Despite his outward appearance, Zhuan dared not to look down on him. His instinct screamed that this enigmatic old man was a dangerous person to mess with. Why would I think that he's dangerous? Is it because he looks ugly? Zhuan didn't voice those thoughts aloud. Even a keyboard warrior had to prioritize his survival over earning rage points. You seem to have grown stronger, old me eyed him with astonishment. He's been able to make another breakthrough so swiftly. It seems like the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra is indeed formidable. I fought with a few people when I went out earlier in the day, Zhuan replied, trying his best to look honest. Try striking me once. Old me had no reason to doubt Zhuan, mostly because he assumed Zhuan possessed no other means to raise his cultivation. I wouldn't dare to. While old me was likely an expert, Zhuan was hesitant to hit such a frail-looking old man. It would be horrible if something were to go wrong. There's no need to worry, just use your full might against me. You aren't able to hurt me yet, old me said. Fine, I'll strike you then. Zhuan's thoughts echoed old me's sentiments. He gathered his strength and hurled a punch towards old me's chest. Instead of his full strength, he exerted just a third of his might. As a keyboard warrior, it is unbecoming to reveal all of my cards. Hiding behind a veil of anonymity. Pooey. I mean, surviving till the very end is the most important thing of all. Besides, this was a good chance to test out another one of his theories. Old me raised a shaky hand, but blocked Zhuan's strike without any trouble. Not bad. You have already reached the 4th step of the 2nd rank. Really? Zhuan exclaimed in astonishment. Just as I thought, it's very difficult for others to tell my cultivation level with the naked eye. It's the same as the last time. He was only able to discern my cultivation after seeing my punch. That being said, it was still possible for a stronger cultivator to tell roughly what rank a weaker cultivator was at. Given your rate of cultivation, it's not entirely impossible for you to reach the master stage in the future. Old me's eyes were filled with delight. He had thought that Zhuan was untalented, but who could have predicted he was actually a healthy bud? It shouldn't take long before he was ready to be possessed. Old me chuckled to himself. I heard that you're heading to Bright Moon Academy tomorrow? That's right, Zhuan replied with a constipated look. There were bound to be plenty of cousins and relatives from the side branches of the Chu clan there as well. His identity as the Chu clan's son-in-law was likely to invite a great deal of trouble. At least, that was how the plot usually developed in novels. Foremost in his mind was not the trouble that he might encounter, but the amount of time he would be wasting. There were too many things he needed to accomplish right now. Once you arrive at the academy, look for a child named Wei Honda. No matter how you go about doing it, make sure to build a good relationship with him. It'll be best if you can become his friend, old me said slowly. Wei Honda? Zhuan repeated the name. Who is that? Is he your cousin? What's the reason behind getting close to him? You need not bother about that. Remember, make sure not to reveal my identity to anyone else, old me replied with a smile. It looked unnaturally eerie, embedded in his withered face. I imparted a secret art to you, so it isn't too much of me to ask something like that of you, right? Of course not. Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best to get close to him. Zuin smiled his most earnest smile. On the inside, however, he was curious as to how an outsider came to be enrolled in the Chu clan's private academy. Could he be a drafted son-in-law, just like me? All right, you should rest well. Old Me patted his shoulder before tottering away. After sending Old Me off, Zuin retired for the night and lay down on his bed. He tried formulating a plan to obtain Yuanluo's dudu, and racked his brain to the point where a bald spot threatened to appear on his head. However, he was unable to come up with anything feasible. He gradually drifted off to sleep, muttering curses at divine physician Ji. The following morning, Qing Shuping woke him, bringing his breakfast. Seeing how his meal had been brought to him, Zuin felt his annoyance at Qing Shuping's lesson. It was nice to have a steady companion attending to his every need. After finishing his meal, he dragged Qing Shuping off to Bright Moon Academy with him. Since it was an order from his father-in-law, he had no choice but to follow it. He would just have to find a chance to sneak out later on. Why are we leaving the Chu estate? The Bright Moon Academy is located in the east of the city. Oh, Zuin was a little perplexed as to why the Chu clan's private academy was situated so far away from the estate. His jaw dropped when he found himself standing before a cluster of magnificent buildings. The entrance was tall and imposing, and there was a plaque with the words Bright Moon Academy hanging above. Each word seemed permeated with sword ki, giving them a sharp edge. Dormitories and other buildings with different functions stretched as far as the eye could see and beyond. He was transported back to his days attending university in his modern world. The one difference was that this Bright Moon Academy was, without a doubt, larger than any university he knew of. Is the Chu clan's private academy this big? Zuin asked in bewilderment. What private academy? Qing Shuping looked perplexed. Isn't the Bright Moon Academy a private academy built by the Bright Moon Duke? Zuin was starting to realize that he might have had the wrong idea. Young master, don't spout nonsense. You might bring disaster to the master. Qing Shuping's face paled in horror. He quickly pulled Zuin aside. The Bright Moon Academy is directly under the Minister of Ceremonies, the leader of the 9 ministers. It serves as a facility to nurture talented individuals for future service in the royal court. It seemed that in this world, all official positions were monopolized by cultivators, from the 3 lords and 9 ministers all the way down to normal teachers and tax officials. In order to prevent nobles from dominating official positions, after all, distinguished families had an innate advantage when it came to nurturing cultivators. The emperor had ordered academies constructed across the country, promoting the idea of education without discrimination. Even ordinary civilians were allowed to attend these academies. Everyone, regardless of their social status, had to study in a county-level cultivator academy in order to qualify for the 3-tiered examinations, namely the prefectural examination, capital examination, and imperial examination. The names were similar to what Zuin remembered from his previous world, but the subjects that were being tested were vastly different. While his own world required knowledge of the 4 books and 5 classics, in this world, one needed to know cultivation. Ordinary examinations would first be held in county-level academies located in major cities, such as the Bright Moon Academy. Exceptional candidates would be picked out and sent to administrative centers, headed by prefectural generals, to participate in the prefectural examination, where they would be pitted against the brightest talents from all counties in that prefecture. Those who cleared the prefectural examinations would be qualified to serve as officials, but they were limited to lower-ranking positions. Most chose to proceed on to the capital to participate in the capital examinations. There, talented individuals from the various prefectures would compete for the title of capital scholar. Those who became capital scholars would then participate in the imperial examination personally hosted by the emperor himself. Doing well in the imperial examination ensured a higher-ranking starting post. On top of that, capital scholars gained the chance to receive feedback from the emperor himself, who was the strongest cultivator in the world. Just a single pointer from him was equivalent to years of cultivation. Of course, this path was only available to the most talented individuals. The majority of candidates were eliminated in the county-level ordinary examinations. They could either choose to study harder and attempt the examination the following year, or opt for an academic position where they would work under an official. Most officials were cultivators who were overwhelmingly concerned with furthering their cultivation and couldn't be bothered to handle cumbersome administrative affairs personally. They hired advisors and subordinates to handle them instead. These advisors and subordinates were usually those who had failed in the county-level ordinary examinations or had no talent for cultivation at all. Such jobs were seen as fairly adequate. Clearly, Chu Zhongtian intended for Zuan to walk this path after entering Bright Moon Academy. Aside from cultivation, the academy also imparted to its students essential knowledge on other subjects, such as law, economics, and so on. "Young master, stop daydreaming over there and go inside," Cheng Shuping waved him forward. "I'll be waiting for you at the entrance till you're released from the academy." Zuan rolled his eyes. Shit. It wasn't easy for me to finish my studies in my previous life, but as soon as I come to this world, I'm being forced to study yet again? What kind of hellhole am I trapped in? That's all for this part, truckers. See you all in the next part.